Well, good morning everybody, welcome to the county ground at Northampton for the third day's play in the LV Insurance County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. The umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Peter Hartley, already out in the middle. The Glamorgan players led by Chris Cook likewise, and now the not-out batsman, Northamptonshire's 8th wicket pair, Wayne Parnell and Gareth Berg, will be resuming the innings. 251 for 7, Northamptonshire replying to Glamorgan's first innings total of 407, so the deficit's still 156, and it does mean that Northamptonshire need still to get past the follow-on mark, but a few runs will hopefully see them through that from a Northamptonshire point of view. Whether, given the fact that the forecast for the next couple of days is pretty good, whether Chris Cook would enforce, I think is very much another matter. I suspect he probably wouldn't fancy batting last on this pitch, which has played pretty well so far. I'm Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton. Joining me in commentary today will be Nick Webb, who will be with us presently from BBC Sport Wales, and delighted to welcome also Phil Rowe, former Northamptonshire assistant coach. And Phil, I think the job's fairly obvious for these two. Just bat as long as you can.
Simple as that, isn't it? Yeah, very very easy team talk really. Just get stuck in. I think it's important to try to score. You know, if width is on offer, try to score off that. But obviously, no soft dismissals, play tight. It's going to be a good contest. Hogan is very, very good at knocking over the last few and the first few. And so I'm enjoying sort of strapping in. Well,
here's Michael Hogan. He's going to bowl the first ball of the day round the wicket to the left-handed Parnell, who almost looked as though he lost sight of that. He bowled it, dropped it in short, but it didn't bounce. And Parnell, in the way, just had to jerk out of the way of it. It went through to the keeper, and there's no run. The bounce of this pitch has been probably the talking point, particularly for the second half of yesterday. The bounce, Phil, I mean, you know this surface as well as anybody. It just seems to have died a little bit, especially with the ball getting obviously very soft now. This is coming up towards the second new ball.
I think keep your eye on those greenish strips, and they're probably visible on online.
Here's Hogan in again. 2 slips in place, bowls down the leg side to Parnell, who shapes to play it, doesn't get a touch, goes through to Chris Cook.
Yeah, so it's a nice coloured pitch. It's cut to 10 mil, which is about standard for pitches at Northampton. But there are 2, possibly 3, 2.5 greenish strips going sort of lengthways down the wicket, and one of them looks like it's on about off stump to Parnell at the moment. And when the ball's hitting those, the players have told me this morning, it does get a bit of extra bounce.
Well, that's an interesting thing to look out for. Here's Hogan in again, round the wicket, bowls very full length to Parnell, who digs it out back down the pitch, has a suspicious look at the toe end of his bat, which has probably done not a great deal of good to, but it goes back to the bowler who fields in his follow through, and there's no run. Northamptonshire having lost in the innings yesterday. Ricardo Vasconcelos for 8 and Charlie Thurston for 1 in the pre-lunch session, 17 for 2 at lunch. Then in the afternoon they lost Rob Keogh for 20, Ben Curran for 36 and Luke Proctor for 10. Come back to that in a second as Hogan again comes round the wicket, bowls to Parnell, cracks that away through the covers, first runs of the day, heading out towards the cover boundary in front of the main scoreboard, crosses the rope, and Wayne Parnell is away with a boundary. He goes up to 29 and Northamptonshire to 255 for 7, so the deficit now 152. So it was 130 for 5 at tea. We had an excellent partnership for the 6th wicket, 126 in 33 overs between captain Adam Rossington and Saif Zabe. That ended when Zabe miscued a full toss from David Lloyd to mid-on. He was out for 41 and Rossington followed soon after for 76. Hogan again round the wicket, bowls to Parnell, hits him on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. I think it probably was a bit high and may well have hit him outside the line. Apart from that, not out, says umpire Peter Hartley. Yes, Rossington going for 76, top score so far, 95 balls, 2 sixes, both in the same over from the off-spinner Callum Taylor, and 7 fours at that stage, 213 for 7. But these two I thought played well last night in the final 50 minutes or so. Just used a bit of experience, a bit of nous. And Northamptonshire will be hoping they can take it on this morning. Hogan again round the wicket outside the off stump. Left alone by Parnell, and once again it doesn't bounce, and Chris Cook, as he had to once or twice yesterday, sort of grovelling around on his hands and knees before he stops the ball. End of the over, 255 for 7. Parnell is 29, Berg is 15.
So yeah, as we were saying before, so the over finished with a very good leave. Parnell is he's an international cricketer, and that international quality does show through. He scored a lovely sort of back foot shot off about the fourth ball of the over. A little tiny bit of whip from Hogan, but a player of Parnell's quality and knowledge known he needs to score as well as defend. As you were saying earlier, whether the follow-on would be enforced, the last ball of that over running, bouncing twice before it got to the keeper, probably suggests, as you were suggesting, Andrew, that you don't want to be batting last on this one.
No, I think that's absolutely the case. It was a discussion that we were having 7 days ago up at Old Trafford, and again Northamptonshire looked at one stage that they might be in danger of following on until Adam Rossington and Simon Kerrigan pressed on, and I think the feeling was then that Dane Villas would not have imposed it, particularly with fine weather, but again he wouldn't want to be batting last. Well, it's going to be the off-spinner Callum Taylor who bowls first ball of the day to Gareth Berg, who whips that away to deep mid-wicket and comes through for a single, so Berg's away for the day, 16 to him, 256 for 7. Yeah, it was good cricket from these two last night. They didn't try anything too elaborate. Wayne Parnell was dropped early on, got a fierce chance, slashed at it, flew to second slip, they couldn't hang on. He made just 4 then. If that had been taken, might have been a slightly different scenario. Here's Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump to Parnell, who again just plays it calmly out to extra cover. Man on the fence there in front of the west stand, and Parnell is through for a single. He goes up to 30, and so just one more run required to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Berg, who's reaching forward, plays it to backward point. Hogan fields and there's no run. Slip in place, the only close fielder. Other than that, backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket out, and deep backward square out. Bowls to Berg, who shapes to play that on the onside. Don't think he got any bat on it. Looks as though that was just off the pad. Runs down on the onside. David Lloyd fields. That's one more on the total, as it's signalled leg by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. 258 for 7. So the follow-on has been averted. So Chris Cook won't have a decision to make. This partnership now up to 45 for the 8th wicket. Change the field for the left-handed Parnell, bringing backward point up into the ring from the boundary. Bowls that very full length to Parnell, who jams down on it. It goes to the man at backward point, which is Billy Root, and there's no run. 258 for 7. As Nick Webb joins us.
Morning.
Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump, left by Parnell. The usual exasperation and incredulity that it's somehow managed to beat the stumps, not hit them, but looks a pretty safe-ish leave. End of the over, Parnell 30, Berg 16, 258 for 7.
A bit of excitement created by the bowl there, as Shane Warne used to say, create a theatre, give the illusion that something has happened. I was slightly surprised, Andrew, to see Taylor bowl that over. I thought they might have started with seam at both ends. I
was surprised to see. I mean, he bowled tidily enough last night, but yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise. I must confess. Hogan, obviously, I think you're going to start off with. Maybe that they're just with a thought to the fact that the second new ball is due fairly shortly, just trying to keep at least a couple of the seamers fresh. I would imagine.
Here comes Hogan then, running away from us to bowl, and that's played out on the back foot by Berg, and there's no run. I would have thought that Hogan would just bowl through from old to new ball, maybe.
Yeah, I agree. The scoreboard has changed since since my day, which was quite recent, and I couldn't see the overs, so I was desperately looking to see if it was a new ball issue, and obviously I think that's quite right.
79th we're in at the moment.
That's right. The one to look out for from Hogan is the one that runs back in off the wicket. He's a master at that delivery.
Here he comes into Gareth Berg, and Berg turns that on the leg side, and we'll get 4 runs here. I think it was a quarter stop at mid-wicket, but Billy Root didn't get much of a hand on it, and it's raced away for 4 over towards the covers, parked away to our right. 262 for 7.
It shows the outfield very, very quick, because it was you got half a bat on that, and it scampered away.
Yeah, David Lloyd mentioned that. So with the the short boundary on the one side and a quick outfield. But there wasn't much margin for error in terms of bowling straight. Hogan trying to maintain his straightness, bowls, and that's 4 more through square leg this time. That's very un-Hogan-like to be struck for consecutive boundaries, but Berg latching onto that one and clipping it away through square leg. 266 for 7, and the deficit decreasing rapidly.
Hogan will be, I think the Australians would say, dirty with himself, cross with himself. He bowls very few bad deliveries. He's an outstanding performer. Very rarely have I seen him bowl 2 poor deliveries back to back. But we are well dispatched by Gareth Berg.
Has raced on to 24 not out. You're listening to BBC Sport Online. Phil Rowe, Andrew Radd and myself, Nick Webb, as Hogan bowls again, and it's played in a similar direction. This time Glamorgan have a fielder back at mid-wicket, and Billy Rowe keeps it down to a single. 267 for 7, and you get the feeling that we've passed the one magic figure for Northants, which is the follow-on, although I don't think Glamorgan would have enforced it anywhere. I suggest the next magic figure is the 100 lead, isn't it, really?
Yeah, get inside, get it down to two figures and chip away. It's classically it's about this partnership, isn't it?
As Hogan bowls and Parnell drives into the offside, and that'll be 4 more, I think. It's a chase on for Douthwaite, but the ball's going to win up to the extra cover ropes, and the batsmen just leaning into their shots with this old ball, and Michael Hogan must be looking forward to having the new cherry in his hand in the next over.
Yeah, it was kind of in the slot, wasn't it? And Parnell didn't try to overhit it, just timed it through the offside, and the outfield has done the rest. It's a very good start, and Northampton will be very happy. They've tucked into a few loose deliveries.
271 for 7, so that's 20 runs already. 13 of them in this over. As Hogan takes out his second slip. That is an admission of defeat, or temporary retreat anyway, and puts an extra player in the covers as Hogan is in to bowl, and Parnell turns to mid-wicket, fielded by Wheel. No run. 271 for 7. Parnell is 34, Berg is 25, and the deficit is 136.
Obviously, I didn't commentate on the first 2 days. Was there any spin on offer?
Didn't seem a lot of turn.
No, not really.
Nothing significant, I don't think.
I had a quick look at the pitch this morning. There's a little bit of rough, but it's quite wide from for Taylor to land into against the left-hander.
It would have been interesting, I think, Phil, to see how Simon Kerrigan had bowled on this, and particularly how well he bowled in the first innings up at Old Trafford, but obviously not fit for selection. Well, here's Callum Taylor bowling his off-spin round the wicket to Gareth Berg, who works that away out to deep mid-wicket, and they come through for another one. 26 to Berg now, 272 for 7.
Yeah, I was delighted to see that deal eventually being done. Simon's been around the club for a couple of years, really. He's been in at practice days and so on.
Slip in place as Taylor comes round the wicket to the left-handed Parnell, who drives back down the pitch. It's fielded by the bowler, and there's no run.
And again, although he only played that one test match, he is of international quality when he's at his best, Simon Kerrigan.
Taylor in again, bowls to Parnell, who's in behind that, pushes up on the onside of the pitch. Taylor just skips across to complete the fielding, and there's no run. He bowled beautifully in the first innings at Old Trafford, and obviously was telling when he couldn't bowl in the second innings because of the side strain. That ball finds Parnell trying to cut wide outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact, and Chris Cook doesn't take it cleanly, but no run accruing. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Parnell, who works that away into the onside. He's got a man behind square and a mid-wicket, and he bisects the two, and they come through for an easy single. 35 to Parnell, 273 for 7. 60 the partnership now for the 8th wicket. Very useful runs. There's Taylor in again, bowls very full, and that's driven up to long on, which comes in off the boundary in front of the seats in front of the County Hotel, and that's one more run to Gareth Berg to end the over. 27 to Berg, 35 to Parnell, 274 for 7. The deficit is 133, and the second new ball is now due. Let's see what is going to happen. Peter Hartley hasn't brandished it to the scorers as yet.
Yeah, here it comes.
Here it is. Yep, he does so now. So there we go. 80 overs gone, and as soon as it's due, Chris Cook has decided to take the second new ball with Northamptonshire 274 for 7. And as well disciplined journalists and commentators, we make a note of this fact in case it becomes.
Did you make a note
hugely
that it's
relevant.
not called the County Hotel, rather?
It's still the County Hotel to those of us of a certain age, Phil.
That's not a signal box either.
It's not, and never has been.
I tried to get into the County Hotel last night, and they wouldn't let me in. It was too busy. I hadn't pre-booked a table, so
right.
good for them. Not so good for me.
Michael Hogan will continue from old to new ball, running away from us and bowling to Berg. That's something of a half volley, and it's driven out onto the offside, and it is well stopped by Callum Taylor on the cover boundary, and they'll come back for 2 runs. 276 for 7.
We've gone through a few incarnations, hasn't it, down the County Tavern, the County Hotel. But it was when it was opened in the 1890s. It was as the County Hotel. So
were you there for that ceremony?
I reported on it. So I was there in spirit, if not in body. But, good enough for me.
Hogan into bowl to Berg, and cloudier skies today, through to Chris Cook outside off stump, and I think a degree or two cooler than yesterday, and tomorrow, I'm afraid, Phil, is going to be cooler again. So
I've brought the weather again, have I? Okay.
Bring your extra layers.
I've got reinforcements here just to the right of me. They might be going on quite soon. Berg looks in good touch. His batting has been quiet, if I could say that, over the last couple of years, but he has the hallmarks of a genuine all-rounder.
As Hogan bowls to Berg, who drives to point, and there's no run this time. 276 for 7. Berg 29, Parnell 35. So these two cruising along nicely. Nice smooth start for the batsman. Hogan's beaten the bat once or twice, but no more than that in the first couple of overs. But given that he was bowling with the old ball, expectations are now slightly higher for Hogan, who's back to 2 slips to bowl to Berg, and that's come back in a little, I think, after it's passed the wicket, and safely left though, and through to Chris Cook.
So that was the Michael Hogan in swinger, which kind of often goes from the arm. So it's not. I'm sure it's possible to get out to it, but it's not his most threatening delivery. The one that jags back in. It offers to swing and then jags back in off the wicket. I've seen him pick up so many Northamptonshire scouts with that over the years.
As he runs away from us, arms pumping, 31 on his back, into bowl to Berg, who angles that one down to point, but there's no runners. Kieran Carlson is lively there. Glamorgan with their better fielders in that arc, really. Carlson at point, Taylor on the ropes at cover, and Root at a wide-ish mid-off, that on the short side of the ground, where it has proved significantly easier to pick up boundaries, as there were several long chases up to scoreboard side of the ground away to our right yesterday. Hogan, past umpire Hartley, bowls a full toss that's clipped away down towards fine leg and will go for 4 runs, and Hogan looks absolutely distraught in mid-wicket. Berg took full advantage, 280 for 7 at the end of an over that for Michael Hogan was below his usual high standards.
He's just struggling for line a little bit, isn't he? He's just been a little bit too straight. At this level, you bowl the ball on middle stump, and it generally gets scored off through the leg side. And that last ball, I think it was an attempted Yorker, but again he got his line slightly wrong and just got a corner of the bat on it, and it beat the fine leg. So Hogan not up quite yet to his normal standards, which is a Northamptonshire man I'm quite grateful for. But he is a fantastic bowler, and I'm sure he'll soon click into his normal great standards.
Well, today, as yesterday, it's going to be David Lloyd who's going to be taking the the new ball. Very effective move yesterday. Took us all by surprise a little bit when he took the new ball yesterday morning, but immediately picked up the key wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos and bowled pretty tidily all day. And here's Lloyd with 2 slips in place, running in from the indoor school behind him, bowling on his legs to Wayne Parnell, clips that away to deep mid-wicket, and they're able to come through for a single. It's a good return from James Wheel out there. So 1 more to Parnell, 36 to him, 281 for 7. Yes, the breeze has come round a little bit. It was more southeast yesterday, coming from away from our right. A little bit more sort of east-northeast, which is pretty much where it was on the first day. But they were saying on the BBC forecast this morning it's going to be sort of a little bit cooler coming in from the North Sea. There's Lloyd in again, bowling to Berg, who just runs that down well wide of second slip. Controlled stroke, and he comes through for another single. 1 more to Berg, who goes up to 34. And Northamptonshire up to 282 for 7. Well, they were particularly close to the North Sea, or indeed any other sea here, but it just funnels down through the wash and northeast of the county. It can mean that's quite a chilly wind direction. Certainly, Nick said, a degree or 2 cooler than yesterday. As Lloyd in runs up to bowls to Parnell, drives up to extra cover.
Just the previous ball, Radis, was interesting to me. It was a bit of a nothing. You could describe it as a bit of a nothing ball. It was a good line of length. Berg kind of defended it, ran off the outside edge, controlled, as you said, down to third man. But when Gareth is not feeling confident, he will push at that ball hard. He'll want to try and find a gap or try and get something on it, get at the other end. Now he's playing nicely. He's in. He just decelerated the bat and absorbed it nicely.
Here's Lloyd in again, bowls to Parnell, who just comes across his stumps, plays it up to mid on. They come through for a single. Berg has to hurry. His 40-year-old legs just about got him home. The throw had been slightly better. He might have been in a tad more trouble. As it is, they came through okay for the single.
There were 2 people who couldn't believe that was going to be a single. Unfortunately, one of those 2 was the fielder. And I think that got Berg out of jail there, because he was sitting on his bat handle for the non-strikers.
If it had been a better throw, he might just have been struggling. As it is, he came through okay. 37 to Parnell, 283 for 7. 2 slips in place. Lloyd coming in again, bowls wide outside the off stump to Berg, who doesn't need to play it and doesn't, and lets it go through. It's interesting, Phil, talking to Adam Rossington last night after close of play, sort of putting the point that Northamptonshire found some interesting ways of getting out yesterday. You'd say, if you looked at the 7 wickets that fell, in my opinion, Nick obviously was watching as well, I think there were probably 2 that you would say were got out, which was the 2 LBWs, Rob Keogh and the captain, Rossington himself. Lloyd comes in, bowls to Berg, who drives up to wideish mid-off, and the mid-off has to move away to his left to complete the fielding, so they're able to come through for an easy single. In the process, Gareth Berg nicking the bowling, 35 to him, 37 to Parnell, 284 for 7. We've had 2 overs now with the second new ball. The rest, there was...
I think I know where you're going with this.
Ricardo Vasconcelos just flashed at that one, which Ben Smith, who was sitting in your seat yesterday, said wasn't really, you wouldn't think of it an opening batsman's shot, and was caught. It was a good catch at first slip. Charlie Thurston really ran himself out. It was a very good bit of fielding, but it was an interesting.
It was a poor run, wasn't it?
Interesting single to take just before lunch, and some of the others, say, we had Luke Proctor strangled down the leg side, and Ben Curran getting in and getting out again.
As Hogan is in but doesn't deliver. Not everyone was ready, apparently. Yeah, Saib was the one who will be really kicking himself. Yes. It was one of David Lloyd's poorest balls of the day, full toss that he just scooped up to mid-on, and the run-out. Fine fielding, silly call. Hogan into Berg with this new ball, and Berg drives out onto the offside, straight to point. No run, but off the middle of the bat, and Berg will feel encouraged by that.
We a few years ago, I mean, this is a Northamptonshire batting kind of story, really, and the headline for that is Court Other. So we did some stats 4 or 5 years ago, Rips and myself, about the dismissals that we achieved as a bowling unit caught other, meaning not caught behind the wicket, and the dismissals that we gave up caught other, and we were losing heavily on that comparison.
Hogan bowls, and that's driven to mid-off, gently by Berg, no run.
So caught other meaning, caught in front of the wicket.
Yeah.
And
that's very interesting.
We were significantly behind the opponents in games that we played, and we looked at other teams as well, and we stopped looking after a while because we had tears in our eyes.
Right.
Yeah. So
too many careless shots in front of the wicket.
Correct. Yeah.
284 for 7. As Hogan bowls to Berg, who plays a nice shot in front of the wicket, but it's straight to mid-off. No run.
And I think that's something which can be worked on. It's a mistake, isn't it? Whether it's a decision, a judgment, an execution, whatever it is, it's a mistake. And I think I said last time I was here that the best players make fewer mistakes, and they don't get out. So it's a massive part of batsmanship. And Saif Sayeb's dismissal, unfortunately, sorry for bringing that up again, is a case in point.
Hogan is in to bowl, and Berg is propping forward, defending firmly. So, was there any sort of group advice you could issue to batsmen, or is it just a question of looking individually at each player and where he was dismissed?
Well, we had at one time on contract David Houghton as batting coach, and the edited highlights of that conversation was "Stop finding ways to get out, lads." But I think you've got to practice with intent and practice as though you're playing in innings. If you practice loose, you'll play loose.
Hogan in, bowls driven to mid-on, Douthwaite fields, no run for Berg there.
And I think that John Sadler has come in and from what I gather has brought more of a focus of play in the nets as though you're playing in innings, rather than going and feeling a few off the middle, get my feet moving. Yeah, okay, well there's a time for that, no doubt, but that can't be the only reason you go into practice. So practice playing in innings, practice getting in, practice leaving well, practice defence well.
As Hogan runs away from us, bowls to Berg, outside off stump, bit of bounce on that one, better delivery, but not requiring a shot in the end. 284 for 7, Parnell has 37, Berg has 35, and the deficit 123. Batsmen in the nets though, how long would they typically have at the crease?
Yeah, that's a great point. How long does it take to score 100? 3.5 to 4 hours. How often do you bat in the nets? 3.5 to 4 hours? Never. So we don't set people up for doing what we're asking them to do. But getting started is the hard thing. So if in your 20-25 minutes you've nicked off twice playing big booming drives, that's what you're honing that mentality a wee bit. So I think you can only do what you can do, and getting started is the hardest part of batting. So practice in the nets as though you're starting your innings. And a great one for that the Northamptonshire listeners will be interested in is David Sales, who maximised his net time.
David Lloyd starting a fresh over, armed with a new ball, bowls to left-handed Parnell, who drives back to the bowler and there's no run. I
remember one winter being in the nets, and it was the last indoor net, so kind of whatever that would be, kind of towards the end of March, I guess. And David Sales marched as he would do out of the net, tucked his bat under his arm, took his helmet off, and said, "That's me, not out all winter." And he had not been got out all winter.
Yeah,
and obviously people know David for his shot making. They forget what a great defender of a ball he was.
Well, his record illustrates that, doesn't it? There's Lloyd in again, bowls to Parnell, drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, I don't think you score that weight of runs over a long period of time, over a sustained period of time, if you don't have a solid defence. Absolutely, Phil. I mean, it brings us, I suppose, on to Ben Curran, who we were discussing yesterday, and what was the stat, Nick? I think 11 times out in the 30s.
Yes,
yesterday.
Your colleague next door, 11 out of 36 innings.
Here's Lloyd in again, bowls to Parnell, works that away on the onside. The fielder just comes in off the deep square leg boundary, and they come through for one more run to Parnell, who goes up to 38, and Northamptonshire to 285 for 7.
Yeah, there are lessons to be learned. Those stats tell a story, don't they? There are lessons to be learned there, and the question for someone like Ben is, what's going to be the teacher? Is it going to be getting dropped from the team? Is it going to be losing his contract, or is he going to kind of read the writing?
2 slips in place as Lloyd comes in again. Bowls to Berg, who drives nicely, and once again it's James Wheel comes in off the boundary. This time, of course, and the cover boundary to the right-hander, but they come through for another single. One more to Berg, 36 to him, 286 for 7. Partnership now up to 73.
I would say about Ben in particular, Ben Curran is a winner. He gets every ounce of ability out of himself, and he will learn that lesson sooner, I suspect, rather than later.
Here's David Lloyd from the far end, runs in again, bowls to Parnell, who gets an inside edge, and that's a moral victory for the bowler. He gets an inside edge as it's shaped back in, just missed the leg stump, and runs away to fine leg for 4. So well bowled, David Lloyd. Parnell survives, 42 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 290 for 7.
I'll be checking the width of the stumps there. I think that I'm right behind the line of that, and I saw the ball hit the edge, and I thought, well, that's gone, and then it hit the boundary board, thankfully.
Yeah.
I think it kept a little low again.
Well, that is something that we've seen, as I say, rather a lot of yesterday. The amount of time that Chris Cook spent on his hands and knees probably illustrates that. Here's Lloyd in again, bowls to Parnell, again down the leg side, and once again poor Chris Cook is sprawling away to his right, and it's beaten him, and it's gone through for 4 leg byes, so it just flicked to the pad on the way through. It wasn't much of a deflection, and Nick Webb shaking his head, but the umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy, has signalled leg byes, so it's 4 more on the total. That much we do know. 294 for 7.
Be kind to keeper's day.
Yes, Parnell's there was another one of those last night, wasn't there? Parnell 42, Berg 36. The deficit now 113. And the partnership 81.
Just another example there, 4 leg byes, but it was not a good ball again, was it? It was a leg side ball, wasn't a good ball, and unlucky for the keeper, sprawled out, full length dive, couldn't get enough of a glove on it. But Glamorgan they haven't bowled terribly by any means, but they'll be unhappy they've bowled a little bit loose.
Well, certainly the runs charge this morning is concerning for Glamorgan, and there's another one as Berg drives Hogan down to wide third man, and they go through for a single. 295 for 7, so Northants on the verge of a third batting bonus point. Glamorgan need 2 more wickets for their third bowling point, and at the moment there's that inside edge in the last over, but that's probably the closest we've come to a wicket in the half an hour's play that we've had so far.
Mother cricket kind of works that if you're bowling well, that inside edge hits the stumps. That's the way the game kind of treats you.
Hogan to Parnell, who drives to mid-off with Douthwaite Fields. On Twitter, Peter Roberts was looking forward to listening to Glamorgan wrap up the Northants innings quickly. He tweeted before the start of play. Sadly, we haven't been able to deliver that from the Welsh point of view. Emyr Evans, important partnership to break. After 2 wickets from 1 tweet yesterday, he claims credit for. A little disappointed not to have been asked for an interview at close of play.
Can we delete that person's account?
Morning, Emyr. As Hogan is in, and there's a quarter of an appeal for LBW as the ball trickles out on the leg side. May have been inside edge. That is the decision of umpire Peter Hartley anyway, and Parnell's score advances by 1 to 43. 296 for 7.
I was a little surprised you were saying about Gareth Berg's batting, Phil. His high score for Northamptonshire is only 45. I'd have thought he might have got, and I remember that innings, it was a super one here against Worcestershire last year when nobody else was scoring runs. They were very valuable runs, but
he's emerging from a bush with his bat and pads on.
Hogan bowls, and that's worked off his legs. High Berg down to the fine leg boundary. It's run away for 4, and runs are coming in a flood for Northants this morning as a 300 is up. 3 batting bonus points for the home side, and they've added 49 in 32 minutes this morning, which is well, one-day cup scoring rate, if not quite T20, but
yeah, without doing anything remarkable really. They've just played what's been in front of them, and unfortunately the ball's got a bit straight, and it's anything offline straight has raced fine and beaten the fine leg fielder a couple of times. A few too many on the legs really overall, I guess. I think there's not been too many through the offside. One shot from Parnell, but it's generally been too straight from both ends.
300 up. The lead closing down below three figures as Berg adds another single down to fine leg. Bit of breeze around now, and very little blue sky. One very small hazy patch away to our right. So good luck if you're starting a club campaign today or this weekend. Blowing off the cobwebs and the rust.
Oh yes, Northamptonshire League starts this afternoon. In fact, we'll just about be starting, I think.
That is advised to our English listeners, because in Wales we're not permitted to play cricket until Monday in match format. As Hogan is into bowl and clipped off his legs nicely by Parnell, who's looking in little trouble this morning. Takes a single.
Which genius decided to allow club cricket from a Monday?
You've got your kit ready, haven't you, Nick?
That's why I think our side, in common with many others, is having an intra-squad match on Monday night.
Okay.
League starts next weekend for, well, it is when, I think, when most of the Welsh leagues were meant to start anyway next weekend, but of course it precludes the possibility of much in the way of meaningful friendlies or match practice, albeit nets has been allowed for last week or so.
So there's your first excuse, Nick, isn't it? Well, I'm just rusty. I haven't had my normal warm-up.
I'm always rusty.
Well, Northamptonshire League, yep, getting underway, and certainly some of the divisions at the top end of the league starting today. Big league, 15 divisions, but certainly the Prem starts today, and there's a bit of a conflab involving Nick Selman, who's gone out of second slip. Where's he going to go? There's Chris Cook is, coming out, so just the one slip, bringing, yes, coming in at mid-wicket, just saving the single at mid-wicket. So just the one slip now as Lloyd comes in, bowls to Parnell, who just squirts that away down to third man, down Douthwaite Fields, and they pick up another single.
That ball was always going to find the edge, wasn't it, when you take the slip out? That was always going to happen. Yes. It wouldn't have gone to second slip, don't get me wrong, but it's always going to happen that. But they've gone to one slip. It's the sixth over with the second new ball. Northants 7 down, the lead around 100. It kind of tells you a little bit about two things really. One, the pitch, and it's pretty docile most of the time, and also a little comment on how Glamorgan have bowled in the first spell this morning.
There's a slip in place, but it's a sort of second slip rather than a first slip now for Berg, who plays that away down on the onside. They goes down once again to Douthwaite, coming in off the boundary at long leg, and they come through for a single. One more to Berg. Goes up to 43, and Northamptonshire up to 304 for 7. Yes, it's one thing we've noticed, and you were with us certainly during the Kent match, Phil, that there's been some quite interesting and innovative field placings as a result of the fact that the pitch is this slow, the slips are almost redundant.
Well, interesting and innovative or wrong, as I was kind of...
Well, we always try to be diplomatic on the BBC, as you know. It's a beautiful off-drive by Wayne Parnell, and Lloyd just putting that one in the slot, and Parnell hit through it, beat the man. It's very tight in at mid-off, and it crosses the rope, and it's 4 more to Parnell, who goes up to 49, 308 for 7, and the lead under 100 now for Glamorgan, 99.
Let me just row backwards on that one, Andrew. Let me just row backwards on that one. In terms of this field, totally understandable. One slip is probably totally understandable for Lloyd, certainly. The only issue I would have is that he's kind of guessing a bit. He's at kind of 2 1/3 slip.
Yeah.
And when it keeps low, it generally goes finer, I think.
There's Lloyd over the wicket, bowls again to Parnell, who's on the back foot, punches up to mid-on, and Lloyd sort of flaps a leg at it as it goes past.
He does have football ambitions in the winter, David Lloyd.
Does he?
He's a big Wrexham fan.
Well, on the evidence of that...
played a bit.
Yeah, well, on the evidence of that effort, maybe cricket's the better idea.
Yeah.
49 to Parnell, 43 to Berg. Partnership now 95 for the 8th wicket. came together at 213 for 7 last night. Here's Lloyd in again. Bowls to Parnell, fences at that outside the off stump. He's annoyed with himself. One of the few really false shots he's played in this innings. It was just a flick outside the off stump, went through to the keeper, could easily have got an edge, but didn't. He survives on 49, and a bit of sunshine, which is very welcome. A bit brighter here at Northampton now. It's still pleasant enough, but a little bit hazier. We had a really bright sunshine first couple of days, but a little bit hazier this morning, and high cloud around. Here's Lloyd in again. Bowls to Parnell, who drives beautifully up through extra cover. That's 4 runs. It's his 50 and takes the partnership up to 99. And Parnell, a very valuable half century on debut for Northamptonshire, acknowledges the applause of his teammates. And at the end of the over, Parnell 53, Berg 43, and Northamptonshire 312 for 7, and reaching his 50 off 81 balls.
There's a conversation going on there between Cook and there's going to be a bowling change at this end now. And I think as a captain in this situation, you need to get your bowlers together and say, look, let's reset here. We've started poorly. We need to reset. Let's get control. Let's stop, as I always say, stop the hemorrhaging, stop the bleed, stop the boundaries. Let's bowl a little bit tighter. We've got some sweepers out, but the good shots are missing them. We're just going. It looks like we're a bit searchy for a wicket, I would say, if I was a Glamorgan captain at this point. I think we need to bowl more balls in the right area. If there are some balls that are going to keep low, let's make sure they're straight, but let's not give away too many free but boundary balls, because later in the game runs are going to possibly come into things, I think.
Well, this is certainly a significant stand now as Harris bowls a shocking ball. That's a wide outside off stump.
100 partnership.
To bring up the 100 partnership. Ouch. That was a real rusty delivery from James Harris, who is playing his first team match of the season, but did play a Middlesex second 11 game a couple of weeks back and took 5 wickets in the match. So he shouldn't be all that out of the groove. 313 for 7 as Harris bowls. That's close to a wide as well. And Berg has nothing to do with it.
Well, if the instruction was to bowl one side of the wicket.
I'm not sure that it would be that side, given the short boundary away to our left. In the west of the ground, as James Harris looking to find his radar, which has maybe been mislaid overnight. And he comes and bowls, and that's in the same sort of place, really. He's just hiding it outside the off stump. And Berg, again, has nothing to do with that one. So, century partnership coming up off just 137 legitimate balls. Parnell had 49 of them and Berg had 43 of them. And that was the 8th extra. So, Harris, can he find the mark? Yeah, that's a bit better. Outside off stump, allowed to go through by Berg. He's getting closer to the stumps.
He's edging his way in there, but you know, it's not been a great start to the over. But they're dot balls. They're not hurt. He's not using the new ball, but they're dot balls. They're not really hurting anyone too much, and he's getting his radar. So I think, you know, I'd rather that than he'd gone too straight and been worked into the onside 2 or 3 times, and it's 6 off the over. Then he's playing catch up a little bit.
Northants really have won this morning's session so far, galloping on from 251 for 7 overnight to 313 as Harris bowls. That's straight driven and well stopped at mid-off by a diving Billy Root, who saves 4 runs there.
He does everything with a flourish, doesn't he, Billy Root? He's action man. That's a good bit of fielding.
Yes, I think he's acknowledged as one of the livelier presences in the field, which was a minor factor in why Matthew Maynard wanted him, I think. As Harris bowls to Berg, who defends off the back foot, out gently on the offside, and there's no run. injecting a bit of life into the field. It is a role in the side, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sometimes it's tough to get yourself going, and you need individuals like that. They can, as an opposition, sometimes those are the guys who get up your nostrils a wee bit, but you want them in your changing room, no doubt, and you can't have too many of them.
Chirping away, keeping spirits up on low moments of which this is one for Glamorgan. As Berg faces up to James Harris, and he drives off a thick edge for 4 through about 4th slip and fine of 3rd man, who's at quite an angle because of that short boundary, and Harris is dispatched off the edge. Berg to 47, 317 for 7. The Glamorgan lead is only now 90 and may not be significant at all, if indeed there is a lead, the way these two are going.
That was
another hour of this.
It was a classic case there, Nick, of not bowling in partnerships. So Harris comes on with the ball 7 overs old, something like that, maybe 8 overs old, and pitches up, gets an outside edge and goes straight to where 3rd slip would have been. But Glamorgan can't afford to have a 3rd slip because they've bowled poorly up until that point. So he may be thinking, if you guys have bowled a bit tighter, I'd have another catcher in and I have a wicket to my name. But it does show the importance of bowling in partnerships.
Well, having a double change, David Lloyd is being asked to take a blow, and it's going to be James Wheel, who I thought bowled really well yesterday. Very impressive. Having had a bit of a nightmare on debut last time out against Sussex. Bowled well, picked up the wicket of Ben Curran. Here he is running in from the far end, bowls outside the off stump to the left-handed Parnell, lets it go through outside the off stump, 2 slips in place, and that now is Gareth Berg's highest score for Northamptonshire, 47, beating 45 against Worcestershire in the Bob Willis Trophy last year.
I think Wales a good sign. James, a good signing for Glamorgan. I was surprised to see Durham let him go.
Well, he was certainly impressive yesterday. Bowled with real fire and verve right the way through the day. Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell, who just plays that up to wide mid-on, and they're able to come through for an easy single.
I think he's got good white ball skills as well. I don't know whether he, I don't know the Glamorgan squad well enough to know this, but if he can break into any of their white ball teams, but he has got some good white ball skills. Good death bowling.
It's 54 to Parnell, 318 for 7.
Well, they won't have Van der Hoogten for the One-Day Cup, and Hogan may not play much of that, so certainly there'll be opportunities, I would have thought, in the 50-over comp.
1 slip in place, David Lloyd, as Wheel comes in running towards us and bowls that's driven straight back, and has he caught it? Yes, he has. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. He drove it straight back to the bowler. I thought for a minute he'd managed to grab onto it as he went to the ground, but it must just have spilled out of his hand or touched the floor as he dived down.
So it was a really good attempt.
It was a very good attempt.
Really
he hit it hard. We had, of course, in the Glamorgan first innings when Dan Douthwaite smashed one back at Rob Keogh. He did very well to avoid a trip to A&E. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Berg, stands up straight, plays it on the back foot up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it was a good attempt by Wheel, just couldn't quite hang on in his follow-through. Always difficult, of course, when bowlers following through, just smashed it straight back at him. He went to ground, and I say it was a question of whether he just managed to hang on to it or not.
Yeah.
And he didn't.
He caught most of it.
He caught most of it, yes. But yeah, Wheel was impressive after, as Nick was telling us yesterday, a bit of a nightmare debut against Sussex. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Berg, who works that away nicely up to mid-wicket, but smart bit of fielding, just on the edge of the square by Nick Selman out there, I think. No, it's not. He's Nick Selman doing a very good impersonation of Andrew Balbirnie.
I spoke this morning to Aaron Ward, who's the Northants analyst, and he said he'd looked at Whale on debut, and didn't really get to learn a lot because he bowled very poorly. I said, don't worry about him. I think this kid can bowl.
Well, he was certainly impressive yesterday. Comes in again, bowls to Berg, who drives it back to him. This time he has caught it, has he? No, he hasn't.
Oh.
I think it went on the half. I have a feeling that just went to him on the.
I think he got the other half of it.
Just about got there. It drove it back to him very low. The ball is now out of his hands and on the pitch. I thought he just about got there, but he
He obviously thought he had.
Yeah, he did take the ball cleanly, but the first thought was it may just have been on the half volley. But anyway,
it was
it's
a
not
wonderful
out.
attempt.
It was a super attempt again.
And on both occasions, Gareth Berger's turn to go. So he's had the ball in his hands for a split second on both occasions. Great attempt.
Certainly the second one. The second one I thought he'd got, but anyway, he hasn't. Gareth Berger could have been out twice in an identical fashion in the same over, and in the end, he's not out. He survives. He's 47. Parnell's 54. After an eventful first over of the morning from James Wheel, Northamptonshire 318 for 7. So they've scored, 67 runs in 47 minutes. And the partnership up to 105.
Yeah, maybe Wheel was just trying to scoop it up off the ground and was at the end of his fingers and didn't cling on to it. Harris bowls outside off stump, and Parnell has nothing to do with it. But
just watch that on the replay, that second one. It's a strange one. You think it just about got there.
I think it carried, but his weight was going in completely the wrong direction.
And it just spilled out.
But they were both great attempts.
Yeah, they were.
He won't be thinking that as he's on the boundary now. I can see he's kind of talking to himself quite vigorously out there. But they were really good attempts at court and bowled. It's a tough skill, that.
As Harris bowls and Parnell defends on the offside to Roman Walker, substitute fielder at mid-off.
The noblest Roman of them all.
You did say Roman, did you?
Roman, yes.
I thought you said, I was going to... Okay, Roman.
Yeah, as in inhabitant of Rome.
What have they ever done for us?
North Walian. As in comes Harris. Bowls down leg side. Oh, poor old Chris Cook. That was a nasty one to deal with, and he's tipped it round the corner of the post. It goes down as a bye, but he's actually saved 3 runs there, really. Chris Cook has got a glove to it, and it ran down to fine leg for a single.
You got honorary membership of the Wicket Keepers Union, Nick. Because that's a very weak. I mean, it was a great stop. He did save 3 runs, but I noticed that the keepers have your sympathies, don't they?
Well, you are one, aren't you, Nick?
Very poor. If you go down enough leagues, you'll find me scribbling away at the bottom somewhere occasionally when I'm not working on the weekends. Harris bowls, and that's driven through the offside by Berg for a single, fielded by Taylor on the cover boundary. 320 for 7, 87 runs is the deficit.
I always used to tell David Ripley that it's like catching but easier, because you've got those big clown gloves on. But I think probably just behind opening the batting in red ball cricket, I think wicket keeping is probably the hardest skill in professional cricket.
As Harris is in to bowl, it's up in the block hole and dug out by Parnell. Clipped firmly to root at mid-on, and there's no run. But keepers aren't allowed to be just keepers these days, are they? You have to bat pretty much top 7, really, don't you?
The keepers need to be scoring hundreds, really, don't they? Well, in the modern game, wherever they bat, they need to be scoring hundreds. That's the nature of it. But of course, if they miss a couple of half chances, that doesn't go against their batting average.
Here's Harris in to Parnell, and that one almost got through, I think, just about dug out by Parnell. 320 for 7, and the double change of bowling seems to have brought a little bit more discipline to the run rate at the moment.
And actually they've created some chances as well, haven't they? Glamorgan need to get off the field as quickly as they can. These two have created some chances. Unfortunately, those 2 really tough caught and balls didn't stick, and Edge went through a vacant third slip position. But it's been just back to the wicket keeping thing, and I think fielding as well. In time, and I don't know when that time will be, there will be stats that are produced which add the contribution of fielders to their batting average, or deduct. And I think the same thing will be true for wicket keepers. There will obviously be some debate in that, so it won't be kind of for their career stats, but it might well help in selection. And I think about the England wicket keeping situation, where they've got a number of guys who can bat and keep wicket. but I do wonder, if you take into account those half chances they take or miss, that might have some bearing on their actual contribution to the team effort, and certainly in the field that's also true, of course.
It's a really interesting point, Phil. I think I did actually see a programme that was particularly for fielding, not so much for wicket keeping, but did actually factor in the whole fielding thing and runs saved and so on. Here's James Wheel starting another over, bowling to Berg, who plays that to backward point, where it's fielded by the ever energetic Kieran Carlson, and there's no run. Carlson back in his accustomed position in that sort of cover area. Yesterday got a nasty crack on the hand, and there was obviously some tape there as well from strapping from an earlier blow, so he was just put out of harm's way a little bit at mid-on and mid-off, wasn't he, for a while, but back where he belongs now.
Yeah, you got the feeling that Carlson is a player who's benefited from his fielding. It just gives an extra 10% chance of getting in the side sometimes.
Wheel in again, bowls to Berg, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch on the bounce for Wheel to field, and there's no run.
Although obviously this season he's been one of the main contributors with the bat, with a couple of centuries and a couple of half centuries, so he's been going really well. But in T20, for example, there are times where he has batted 6 or thereabouts and hasn't had a major role to play in the batting lineup, but is saving maybe 10 runs in the field diving round.
He's about as good as it gets, I think. Carlson, fantastic fielder.
Here's James Wheel in again, bowls to Berg, who drives away through extra cover, and he's going to pick up a single. There's a man sweeping on the boundary, and they just come through for the one. Takes Berg up to 49, and Northamptonshire up to 321 for 7. Yeah, Carlson's stroke play in the Glamorgan first innings was absolutely sumptuous. He played beautifully for 54, very easy on the eye. Hit 9 fours, most of them sort of Ian Bell specials, cover drives. It was lovely to watch. Fresh from, of course, 200s in the match last time out against Sussex. Just run through a few scores for you in a second, so you know what's happening elsewhere around the country. Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell with 2 slips in, bowls short. And Parnell just drops his hands out of trouble, goes through to the keeper. Another match down in this group, in Group 3 at Hove. Yorkshire 207 for 6 in their second innings against Sussex. So Yorkshire leading by 130 with 6 wickets gone. So that's going to be an interesting one. At New Road, Nottinghamshire starting their reply to Worcestershire's 436 all out. They're now 137 for 2. Warwickshire have just been bowled out at Edgbaston against Essex. As Wheel comes in, bowls very full length to Parnell, who plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Warwickshire 284 all out in reply to the Essex total of 295, so 11 runs the difference there, almost a one innings match starting there this morning. At Riverside, Durham 475 all out, Derbyshire toiling a bit, 183 for 6 in reply. Another Group 3 match at Canterbury, Lancashire posting that big total yesterday, 525 all out. Kent are 119 for 5, still over 400 behind. Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell, who's on the back foot, plays it up on the offside of the pitch for Wheel to field. End of the over, 321 for 7, Northamptonshire, Parnell 54, Berg 49. And the stand is up to 108. At the Rose Bowl, Hampshire 470 all out, Gloucestershire 151 for 2. In the Metropolitan Derby down at Lords, it's still very much advantage Middlesex. Surrey 124 for 6 in their second innings. They're still, well, they're just 10 runs ahead now against Middlesex, so in effect 10 for 6. And in the other match at Grace Road, Leicestershire 90 for 4 in their second innings against Somerset, so they have wiped off the arrears. Leicestershire are 5 runs ahead, but they have lost 4 wickets in their second innings.
James Harris then to come in to bowl to Gareth Berg, who is leaving that one outside off stump, through lowish to Chris Cook, and as we've been saying, Phil, the bounce is not huge on occasion, is it? It was a ball only 10 overs old. No,
it's disappointing, really. We good players. I often say good players like bounce, poor players don't like bounce. As a bowler, if you're getting the ball to scuttle through, it can kind of cover up some of your inability, really. And as a batter, you want bounce. You want the ball coming onto the bat, really.
Harris is into Berg again, who drives to mid-on. They think about a single, but Michael Hogan is quickly round to his right, and there's no run. It has been a little inconsistent over the first couple of days, and we've seen a lot of, well, quite a few deliveries, even with the relatively new ball dying in the pitch and scudding around the keeper's ankles. And Chris Cook had a couple on the second bounce at one point yesterday in quite quick succession, which he found difficult to deal with. Harris is in to bowl, hits Berg on the pads. There's an appeal from point, but nowhere else, and they decide not to attempt a leg by 321 for 7. I think I'd better allow Andrew to complete the over while I update radio listeners elsewhere.
Things to do, people to see. Right, you are. Gareth Berg on 49, 1 run away from what would be his first half century in first class cricket for Northamptonshire. And, well, as I say, he's made a habit. Well, he has made runs. There have been runs that have been needed. 45 against Worcestershire last year being a case in point. Miss Harris bowling to him. He drives that back down the pitch. James Harris gets a hand to it, looks to flick it back onto the stumps. But Wayne Parnell, I think, was in his ground and missed the stumps in any case. Yes, we ought to probably mention at some point, I think we touched on it in commentary a couple of days ago, about Gareth Berg's little poems for the new players. Of course, Wayne Parnell becoming Northamptonshire's 530th first-class player in this match, and they have a little ceremony down below before play started on Thursday morning. Here's Harrison again, bowls to Berg outside the off stump. Doesn't need to play it and doesn't. Lets it go to Chris Cook and there's no run. I gather he does little poems now, doesn't he, for the new players?
Bergie's an interesting character. He's a great guy, real popular everywhere he goes. You know, people he's played with, against, are always pleased to see Gareth. He's a lovely man. He is a weird, lovely man, and I mean that very positively. He's a very talented guy, and he can turn his hand to many things. Songwriting, poem writing, piano playing, and obviously a very talented cricketer.
Polymath. Here's Harris in again, bowls to him. Batting's the name of the game at the moment. Plays that up to mid-on where it's fielded by Michael Hogan. And there's no run. End of the over, 321 for 7. Parnell 54, Berg 49.
And I'm really pleased to see him making a real good contribution in the way that he's playing, because he's been disappointed with the way that he's batted for Northampton since his arrival, and rightly so, because he has got good credentials with the bat. But I remember when he first joined us, I was walking back into the hotel after an evening meal with David Sales, who was our batting coach at the time, and Gareth was standing outside. His wife had popped across to see him, and Gareth introduced his wife to David and myself, and said, "This is David. This is the batting coach." And his wife said, "Well, you two need to spend a lot of time together." I quite enjoyed that.
He's at non-striker's end at the moment as James Wheel comes in, bowls to Wayne Parnell, who just drops it down on the offside. It's Kieran Carlson at backward point who fields, and there's no run. Yes, as you say, a man of many accomplishments, and he's still got the camper van.
He has, yeah. He's been doing that up for quite a while now. That's looking great.
It's an ongoing project, isn't it, really? I think one of those that almost doesn't really want to finish.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think his wife probably wants him to keep doing it as well. Keep him busy.
Yeah, well, he's doing a good job with the bat for Northamptonshire today. As Wheel comes in again, bowls to Parnell, beats him outside the off stump. Carlson excited at backward point. Maybe just thought there was a nick, but there wasn't. Goes through to Chris Cook with the slip in place, and it's still this rather curious position. It's almost like a sort of 2.5 slip, isn't it, really, where he is at the moment?
Yeah. There is an argument for the slip going a little wider, and that is when if the keeper is indecisive, then the keeper knows he's got to go, and it can clear that doubt. But this is a little bit wider than that, I think.
Here's James Wheel running in again, bowls to Parnell. Very good ball, full length. All Parnell could do was just jam down on that, played up on the offside. Carlson fields, but there's no run. It's interesting yesterday, Phil, one stage with the ball starting to get older, and I think it was when Parnell was facing, they had obviously the keeper, and instead of a slip they had a gully, but no slip. So we've seen some interesting little bits of field placing in this match so far from both sides.
I'm not a huge fan of a gully, you know.
No.
I'm not, and particularly if it's just a gully. But you know, they'll know their bowlers, and some bowlers get hit there more than others, I guess.
Here's Wheel bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Parnell. He's bowled him, and he's bowled him well. We've said James Wheel was impressive yesterday. He could easily have had Gareth Berg out a couple of times today with those low court and bowl chances, and now he's managed to slip one through Wayne Parnell's defences. Parnell goes for 54 to break this 8th wicket partnership worth 108. Parnell goes bowled Wheel 54 and Northamptonshire 321 for 8.
A good reward there. He has gone past the outside edge. He's dropped two very, very difficult court and bowl chances. He's been more there or thereabouts. I don't know, Andrew, if you know how many overs that Lloyd bowled from that end. It was 2 or 3, I think, not too many this morning.
3, I think.
3, and that's good captaincy. You know, the captain read the script really well there. Got Lloyd out of the attack and brought Wheel into the attack, and he's been rewarded with that. A little bit more pace, and he's bowled with a real good intent. He's earned that dismissal. From Parnell's perspective, it bowled him, it was very full ball, bowled him off stump, and he ended up on the offside of the pitch. So his weight must have been all over the place there to finish in that position. But what a good contribution on debut.
Yep, 54 to add to his 3 wickets with the ball, 3 for 82 from 20 overs, and the partnership worth 108 in 28 overs for the 8th wicket. So very, very valuable runs as Nathan Buck comes to the crease. Now, you can tell us a little bit about Nathan Buck's batting. As he became known last year as the Happy Hacker, after saying, I think he got some runs. I think it was the same match in which Gareth Berg got his 45, the Worcestershire game, when he got some useful runs as well down the order, and we had a chat with him afterwards, and he said he just went out and had a bit of a hack. So he became known thereafter as the Happy Hacker. Tends just to play aggressively, but it'd be very useful if, from Northamptonshire's point of view, if he could just hang around and play a bit for Gareth Berg here. The deficit is still 86. 321 for 8, replying to Glamorgan's 407, but that's an important wicket for James Wheel, and as Phil says, I think a well-deserved one. 2 slips in place now as Wheel comes in, bowls his first ball to Buck, who just stands up tall, plays it down on the offside, and it's fielded by Carlson, and there's no run.
So I'd rather talk about Bucky's bowling, but he can bat. I mean, Bucky, he can be. What he does do, Andrew, he's got a very solid orthodox defence. He plays the ball very late. He lets it come to him. He kind of knows his game pretty well. He's a very good driver of the ball straight down the ground, and he'll nudge it away in gaps here and there. The straight drive is his best shot, and sometimes he can lift that, and it does go quite a long way.
We'll talk about his performance in the previous match in a second, as he beaten outside the off stump by that ball of full length. It slides past outside the off stump from James Wheel. Success for him. 17 overs, 2 for 42. Nathan Buck yet to get off the mark. Berg is 49 and Northamptonshire 321 for 8. It was noticeable in the previous match at Old Trafford that Northamptonshire played in the second innings, when obviously they were looking to hang around and save the match and looking for players to bat with Luke Proctor. He faced, looking at my notes, 60 balls for 20. So
yeah, no, he's capable. He can clear his front leg, and I'm sure he wouldn't. Well, actually, this is the truth of it, whether he minds or not. He can clear his front leg and smear it, and it does go quite a long way. But he actually is a decent orthodox batsman.
Just to give you the final details for Wayne Parnell: 54 runs off 95 balls with 7 fours.
Yes, he looked down unbelieving there, didn't he? As that one from Wheel got through his defences. Looked as though he thought he was set for 100, maybe. It's Callum Taylor into the attack, having bowled the first over or 2 of the morning with the old ball. He's now being brought on with the 13th over of the new ball, with Gareth Berg on 49. Interesting move. Let's see, he's bowled fairly tightly overall, but can he add a wicket as Berg drives to reach his half century with a comfortable single up to Hogan at long on, and Gareth Berg continuing to develop this highest score for Northamptonshire. And that is half century, including 6 fours and came off 83 deliveries. As he faces up to a fairly closely grouped field. Nathan Buck, the new batsman, one slip. Mid-wicket is pretty tight in as Taylor loops it up, and it's driven comfortably by Berg out to the cover boundary to get off the mark with a single. 323 for 8. Buck 1, Berg 50. As Taylor into bowl, down the pitch comes Berg and slams that one through the covers, beating a diving Carlson and racing away to the ropes. Very nice shot indeed. 54 to Berg, 327 for 8.
It's an interesting play bringing the off-spinner on at this point. The other bowling change was fantastic, bringing Wheel on and got his reward. So I'm not going to criticise this, because I think Cook's done a good job there in terms of bringing Lloyd out, getting Wheel in. So there's obviously some thinking here, and I'll probably tune into that after the experiment proves to be a success.
Callum Taylor then, right arm off spin around the wicket, and defended back to him by Berg. No run. No blue sky really visible at all now. As down the wicket again comes Berg and drives up to Hogan at long on, and they go through for an easy single. So the first over from Taylor in the attack has proved quite fruitful for Northamptonshire, as just a couple of fielders coming a bit closer for the number 10, as Buck defends that one on the leg side. 328 for 8. So the deficit now is 79 runs, which Northants have got power to make further inroads into, and it doesn't look as though it's going to be that significant an advantage for Glamorgan at the halfway mark in terms of innings, and that a real comeback from Northants, having been 76 for 5 at one point.
Yeah, the Parnell and Berg partnership has changed the complexion of the game, hasn't it, really? And they've played beautifully together. Parnell, as I said earlier, he kind of fell across a very good ball from Wheel, who got his just desserts, but Buck needs to get in as well and support Berg now, and they just need to continue in that vein. There's no need for any change of game plan or approach. You just play what's in front of you, and keep your eyes off the scoreboard, really.
Well,
giving the single.
Yeah, they're quite happy to give Gareth Berg the single now. The field, they've got a slip in place. James Wheel starts to bowl a fresh over from the indoor centre end, but they've got backward point almost on the boundary, cover on the boundary, long on the boundary, deep square on the boundary. Wheel comes in, bowls to Buck, who paddles that away to one of the 5 men out. That's Billy Root on the boundary at deep backward square. They come through for the single without any hesitation at all. One more to Berg, 56 to him. As I say, Nathan Buck batted a long time last week against Lancashire on the Sunday, on the final day of the game. It's part of that long rear guard action, which ultimately proved unsuccessful. Northamptonshire bowled out with about an hour to spare on the final day.
I really like that tactic there, I have to say. I mean, some people will disagree with this, I know, but who do you want to bowl at? The guys on 55 or the guy who's just walked in? Let's get the other guy off strike and bowl at the new fella.
2 slips in place as Wheel comes in, bowls to Buck full length. Buck drives up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, that costs you 1 run, and that ball could have gone for 4 and didn't. So it's a very, I think it's a very percentage play, really. You don't want to see that too early. You don't need to see it too often. But in a situation like this, yeah, I think that's good captaincy. What you don't want to do is allow Buck to get in against the off spin at the other end.
Yes.
Make him start against the bigger threat, and Wheel's bowling really nicely.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. Yeah, James Wheel continues to impress in this game. Runs in towards us, bowls to Nathan Buck, who pushes forward. Once again, it runs up to mid-off, and there's no run. Dan Douthwaite, the fielder there, who contributed as he usually does with bat and ball. 44 good runs off 91 balls in the first innings. A partnership of 92 with his captain in 28 overs. And then yesterday picked up the wicket of Luke Proctor, caught behind down the leg side. Here's Wheel in again, bowling to Buck, who without a great deal of foot movement drives to backward point, where it's fielded by Kieran Carlson and there's no run. To say in fairness, Nathan Buck's a big tall man and uses his reach well, as Tom Taylor did a week ago in that epic innings that he played. Extraordinary innings really, 13 off 115 balls in for 2 hours in support of Luke Proctor at Old Trafford. He says probably the first time he's ever played an innings like that in his life, I would think. Wheel in again, bowls to Buck, big appeal as he tries to pull, misses it. Not out, says umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. I'd have thought maybe a wee bit high, and certainly angling probably down the leg side. The umpire's just having a word with the bowler, telling him why it wasn't out. The bowler may be telling him why he thinks it was. Unfortunately, only one opinion matters, that of the umpire.
Yes, clipping the top of leg bail at best, I think.
Umpire's call. 3-2-9 for 8. Sun comes out, which is nice to see, and once again the fielders being pushed back, certainly on the offside, to give Nathan Buck the single with 1 ball left in the over. That's wide outside the off stump. Buck doesn't have to play it and doesn't. Goes through to Chris Cook. End of the over. Nathan Buck 1, Berg 56, Northamptonshire 329 for 8, which means they trail by 78, and James Wheels bowled 18 overs, 2 for 43.
Cook's innings, Nick. Obviously, I didn't see the first 2 days, but just from the numbers and the time he batted, was it an un-Cook-like innings?
Well, he can play in a lot of gears, Chris Cook. He had to work hard for it. He had a particularly fluent spell somewhere in the middle. I think it's fair to say, Andrew.
Yes.
Started cautiously.
Struggled a bit at the start, didn't he? Had to work really hard to get the first 20-30 runs.
Yeah. And then slowed down a little at the end while the others were hitting at the other end, as the first ball of Taylor's over is played on the offside by Burke and there's no run. Mind you, with Wheel and Hogan hitting merrily, he didn't need to do much apart from sit and admire it. Hit 1-6.
Hogan loves batting against Northants.
Doesn't he just? Taylor round the wicket, bowls, driven for a single by Burke on the offside, sweep out on the cover boundary. 3:30 for 8. The field converges slightly. Hogan is still, what, about 2/3 the way back at long on, in case Buck brings out the long levers, and he just edged it wide of slip for 4. Running down to third man in front of the Lynn Wilson centre. And, well, you don't have 2 slips for a spinner hugely often, but had that been a second slip, it would probably have been in there.
It was a healthy edge, wasn't it? He's certainly given the ball a little bit of air. I'm not sure about that particular delivery, but a number of the balls he's bowled from this pavilion end, he's given quite a bit of air to.
Yeah, learning his trade really as a spinner still Callum Taylor at 3:34 for 8 as he comes over the wicket, and that's defended by Buck. No run. Came into the side as primarily a batsman, but is the first choice spinner in this particular lineup. Allows the next one to go through, does Nathan Buck. Marnus Labuschagne will probably bowl quite a few overs, I imagine, when he arrives next month. As Buck quite rightly says, the field is changing. Let me wait and see where that man is, as backward square retreated, but to no avail really, because the last ball of the over was just allowed to go through outside off stump. 334 for 8, Buck 5, Berg 57, the only man out this morning. Parnell bowled Wheel for 54.
I guess the only thing that I would think about doing differently in terms of the field and the ins and outs, and we've talked about what Glamorgan are trying to do, which is bowl as many balls at Buck as they can at this stage. I might encourage my mid-on and mid-off to come a little bit tighter. just to say, do you fancy hitting one over the top? They'll know that Nathan has got that in his armoury. They'll also know that he's only just got in. He won't want to let Berg down and the team down by losing a soft dismissal. But he bats down the order for a reason, and part of that is he makes mistakes. So can you clear the men straight? If he does it once or twice, okay, they can go back. But that might be an opportunity for them to force that error.
Well, the field scattered to all parts now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the boundary. As Wheel comes in and bowls to Berg, who plays it out to one of those. This man just coming in off the extra cover boundary, James Harris, and they come through for a single, which is what they were obviously endeavouring to do. So Gareth Berg goes up to 58, 3-3-5 for 8. And now the field coming in for Nathan Buck. 2 slips in place. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, deep mid wicket in front of the west stand, and a long leg also on the boundary in front of the old mound stand near the signal box. As Wheel comes in, bowls to Nathan Buck, plays that up to extra cover. And it's Harris who fields, and there's no run. Yeah, Gareth Berg, who's got first class hundreds, shared a record 9th wicket partnership for Middlesex of 170 odd with Tim Murtagh a few years ago. Gareth Berg now 40 years old, but as Phil was saying earlier, still really into his cricket. He was talking to us during the Kent match and said first morning of the season he was still really nervous. Short goes Wheel and pulled by Nathan Buck, and has that gone all the way? I think it probably just about bounced in front of the rope. It's just Peter Hartley having a check with the fielder. He hasn't signalled anything yet, and he's giving it a 6. I just wondered if it just was close to the rope. It was a short ball, and Nathan Buck took it on. It's a short boundary down there, as we've been saying throughout the match, and it cleared the ropes. So 6 to Nathan Buck, 11 to him, 341 for 8. 2 men back. So the stroke had an element of risk about it.
I think that's it's good cricket from both batter and bowler. Absolutely right to bang one in at the number 10. It didn't quite get high enough, I'd say. Bucky had a flap at it. I think the ball just pitched on the rope. It might have taken some of the leather out of the ball, which is why they're changing it.
Very close to it. Yes, we have got now a change of ball. Michael Hogan's obligingly come up from the front of the Spencer Pavilion, where the spare box of balls is kept, and he's now standing there. So Peter Hartley's going through a box of chocolates to choose which one's the Turkish delight which he doesn't want, and which one's the caramel that he does. He's finally come up with one that meets the umpire's approval, and the players now taking the opportunity, fielders and batsmen, to have a drink. So you can see that is come out in the fetching blue tabard.
I think that's Gus Miller.
It is Gus, yeah. Bedford School and member of the Northamptonshire Academy.
That proves the importance of local knowledge. You can identify a 12th man who hasn't got a number, has got a tabard on and is masked up and wearing a cap.
Well, we did describe...
There's not much of him to actually identify.
Well, I think he was my last signing when I was running the academy, so that's I've got a vested interest in how he goes.
He was... we were talking about Gareth Berg, who of course was 12th man in the previous match. Didn't play up at Old Trafford, but spent more time on the field, I think, as 12th man than if he'd actually been playing. His Wheel again, bowling to Buck, and this time it's outside the off stump. Decent carry again from Wheel, goes through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. And Gareth Berg at that point had got his tabard on, a sort of snood, his dark glasses, cap pulled down, and he was described by one of our viewers on live stream as looking like the Invisible Man.
How does anyone know what the Invisible Man looks like?
It was a very good point, but I think in the TV series, when he wanted to be visible, it was what he looked like. So he was like the Invisible Man when he wasn't invisible, if you see what I mean. Wish I hadn't started this. His Wheel in again, bowls full length to Nathan Buck, who drives back down the pitch. Wheel stops it in his follow through, doesn't field it cleanly, but
it's no run. It's a bit like, Andrew, how do you know when you've nearly run out of invisible ink? It's one of those.
Well, you knew exactly what the viewer in question meant. It was an interesting look, but then again, it was Gareth Berg, so You would expect nothing less. Now, back a point, back on the boundary. That's what, 1 ball to go in the over. As Wheel comes in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Nathan Buck just lets it go through to Chris Cook. End of the over, 341 for 8. Buck is 11, Berg is 58. Northamptonshire still 66 runs behind, and James Wheel 19 overs now, 3 maidens and 2 for 50.
So from the small, that's probably Wheel's least effective over as he walks off to the boundary. Yes, he got hit for a 6, but it was a bounce, didn't quite get high enough. So no problem with that. But he didn't make the batsman play enough for me. There were too many easy leaves, too wide of off stump. You know, he's got a good ring of fielders on the offside. Make Buck drive the ball, get it up there, challenge off stump a little bit more. By all means, bang a couple in to push him back, and then see if he wants to come back into the ball on the front foot. But he can't. It was a bit of a nothing over from the bowler's perspective.
There we are, Callum Taylor trying to provide us something over from the Welsh perspective. But he is bowling to the well-set Gareth Berg on 58 not out, with a slip and just 3 saving the single, and forward comes Berg playing back to the bowler, and there's no run. Callum Zinzan Taylor, middle name after the All Black rugby player, Zinzan Brook. Bowls again, and Berg works it on the leg side. It escapes the grasp of Balbirnie at shortish mid-wicket and is fielded by Wheel at a deepish mid-wicket.
Oh, that Zinzan. I was trying to think of another one.
There's hundreds of them. 342 for 8. Buck on strike. A further 3 players come in to save the single. Just 1 out on either side of the wicket now. Deep mid-wicket and cover point. As that's floated nicely by Taylor and defended out on the offside by Nathan Buck.
What's Balbirnie's deal? Is he with you all season? Is he got a full member of the squad, or is he on a fancy kind of come and go deal?
As in comes Taylor and bowls, nurdled round the corner. Balbirnie fields, and they've gone through for a single. 342 for 8. He has the interesting role of filling in for Marnus Labuschagne until he gets here.
Yeah, I thought I'd read that somewhere. Okay.
So Balbirnie probably one more match in this particular spell, though it wouldn't be entirely surprising to see him back at some point in the season, as that's clipped away on the leg side by Berg to move on to 60. 344 for 8. The deficit now just 63 runs.
How's he gone, Nick, so far?
Hasn't really got going.
Okay.
As Taylor bowls, and forward comes Buck defending, and the over. 344 for 8. Buck 12, Berg 60. Yeah, he did well in the T20 at the end of last season, and looked technically correct while playing well in T20, so we had hopes of him, but yet to see the best of Andrew Balbirnie, and he may well only have 1 more match in which to provide the best of himself.
Yeah, that's a he probably needs more of a run to sort of work out his red ball game.
It's a bit of a hiding to nothing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Coming over for 4 championship games at the start of the season.
Yeah.
I think Ben Smith was making the point yesterday that he's very, very keen to improve his red ball cricket, but it's not an easy gig, as you were saying. John Whiting's been on to us about another famous Zinzan, which we'll come up to in a second. Slip in place, Wheel comes in, bowls to Gareth Berg, who's solidly in behind that, pushes it up to extra cover, and there's no run. And Chris Zinzan Harris, the New Zealand all-rounder, remember he used to bowl little dibbly-dobblies, and so yeah, there's another one. Thanks for that, John.
It's good knowledge, that.
Well, John's one of our regular listeners and certainly knows his stuff. Morning to John and Erica up there in Spratton. Very nice village just to the north of Northampton. And here's Wheel in again, bowls to Berg, who comes across his stumps, plays it up on the onside. The aforementioned Andrew Balbirnie fields, and there's no run. Yeah, Balbirnie out in the first innings. LBW to Gareth Berg for 3. Berg really is having a good game. He bowled beautifully, I thought, in the Glamorgan innings. Say the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers. 25 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 69. Did as he did against Kent. Just give He's kept in a bit of control and now scoring very valuable runs as well. Here's wheel in again, bowls to Berg, just reaches for that a little bit, drives it up to mid-off. Douthwaite fields and there's no run. Some behind sort of high clouds at the moment, and it is certainly a bit cooler than it was yesterday. Any thoughts of removing the fleece, I fear, have been put to one side for the time being.
Yeah, I think the fourth layer may be on this afternoon.
Could well be made. You need to save it for tomorrow. You won't feel the benefit, as my old nan used to say. Here's wheel running towards us, bowls once again to Berg, who's on the front foot, plays it back down the pitch. Wheel fields and his follow through, and there's no run.
I've got plenty more in the car.
You've got your playing kit in the car. You mentioned once or twice you've had to dig into that when it's been particularly cold.
Now you mention it, yes, I have, for various complicated reasons, in case there was a possibility of a game for a side that I have played for in England, but that's not transpiring, so the kit won't be used till till Monday night.
Short-term contract, is it? Here's wheel in again. One slip in place, bowls to Berg, drives nicely up to mid-off, and Berg thinks about a single, but can't beat the fielder there, and there's no run. Stays on 60, and Northamptonshire on 344 for 8.
You're a cricket tragic, aren't you, Nick? That's what I'm finding out about you. Drive around the country with your kit in the car on the off chance that someone might need to bring you in for a game. That's brilliant. I love that.
Well, so there's plenty of cricket, recreational cricket being played around Northamptonshire and surrounding district today. And here's wheel in again, bowls to Berg, right up on leg stump, works it up on the onside. it beats the man coming in at mid wicket and almost beat the fielder at mid on as well. They both finish up on the floor. The upshot of it is no run, end of the over. 60 to Berg, 12 to Buck, 344 for 8, as the players converge on the man in the tabard with the Hansan, and Northamptonshire 63 runs behind, but pretty good morning, starting this morning at 251 for 7, so they've added 93 runs in just about 90 minutes at the crease, with the loss of just 1 wicket.
The man in the tabard is Roman Walker. Joe Cook, the other member of the Glamorgan squad, is remaining on for a couple of overs to do a bit of fielding, probably while someone changes their boots. Haven't noticed any injuries.
Much better over that from Wheel, there or thereabouts. He was challenging off stump, asking questions, encouraging Berg, looking to maybe get through a couple of those and drive the ball. That's looking like a good opportunity for a wicket as well. So yeah, good aggressive dot ball bowling there from Wheel, a much better over from him.
Callum Taylor making sure that he's got his fielders right as he bowls to Buck, who's forward defending. Good morning to Trevor Freeman, who's back on the stream in Dublin for this game and enjoying watching this because of a significant delay for cricket in Ireland. Commiserations. As defending off the back foot is Buck there. Good solid bat. Steve West, many people may predict a draw. Glamorgan can often delight and surprise one way or another, indeed. As forward comes Buck, drives on the offside, and there's no run. The odds of a draw have risen this morning, so have the odds of a Northampton victory, which seemed extremely unlikely at one point as Buck defends another one. But they're going to be within touching range. There won't be a significant first innings advantage for Glamorgan, you feel. Down to 60 odd as Taylor bowls, and Buck watches it very carefully onto the bat and plays it out gently on the onside. Joe Cook does the fielding. Taylor into Buck again, who drives on the offside and will take a single out towards the cover boundary. Selman fields, and Buck has nicked the strike.
Must have been. I don't know if either of you spoken to the captains about what Glamorgan would have done at the toss, and I don't know whether Adam has spoken to you, Radders, about the decision to insert.
No, not particularly. I think they felt it, as they often do here, that if you're going to get anything out of it, you're going to have to get it in the first session, and an hour into the afternoon, say, and after that, it certainly, as was the case against Kent, it just gets flatter and flatter, and as the ball gets softer and softer, it becomes harder and harder. You see what I mean? Here's Wheel starting a fresh over from the indoor centre end, bowls to Nathan Buck, who again stands up tall, plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's hard when it's soft.
Quite.
And it's easy when it's hard, or something.
But I think the point, actually, you were saying yesterday, Nick, about saying that Glamorgan's top order has had a few issues in the early stage of the season, and they've been looking for runs lower down the order. Well, it seems to be the case with Northamptonshire, as you say. 76 for 5, 345 for 8. Here's Wheel, and again, one slip in, bowls to Buck, who stands up tall, cracks that away through the covers. That's a handsome stroke, and he's going to pick up 4 more runs.
Handsome stroke from a handsome man, as he would tell if he was saying. That's just a proper cricket shot, isn't it?
Was.
And that's what I was saying about Nathan. You know, he has all the hallmarks of a proper orthodox batsman. I do wonder, you know, if he started his career again, and could he work his way up to sort of number 8, number 7 maybe?
Well, he turns 30 on Monday, so maybe he's just thinking about the next stage of his career. He goes up to 17 now, 349 for 8. Northamptonshire 58 runs behind. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Buck, who comes right across his stumps, looks to play it down on the onside. There's just a leg by, so no addition to Nathan Buck's score, but one more to the total, and another batting bonus point, 350 for 8. And Northamptonshire pick up their 4th batting point.
Actually, 7 was too lofty. I wonder if he could work his way up to number 8. Let's leave it there.
Yeah, well, certainly the balance of the Northamptonshire side, it's giving David Ripley some headaches that I'm sure he's probably not unhappy to have, but with Tom Taylor in the squad as well, just balancing the side and giving himself a little bit of depth. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Berg, who's playing it back down the pitch, and Wheel himself fields. I mean, certainly at Old Trafford you felt that maybe they were a batsman short, but in the end Tom Taylor did a super job at number 8 in a defensive role. There's been the discussion already that we were talking about yesterday as to whether number 7 is too low for Adam Rossington. Mindful of the fact that he's obviously keeping as well, so may not want to bat a great deal higher. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Berg, who's again driving it without any great power or timing. I think it's a no ball called by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. So 2 more onto the total, 352 for 8. Sometimes you do look at the Northampton lineup at the moment, and I asked the same question that is in your mind about that extra batter. And you know, I also think if Rob Newton was on the staff and was in that middle order, that would look a considerably stronger unit for that. Yeah. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Berg, who's solidly in behind that, pushes it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Dan Douthwaite, and there's no run. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that supporters love to wrangle about, and of course they'd be doing it sitting around the boundary. Can't at the moment, having to do it from home, listening to us while watching the stream. But yeah, I must admit, at Old Trafford, you just looked and you thought the batting just looks a little bit light. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Berg, who drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of another over from James Wheel, who's now got through 21 overs in the innings, 4 maidens, 2 for 56, with Nathan Buck on 17, Gareth Berg on 60, Northamptonshire 352 for 8, and we've got around about 25 minutes to go till lunch.
Well, looks like a good comeback from Wheel. I mean, he obviously got some stick in his previous outing, but he's looked really good, the bit I've seen today, and the lads told me that he bowled very, very, very nicely yesterday as well. So good for him. You know, new club, having on debut not going very well, he's got his shoulders back and has come back stronger for it. So good for him.
As Taylor bowls flat and Buck steers to Joe Cook at mid wicket, and there's no run. Yes, after that Sussex game you thought, well, would it be kinder to allow him a game or two in the seconds to find his touch, but he's found it in the first, as Buck defends again on the offside. No run.
And he hit a 6 yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yes, obviously can strike a long ball, as we're under a layer of cloud now at Northampton, as Buck defends again on the offside. At Gloucester, there's hardly a cloud in the sky by the look of a picture tweeted by the rugby club this afternoon. So obviously the cloud is not covering all of England at the moment.
West is best today, isn't it, they were saying this morning?
3:52 for 8 as Taylor floats it up. And Buck defends again. He's tantalising the batsman.
You know, that was lovely, wasn't it? I mean, Bucky made a hash of that defensive shot because I think he was thinking, this is the one. No, and switched off at the last minute.
Taylor has to go from round the wicket with the last couple of balls of the over, and Buck drives pleasantly away to Selman on the cover boundary, who lobs it underarm in to Carlson for a bit of polishing. Kieran Carlson often seems to be one of the main polishers in this Glamorgan side. 3:53 for 8, Buck to 18. Berg strikes the last ball of the over as Taylor drags it down flat, and Berg will take the strike here as he plays it comfortably away to Dowswaite on the square leg boundary, and they go through for another single. 2 off the over. 354 for 8. Berg is 61. Berg is 61. Buck is 18, and the deficit a mere 53. 52. 53. Oh gosh.
It's in the 50s, Nick.
In the 50s somewhere, around the half-century mark.
Well, we have our first result of this
right.
round of matches down at Lord's. Surrey have collapsed like a pack of cards this morning. They were 105 for 3. They collapsed to 130 all out. This is against Middlesex, who were left to score just 18 runs for victory, which they did courtesy of Max Holden and Sam Robson without losing a wicket in just 15 balls. So Middlesex have beaten Surrey by 10 wickets early on the third day. There's James Harris coming into the attack, bowls outside the off stump to Gareth Berg, and watches that go through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. Still the one slip in place. So what a difference a week has made for Surrey. You've got that huge score last week with Ollie Pope getting 240 odd and rolled out a couple of times cheaply in this match against Middlesex.
Well, with the Middlesex seamers doing well, it's more likely that James Harris might be available for a longer loan, I guess, if needed.
Yes, absolutely. Here's Harris in again, and bowls to Berg, who slightly wide outside the off stump, has a little bit of room and just dabs it down towards backward point. James Wheel comes in off the boundary to field. One more to Berg. He goes to 61, and Northamptonshire up to 354 for 8. The bowlers to do the damage in that Surrey second innings. Toby Rowland-Jones 4 for 29. Ethan Bamber 3 for 30, and the ever reliable Tim Murter picked up a couple as well. So that game is over.
Dial M.
Yes.
That's a great nickname, isn't it? Oh, that's brilliant.
That's almost as good as Human for Paul Remains, wasn't it? It was one of my favourite ones. 2 slips in for Nathan Buck as Harris comes in, bowls to him, and he's in behind that, pushes it up to mid-off. Dowswaite fields, and there's no run. There's a bit of sunshine, which is very welcome, just reflecting off car windscreen outside the ground. In the old days, Ken Turner would have been on the microphone now. Cover that windscreen now. Yes, you. But there's very few vehicles inside the ground at the moment. As we say, we just can't wait for the time when we get spectators back in. Harrison again bowls outside the off stump to Buck, who flaps that to backward point and is caught. So his innings is over. Good catch low down by James Wheel. I thought it was. You can't keep him out of the game at the moment, can you?
That was a very, very fine catch.
It was a good catch.
From a tall guy. He got down really well.
And Berg just frustrated. He had a bit of width. He was able to free his arms, but he just slapped it to backward point. Good catch by James Wheel, and Buck goes for 18. And Northamptonshire 355 for 9.
It was quite a wide ball, wasn't it? You know, it was a court other. Let's just
Yes.
get that. Let's get that one out there. It was a court other, but he's entitled to drive the ball. You know, he's got to score. He's down the order. He's got to score. He needs to kick that ball a bit further down. But that said, it was a very good catch. So, no great blame on Bucky down at number 9 as he was, or number 10. He's got to score. That was a ball to score off. He just didn't quite get it down in time, but a very sharp catch.
Well, it was another handy little partnership. They put on 34 in 10 overs together, so it's pushed Northamptonshire up a little bit further towards this Glamorgan total, 355 for 9, just 52 runs behind as Ben Sanderson comes to the crease at number 11.
The Glamorgan opening batsman probably instructing the bowlers to get him out in about 9 minutes' time.
Absolutely, no one wants to come out twice, do they?
Chuck it wide for a couple of overs,
That's
then
right.
try and get him out.
Absolutely
Well, of
right.
course-
That's exactly what they'll be thinking as
Well,
well.
of course, as things stand, then with his 9 wickets down at lunch, I think we have a bit of overtime, don't
Yeah,
we?
we could be into
So-
overtime should these last 18 minutes or more.
Dear, what a horrible thought. delaying lunch. Dear.
Especially with the catering here, which has been
Yes, it's
really good, which is very pleasing to see, since some counties on the circuit are not providing media food.
well, we do get looked after. Here's Harris coming into bowl to the number 11, Ben Sanderson. 2 slips in. Sanderson coming right across his stumps, and Chris Cook glimpsing for a moment as they might just miss that one, and it would have been quite a loud appeal. Probably answered in the affirmative, and now the inevitable consultation between Berg and Sanderson. Quite what Gareth Berg's saying to Ben Sanderson, I'm not sure. Sanderson again played well at Old Trafford, just dug in that second innings, and was not out at the end, having batted a long time with Luke Proctor, full length, and Sanderson in behind it, plays it up to mid-on, and that's the end of a successful over for James Harris, having picked up the wicket of Nathan Buck, caught at backward point by James Wheel for 18, 355 for 9, Sanderson 0, Berg is 62, and James Harris, his figures now reading 20 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 62.
Another good bowling change but by the captain. I think first over back or second over back, picked up the important wicket, made the breakthrough, and I imagine that James Harris knows exactly how he's trying to get Ben Sanderson out, which is LBW by the looks of things. Very full and straight. The first 2 balls were bang on the money, and Sando played the second one slightly better than the first one, which he fell around. That is his most common form of dismissal is LBW. Give him any width and he can score square of the wicket on the offside. Very, very handy there. He's put the pull shot away, I think, since he used to head it for a living, Sando. I think he got hit on the head so many times in one season that I think we decided to buy shares in Missouri, the helmet company, because we had to swap them out all the time for him. So I think he's put that in the locker. But he's just got to stick around. He's got to play for the other guy, and nothing daft. You know, just play for Bergie.
Hogan in with no one saving the single apart from slip, and bowls to Berg, who plays slowly to Kieran Carlson, who walks in from deep mid-wicket. Single there if you want it, boys. Everyone round the boundary apart from bowler, keeper and slip.
So Ben Sanderson, the opposite in terms of the bat of Michael Hogan, who we were saying yesterday has never been dismissed LBW in a first-class match.
Seriously?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Is that because he stands outside leg stump? There must be a reason for that.
Hogan is in, bowls outside off stump, and no shot played by Berg.
And when I say that, I'm not criticising. He scores a lot of runs from number 10, number 11,
Yeah.
doesn't he? And he's a dangerous guy, so don't get me wrong. He plays to his method. But surely he must have been in line for a straight one and missed it at some point.
Now, front foot's usually pointing towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, okay, I was right first time. Okay.
I mean, it's not that he's afraid of the ball by any means.
No, he's creating room.
Yeah. Hogan is into bowl, and Berg defends that back to the bowler, and there's no run. He hit, in the first innings of this match, he hit 25 not out off 14 balls, including 6 boundaries. And it was the skipper who let him down by holing out at the other end.
I remember Hogan and DeLanga killing us one morning here.
Yeah. A couple of years back. As Hogan sees this one driven out towards cover by Berg, who will go through for the single off the 4th ball of the over. So now they will converge around Ben Sanderson for the last 2 balls in this game of cat and mouse, which is taking its time, so it reduces the possibility of Glamorgan having to bat before lunch if they do take this wicket. On the other hand, it increases the possibility of us not being able to get our noses in the trough on time. 3:56 for 9. The lead is 51 for Northampton. 50 would be a nice round number, wouldn't it be easy for us to calculate? Hogan to Sanderson, who's yet to score. There are 2 slips and 4 now saving the single, as Cook just wants a little bit of insurance on the offside, on the short side of the ground in case. Hogan is in to bowl to Sanderson, down leg side, and Cook takes. And now dispatches square leg out towards the ropes as well, just in front of the umpire. James Wheel retreats towards the boundary, so last ball of the over. They're trying to get him out and or offer him a single.
I think it's good captaincy again, because the ball just races away across the square there, doesn't it? It's a very wide square at Northampton, and he's just protecting that, and also he gets him on strike if he does get it through the leg side.
3:56 for 9. Hogan in to bowl, and Sanderson just blocks it competently back down the wicket. 3:56 for 9. Cat and mouse continues as Northampton trail by a mere 51 runs, and that seems a major turnaround from 76 for 5.
It's been good, hasn't it? Northampton really got stuck in. You know, it's a real cliche, this, but batting is often about partnerships, and that partnership between Parnell and Berg has completely changed the complexion of the game, and it does give Northampton some interesting potential, not just drawing this game from a very poor position, but now potentially, if they bowl really well in the second innings, they're still in the game, let's put it that way. So
they've got the possibility of winning it, which seemed extremely remote at one stage yesterday.
And it's rather dented the pattern in this game so far of wickets falling in clusters, or certainly in pairs in this match so far. Slip in place as James Harris starts a fresh over and bowls to Gareth Berg off the first ball, drives up to long off, coming in off the boundary. They briefly thought about a second, but they've come through for the single. That's 1 more to Gareth Berg, 64 to him, 3:57 for 9, so the deficit is now 50. Just looking at my notes for the Old Trafford game, I see Ben Sanderson hung around for 9 overs with Luke Proctor. Different set of circumstances, of course, and different challenges as far as the bowling was concerned, because the threat really there was more from spin. Here's Harris with 2 slips in now, bowls to Sanderson, who drives back down the pitch like a poor man's Ted Dexter.
See a couple of ducks already this season for Mr. Sanderson there.
Yes, he's I have to say Ben Sanderson, a good part of this season so far, has just looked slightly disgruntled. And particularly at Old Trafford, where the very first over of the match he should have had Keaton Jennings out, and Ricardo Vasconcelos dropped a relatively straightforward catch at first slip. I know they're never particularly easy, but he dropped one, and Ben Sanderson a rather hangdog expression for the rest of the match. That's short, and Sanderson just swaying inside the line, and Chris Cook having to take it down the leg side. Sanderson, the idea of just how he was feeling when he finally got a wicket in the first Lancashire innings up there, which was with not a particularly good delivery that Luke Wood obligingly dragged onto his stumps. He stood there with both arms in the air as though he'd just won the World Cup. Here's Harris, and again bowls to Sanderson, who works that across his front pad. That's what Phil Rowe was saying about the LBW candidate. Well, he got plenty of bat on that at any rate, and they're able to come through for a single. He moves off the mark, and Northamptonshire up to 358 for 9.
I spoke to Ben briefly this morning. I said, "How's it going overall?" And he said, "I bowled nicely at Old Trafford. Didn't get what I deserved, but otherwise, I'm not quite on it."
Yeah.
And he's a very honest man, very straightforward man. But it won't be long before he's back on it.
No, I thought he bowled pretty well here in certainly the early stages of the Kent match in pretty unpleasant conditions. Field scatters again, just the one slip in, and Berg drops that down on the offside. And Harris himself has to go and complete the fielding, and they go through for a single. One more to Berg, 65 to him, 359 for 9, 48 the deficit. Field now obviously changing around for Sanderson. Chris Cook's bringing long off in to mid off. Second slip going in. James Wheels coming in from the boundary up to extra cover, but he's keeping Kieran Carlson back at the backward point boundary. 2 men out on the leg side. As Harris comes in again, bowls to Sanderson, who again plays it up to mid-on. No problem there for him. End of another over, with Sanderson on 1. Berg 65, 359 for 9, Northamptonshire 48 behind.
So just very briefly, technically, Ben Sanderson has been out LBW. I think is by far and away his predominant mode of dismissal. And what he's looking to do to counter that, he's looking to get his right side round a bit. So he's almost sort of lining up a bit towards mid-on. So he's trying to keep his left leg out of the way. But in doing that, of course, he's playing very much across the ball. So batting sometimes can be a compromise. So yeah, you might solve the issue of getting your pad out of the way temporarily, but then your bat's coming down at a big angle.
Hogan to Berg at the start of a new over, as Berg runs that one down towards third man, or wide backward point. He'll take the single, he'll come back for a second run. Diving save by Callum Taylor on the boundary, but a comfortable 2 runs there for Gareth Berg, who moves on to 67, his highest for the county. 361 for 9. The deficit is a mere 46 and will be relatively insignificant in the course of the game. As Hogan field far and wide, and this is belted back down the pitch and has been fielded just inside the sight screen. A pause because we can't actually see that area of the pitch down in front of us, so I wasn't sure if Long On had got to it. It was Billy Root who emerges now, and they've taken a single, as that is the 1% of the ground that we can't see.
It was almost a 6 or out. I mean, it wasn't out, okay, but it was almost a 6 or out kind of shot by Berg. But I think he hit it so badly that it didn't reach the fielder, thankfully.
Just clothed it, didn't he?
68 to Berg, 362 for 9. Number 11 Sanderson is back on strike on 1 not out, as Hogan is into him, and Sanderson defends that one perfectly competently back to the bowler. Just looking at Berg, highest score of 130 in first class cricket, Middlesex against Leicestershire 10 years ago.
How many first class hundreds there, Nick, for Gareth Berg?
Good question.
Apologies, sorry, I thought you were on that. Sorry, I apologise. I thought you had his stats there.
I'll look that up.
Thank you, Radders.
Hogan is in and bowls, and that's off a leading edge, scooped out into the offside. Single taken. Sanderson doubles his score, 363 for 9. So I was on the page that's just his profile, basically.
The answer is 2.
There we are.
2, yeah.
363 for 9. 44 runs behind our Northants, who have had the better of this first session of day 3, which is now starting to feel somewhat chilly. But Hogan's there in his usual short sleeve shirt, flapping behind him as he's in to bowl, and that's driven nicely by Berg on the offside for a single. So this pair starting to get established now for the last wicket. 364 for 9. Field comes in again for Sanderson. That's the last ball of the over.
A slower ball there from Hogan. Sort of the pitch very docile, try and take the pitch out of play and just bowl some variations. There's a good option.
Sanderson again on strike. Hogan lopes away from us. Bowls and bowls him. There we are. That is the end of the Northants innings. Sanderson bowled Hogan for 2. Berg is not out 69. And Northants are 364 all out, so they take 4 batting points. Yes, we're still within the 110 overs. Glamorgan take the 3 bowling points, and Gareth Berg has played very nicely this morning, Phil.
Yeah, superb from Gareth Berg there. 69 very, very valuable runs. He looked in great nick as well. He's moving beautifully off both feet, scored both sides of the wicket. The partnership, as we've said a couple of times now with Parnell, has transformed Northamptonshire's kind of fate in this match. And I think a strange dismissal from Ben Sanderson. The last ball of that over, a straight ball, could have just blocked it. Tried to lift it over the leg side, I think, which unfortunately didn't succeed in doing. And there was more runs there to be had, I think. He just should have kept his job there really was to not get out and let Gareth try and score from the other end. But that's why he's at number 11, because of mistakes that are made. Outfield very, very quick. Wicket very, very flat. I think batters, once they get in, are looking to make big scores on this. I think that's what we're looking for in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be well, it's been a fascinating match so far. It's going to be an interesting afternoon session. Yeah, Northamptonshire 364 all out in 105 overs precisely. Gareth Berg 69 not out of 115 balls with 7 fours, as we said, his highest score for Northamptonshire. Ben Sanderson last out, bowled by Hogan for 2. I'll run through the Glamorgan bowling figures, because I know there's lots of people out there listening that like to keep their scorecards up to date. Michael Hogan finishing with 21 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 64. David Lloyd 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 63. James Harris 21 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65. James Wheel 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 56. Dan Douthwaite 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 46. Callum Taylor, the off-spinner, 17 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 48. There were 29 extras, comprising 9 byes, 13 leg byes, 6 no balls and 1 wide. Northamptonshire all out for 364 in 105 overs, so Glamorgan claiming a first innings lead of 43. And that is lunch. Lunch on the 3rd day of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan will be starting their second innings after the break. We hope very much that you'll be able to join us then in around about 35 minutes time. We're off in search of some lunch. Hope you enjoy yours too.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session here at Northampton, where Glamorgan are just beginning their second innings, having had a first innings advantage of 43, as that is driven out into the offside by David Lloyd. Ben Sanderson is opening the bowling for Northamptonshire. Apologies for a brief technical issue, which means that you missed precisely one run to Nick Selman. So apologies to the Nick Selman fan club, but he is underway. Northants bowled out on the stroke of lunch, which is why we're underway a couple of minutes earlier than would normally be the case. 13:37, as Sanderson is in to bowl to Lloyd, who's hit on the pad, and the ball trickles out on the offside. No run. Story of the morning session then. Northants resuming on 251 for 7. They added 113 runs for the loss of their last 3 wickets, most of which were garnered by Gareth Berg, not out 69, and Wayne Parnell, who made 54. And there were 2 wickets each in the Glamorgan bowling attack, as Sanderson bowls and Lloyd defends on the leg side. No run. 2 wickets apiece for Hogan, Lloyd, Harris and Wheel, 1 for Douthwaite and a run out. The bonus point situation is that Glamorgan took 7 from the first innings to Northants 6. Northants having missed out on 1 bowling point. Both sides got 4 batting points. So Glamorgan 43 ahead at halfway, which they've extended by 1 in this first over of the second innings. Bowled by Sanderson to Lloyd, who works that away on the leg side and will take a single to mid-wicket. These two put on 66 in the first innings, which was the first Glamorgan half-century opening partnership of the season. And the clouds are somewhat grey overhead. It is certainly less sunny than in many parts further west, and a little cooler than on days 1 and 2. Sanderson is in and bowls to Selman, who defends on the leg side, and there is no run. Thus concludes the first over. You're up to date with what's happened. I'm Nick Webb, BBC Sport Wales, alongside me Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northampton, and the former Northants assistant coach Phil Rowe. Phil, how do you assess the game situation?
It's a pretty flat pitch, isn't it, and a pretty fast outfield. So, but it's a wicket. It looks to me it's a wicket that you do need to get in on. There's been a number of wickets sort of fallen in clutches, in pairs, as you said earlier, Nick, and it does have that kind of look about it. So it's a good batting pitch once you get yourself in. The new ball for Northants, I feel, is really key. So they've worked really hard at the bottom of their orders to get themselves back into this game. All results still now possible. They looked out of it at one stage, without a doubt. They've fought back into it, and now they've got to use the new ball really well to turn the tide in their advantage. Yeah.
And it's going to be Gareth Berg who's going to begin the bowling from the far end, the indoor centre end, bowls his first ball to David Lloyd, who's on the front foot, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, Berg preferred to Nathan Buck, who shared the new ball with Ben Sanderson in the first innings. What might be the thinking behind that, do you think, Phil?
Bucky doesn't take the new ball, so it's not an absolute given. But you know, you want to be starting a session with the 2 most threatening bowlers, and Gareth is in really good nick with the ball. I think it's no more than that.
Outstanding in the first innings, certainly. Is Berg in again, bowls to Lloyd, comes right across, plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run there. It's fielded by Wayne Parnell, one of the partners in a crucial partnership between Parnell and Berg that put on 108 in 28 overs for the 8th wicket. Northamptonshire at one stage 76 for 5, rallied by a century partnership between Rossington and Zabe. 2 slips in place as Berg comes in, bowls to Lloyd, dries up to mid-off, and there's no run. And then this morning, the 2 seam bowling all-rounders taking their stand up to 108 before Parnell was bowled by James Wheel for 54. Berg eventually 69 not out, his highest score for Northamptonshire in first-class cricket. And thanks to Kieran, our stats guru, his first half-century in first-class cricket for nearly 3 years. Berg comes in, bowls outside the off stump to Lloyd, and that just about creeps through to Adam Rossington behind the stumps, who's having a word with the slips about that. Again, there's not much pace in this pitch now. It does look very flat indeed. Yes, at 76 for 5, we were wondering not just whether the game would be on tomorrow, but whether the game would be on today. But terrific lower order rally by Northamptonshire. And here's Bergen again. Bowls to Lloyd, forces his way off the back foot, and he's going to get a singles. It goes down to third man, where Luke Proctor comes in off the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion to field. One more to Lloyd, 2 to him, and Glamorgan up to 3 for no wicket. And yes, Berg's last half century in first class cricket was in June 2018.
Which is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah,
because he's a genuine all rounder, 2 first class hundreds, as we talked about earlier.
And here he is, running in with the indoor centre behind him. Bowls to Selman, who's pushing up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Ben Curran. End of the over with Selman on 1, Lloyd 2, and Glamorgan in their second innings 3 without loss, which means they have an overall lead of 46.
Good first 2 overs, one from Sanderson, one from Berg, making the batters play, challenging the top of off stump. One of the things we used to look at when I was involved is we used to call them challenging dot balls. That's what we're looking for, more than 75% challenging dot balls, and they're certainly well above that kind of hurdle in those first 2 overs.
So Sanderson into the attack. First innings 1 for 93 as he's into bowl, and that's driven nicely, but hasn't pierced the field from David Lloyd. Sanderson, who has been the scourge of Glamorgan in the past, noticeably at St Helens, and will want to get himself a little bit more into this game. Not he bowled badly really in the Glamorgan innings, but without much success. As he's in now, bowls to Lloyd, who plays firmly out on the offside, and there's no run. Lloyd it was who dominated that opening stand of 66 with Selman, who made just 17 in the first innings, and Selman very definitely in need of runs if he's to retain his place in the side. Joe Cook, second team opener, got a century against Lancashire this week. He's part of the 13 here, as Lloyd plays that one nicely out on the offside. Lloyd, in contrast, has had an 80 odd and a 65 in the first innings, so he's made serious contributions in 2 out of the 5 innings to date.
There's been more and more in the game. People have filled opening spot gaps. I think that's what's happened from what you tell me, Nick, at Glamorgan. He looks well suited to it.
Yeah, it's just the confidence of being able to ride out the occasional low scores as he drives firmly on the onside, and there's no run. Having been promoted to open the innings in T20 cricket in recent years. And Matthew Maynard said there was just a feeling last season in the Bob Willis Trophy that Glamorgan weren't getting much momentum at the start of the innings, that they needed at least one of the batsmen to play rather more positively, as Lloyd will get runs here with 4 down to third man. Now, it came off an angled bat. I'm not quite sure whether he meant to play it.
No, he was leaving that. He was withdrawing the bat, and actually got the middle of the bat on it as he was withdrawing it, and it beat a crazily wide third man. And he's so square at third man, Gareth Berg, that the ball went off at about 45 degrees, and he didn't have a chance to stop it. That's how wide he is.
We saw that in the Northamptonshire innings as well, didn't we? That third man's very wide on a 45 degree angle, in order, I suppose, to cover backward point as well. As Lloyd defends back down the pitch, 7 without loss.
I just think third man should not get beaten on the inside unless it's a real genuine edge. That wasn't that run off the face of the bat, and he still had no chance to stop it, particularly when the ball's brand new. Work squarer as the ball gets older and slower off the wicket, but start finer and work squarer would be my suggestion. And I think long leg is very square as well.
I think it's this short boundary, isn't it, that the captains are very recognising of the fact that the ball is racing over there, and they're trying to have one man do two jobs basically.
And he ends up probably doing neither particularly effectively.
We were trying to quantify yesterday how many runs we think that short boundary is worth, and I think Ben Smith's view was that if you think of leg side fours as 2 instead of 4. Here's Berg starting a fresh over, bowls to Nick Selman on drives nicely up to mid-on, and there's no run, 2 slips in place. If you work it out that way, then you can probably work out how many runs across the innings. Then possibly knock 2 down to 1. Probably 40 runs in an innings maybe?
Yeah, I think it's 40 or 50 that Ben reckoned.
Yeah. Here's Berg. In again, bowls to Selman, who just plays that away just in front of square on the onside. Goes past Steve O'Shaughnessy's left boot, the umpire at square leg, and Ben Sanderson comes round to field, and they pick up one more run. Takes Nick Selman up to 2, and Glamorgan up to 8 for no wicket. Having said about the Surrey Middlesex game, which is already over down at Lord's, there's 1 or 2 others that look so they may be finishing today, not least at Hove. Berg is in, bowls to Lloyd, who clips that away to mid-wicket, only half stopped by Ben Curran, and they're able to come through for a single. 1 more to Lloyd, 7 to him, and 9 for no wicket, which is of course one of the other matches in Group 3 down at Hove between Sussex and Yorkshire. Yorkshire in the second innings recovered well, 301 for 9 in their second innings. They lead by 230, so that's set up very nicely for the rest of the day. And also at Edgbaston, where Essex in their second innings are 26 for 4 in what's turned out to be basically a 1 innings game, pretty much parity on first innings. Craig Miles has taken 2, Ollie Hannon-Dolby's taken 2. Berg in again, bowls to Selman, who just dangles his bat at that outside the off stump, beats the outside edge, goes through to Rossington.
Yeah, Essex had to dig deep against Durham, didn't they?
Yes, a bit of a Houdini act in that match. They'll have to do something probably even more extraordinary in this one. Down at New Road, Worcestershire's 436 all out, Nottinghamshire 193 for 5 in reply. At Riverside, Durham 475 all out, Derbyshire battling away 245 for 7. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Selman, who this time plays off the back foot up to extra cover, and it's Charlie Thurston who fields in the Sun Hat, and there's no run. And Kent in trouble against Lancashire down at Canterbury. Lancashire 525 all out. Canterbury bowled out for 169, and following on are 17 for no wicket in their second innings. At the Rose Bowl, Hampshire 470 all out, Gloucestershire now 189 for 4. Break off as Berg comes in again, bowls to Selman, who plays this up to Rob Keogh at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 2 to Selman, 7 to Lloyd. Glamorgan 9 for no wicket, leading by 52 overall. And in the other match, of course we know that Middlesex have beaten Surrey by 10 wickets. That was this morning. The other match up at Grace Road, Leicestershire are 160 for 5 now in their second innings against Somerset, which means Leicestershire lead by 75. So that's brought you up to date.
Second slip has gone out into deep mid-wicket, which is an early call from Gareth Berg and Adam Rossington jointly, but it does suggest that we're going to bowl wicket to wicket here. There's a bit of variable bounce, some are keeping a wee bit low, so I think hitting the stumps is the way that Northants are looking to take wickets here.
As Lloyd will get a single here down towards backward point. A few comments on Twitter, at OldManRad, RADD, or at NickWebb2017 if you want to tweet us. Paul Gower says Glamorgan have got it still all to do really. Chris Drew, I'd be tempted to go funky on the batting order this session. What is that, Chris? 10 without loss. Glamorgan lead by 53. As Sanderson tears in and bowls, and Salmon plays to mid-on. It's fielded by Parnell, and there's no run. Stephen Moss suggests that Glamorgan are in need of a strike bowler, because there's too much in the way of medium pace from the Glamorgan attack, is his theory, and play a specialist spinner. That's the plea from Stephen Moss. I doubt we'll see a specialist spinner in this Glamorgan side in this block of championship games. As forward comes Salmon and plays again to Parnell at mid-on. Steve West, we should lead by 250 at the close today. Well, yes, depends how many wickets are down and whether Glamorgan are in a position to push on tomorrow morning, because the pitch, while we've had this bit of up and down, has not given too much hope to the bowlers as yet, as Salmon defends firmly to mid-on again. Parnell in the fielding for the third time in the over. From that brief sight you've had of Glamorgan's attack this morning, Phil, would you agree that with the point there's too much of the same thing?
I think it's pace changes games, doesn't it? And obviously you guys are used to having Delanga in your team.
As that's defended again by Salmon on the onside, no run. Yes, now with Somerset.
Yeah, so once you've had someone who can do those different things, and it does take the wicket out of play largely with that sort of pace through the air, then you're going to miss that. And who wouldn't want a 90-mile-an-hour bowler in their setup? So to that extent, I can understand that. But I do think that it's a decent attack. I think if Wheel can continue to bowl as he bowled here today that I've seen, then I think it's a nicely balanced attack.
Yeah, Wheel was certainly a lot more on the money than on his debut, as Salmon defends another one on the leg side. 10 without loss. Salmon 2, Lloyd 8. What about the spinner issue? I mean, in the British game there isn't always the place for a specialist spinner. I mean, Taylor is probably a batting all-rounder as such.
And generally at this time of year in England, not many overs of spin are bowled. Although this year there have been on more wickets in the county championship to spin than perhaps for a number of years. So that's quite encouraging. And there's been more runs actually overall. So
yeah.
perhaps telling me that wickets are drier for some reason than they might have been, or flatter. And it is taking the kind of the medium paces a little bit, not out of the game, but it's making them less effective.
Here's Gareth Berg starting a fresh over from the indoor centre end, drives up to mid-off, ball to David Lloyd, and there's no run.
So there's a few considerations really, aren't there? There's what does it do to the balance of your team? What are the surfaces you're going to be playing on is probably the biggest consideration. And the third one, of course, is how good is your specialist spinner? Because he's got to be better than your fourth seamer probably. And in the conditions that we find ourselves in April, is that likely to be the case? If it is, then by all means get him in.
Berg with one slip in place, comes in again, bowls to Lloyd, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Berg fields and there's no run. Yes, it was interesting, of course, up at Old Trafford, Phil, Northamptonshire's previous match, where we turned up there and at the toss waiting for the teams, and Northamptonshire had gone in with 3 spinners and Lancashire with 2, having brought Matt Parkinson into the side, and we were sort of wondering quite what the surface was going to be like, and then all sorts of dark predictions about a pitch that was going to break upon the second day. Well, it didn't. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Lloyd, and that's forced away nicely off the back foot through the covers, running out towards the boundary. He's just going to cross the rope. No, it's not. It's a good chase all the way back there by Charlie Thurston. It was Charlie, yeah. I thought with the help of the sun hat that dropped off, a bit of assistance from Safe Zabe running back there. They come through for 3 runs, 11 to Lloyd, and Glamorgan up to 13 for no wicket. Yes, it's so used to seeing Charlie Thurston's son hat, it rather throws you when he loses it.
But it did spin up there, didn't it, Andrew?
Yeah, it did. It did turn, but I thought it was a really good 4-day pitch. It turned appreciably on the fourth day with the ride of that as Berg bowls short and Selman just ducks underneath it, goes through to Adam Rossington. With the ride of that, as we were discussing earlier, a lot of that had to do with the fact that it was obviously with the leg spinner Parkinson was able to exploit the footmarks that were there with all the right arm over the wicket bowlers from the Brian Statham end, because there were 5 left-handers in the top 6, and that did help. But it didn't turn sharply. It wasn't a terror trap by any stretch of the imagination. I think it was a really good surface. And there's Berg once again forcing Selman onto the back foot, plays up to mid-on where Parnell fields and there's no run.
Yeah, so I think, Nick, to your question from the Glamorgan listener about getting a specialist spinner in, I think, yeah, by all means, but the conditions need to be appropriate to that. And as it happens, I'm a big fan of those conditions that would allow that to happen, which is flatter pitches, basically, less grass on the pitches and being a little bit flatter. And the wicket's deteriorating, as Andrew said up at, you want the wicket to deteriorate and bring the spinners into the game.
Here's Berg in once again, running towards us, bowling to Selman. Sun behind a cloud hits Selman high up on the thigh pad. It drops down on the offside. Thurston Fields, end of the over, with Selman on 2. Lloyd 11, 13 for no wicket. Glamorgan at the first sanitisation break of the innings. That means that Glamorgan are 56 runs ahead. I actually asked Adam Rossington at the end of the match what he thought to the pitch, and his view, and I know Dave Ripley's as well, was that it was a really good 4-day pitch. It did a bit on the 4th day, but not, it didn't sort of go. It wasn't crumbling or anything, but it maintained a decent balance. And interestingly, when you had someone like Saqib Mahmood, who was probably the quickest thing on show, when he slipped himself and he bowled 2 really quick spells with a new ball in each innings, it really did go through. I mean, just ask Emilio Gay, because the ball he got in the second innings, I don't think anybody would have fancied too much. So there was a bit in it for everybody. So as such, I think it was a good surface.
Well, so we've talked a bit about the spin there and flat surfaces. Also, it brings pace into the game more. You need that pace if the ball's not deviating off green wickets. So overall, it's good for cricket.
Sanderson is running away from us in the Ken Turner stand and bowls, and that's driven down the ground by David Lloyd. That's timed nicely, much to the approval of his colleagues in the dressing room beneath us. And Lloyd moves on to 15 of the 17 that Glamorgan have on the board in this second innings. Talking about spinners, and looking back at the Bob Willis Trophy last year, Glamorgan played Kieran Bull, who's now at spinner in 4 matches. He only claimed 9 wickets and lost his place in the Glamorgan squad as a result. He was released at the end of the season, as Sanderson is into bowl and Lloyd plays again on the leg side. This time Parnell can field it and there's no run. Owen Morgan bowled a few overs, but he was released as well, played just the 1 game. So Glamorgan went really heavily with the spin for the T20, where Prem Sisodia opened the bowling every time, and Andrew Salter also bowled a full quota of overs, and Callum Taylor bowled a few as well. So a couple of matches they were half spin, half seam. As Sanderson is in, and that's defended back to the bowler by David Lloyd. No run, 17 without loss. So it's a bit of a contrast. You use 2 completely different guys in the T20 who hadn't played at all in the 5 4-day games.
And that's increasingly, I think, likely to be the case. It isn't really a case at all, is it, in white ball cricket, particularly T20 cricket, and also the 50 over game, about how many revs you get on the ball, how far you turn it. It's really about control in white ball cricket with the spinners.
Sanderson bowls and worked away on the leg side, but fielded by Thurston at mid-wicket. Well, Sisodia was really a sort of breakout star because he was tossed the ball first over of every game with his slow left arm, or on occasion not quite so slow left arm. He fizzed a few through.
He did. I saw him in one game and he was firing it, and he did well, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh yes, Glamorgan played Northants at Birmingham, didn't they?
That's right, yeah.
A Northants home in inverted commas game. Sanderson bowls. Oh, that's off the inside edge down to fine leg for David Lloyd. He'll pick up 4 runs for it, but nearly played on there as that one went racing away to the ropes at the far end, but the batsman knew very little about it. 21 for naught.
Interesting, David Lloyd is showing Ben Sanderson where on the bat that hit. So it was on the bottom inside corner of the bat. Knowing Ben, he won't be very amused by that. He'll be thinking, I don't care where it hit, it went for 4. It's on my figures. Or words to that effect.
Last ball of the Sanderson over then, and Adam Rossington is standing up. So Sanderson with the new ball, we saw him standing up later in the innings in the first dig, but Rossington is taking his chances up the wicket as there's appeal as the ball, strangled shouts of catch it as the ball bounced away on the offside. It didn't carry to slip whatever it hit. 21 without loss. Lloyd has 19, Selman has 2. The lead is 64. Phil Rowe and Andrew Radd for the next few minutes.
So yeah, Rossington's come up to the stumps there to keep the batter in his crease to increase the likelihood of an LBW decision being given. If it beats the inside edge. That one just got a little feather on it on the inside edge. It did strike the pad, but obviously caught the bat on the way through. So that's what's needed on this pitch, is a bit of thinking. They've gone to it quite early. I quite like that. Don't do it too late. They've decided the LBW's away. Get the batsman back in his crease. Get the keeper up.
Well, it's going to be Gareth Berg who's going to be continuing the attack from the far end. It's sunshine now, which is nice to see. Been fairly overcast for much of the day. One slip in place as Berg comes in, bowls to Selman, plays that up towards mid-wicket, and it's fielded by Rob Keir when there's no run. The field, Vasconcelos in there at slip, then a third man, backward point, extra cover. In animated conversation with Charlie Thurston with mid-off and mid-on, fairly short mid-wicket. That's Rob Keogh, mid-wicket on the boundary, and a deep backward square on the boundary. Here's Berg in again, bowling to Selman, who's forward, plays it back down the pitch for Berg to field. Just to warn you, if you're listening on BBC Online, that at the end of this over you'll just lose us for hopefully just a moment or two. We've just got to put another shilling in the meter and just do a little bit of technical wizardry at this end, and then hopefully you'll be back with us in just a moment or two. But that'll be at the end of the over, and then hopefully you won't miss a delivery. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Selman, and that just turned him round a touch, held its line. He plays it up to extra cover where it's fielded by Charlie Thurston, and there's no run.
I think this is a good examination of the defensive techniques of the two openers here. Northants have been really on the money. There's been one or two slip down the leg side, but that's all. Otherwise, really on the money, testing the inside edge more than the outside edge. But that one's, as you say, just held and offered to go away. It's been good cricket.
Yeah, it's a good contest. There's Berg in again, bowls to Selman, plays that to backward point where safe save fields and there's no run. Just thinking about Ben Sanderson. We were talking before lunch, Phil, about Ben Sanderson just looked slightly hangdog in the last week or so up at Old Trafford and again here, and not terribly happy with his lot. I was just thinking, it's not often that we mention Itmar, the old radio show on cricket commentary, but I was thinking of that character Mona Lott, who was always being so cheerful that keeps me going. Do you remember them? Is Berg in again, bowls to Selman, and again a little minor moral victory for the bowler as Selman plays it off a thick inside edge up on the onside. Berg looks to the heavens briefly, but while he's looking to the heavens, Selman and Lloyd are completing a single. One more to Nick Selman, 3 to him, 22 for no wicket. As in the first innings, David Lloyd, the more aggressive of the pair, made a good 65 off 80 odd balls, reaching 50 off 69 with 9 fours before lunch. It's a good innings. Here's Lloyd in again, plays up to mid-off and there's no run. And dismissed right on the stroke of lunch when he was picked out Charlie Thurston at square leg off the bowling of Wayne Parnell. If you're listening online, we'll be just leaving us for a second. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you in 30 seconds or thereabouts. And as if by magic, we're back with you on BBC Online. Thanks for just bearing with us while we did a little bit of tweaking and what have you. Ben Sanderson going to start a fresh over from this pavilion end. Keeper standing up, 2 slips in place, bowls to Selman, who plays it out to Ben Curran at extra cover, and there's no run. A little bit of breeze, Phil, now just ought to help Sanderson shape the ball away from the 2 right-handers.
Yeah, it's just offering, isn't it? The flags are flying to the right to left as we look from the Ken Turner stand. So yeah, it's picked up a wee bit.
It has. I was just he's sort of billowing the players' trousers a little bit. You can sort of see the difference from this morning. 2 slips in, Sanderson in again, bowls to Selman, who's forward, pushes it up to Wayne Parnell at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, I had a chat with Sando this morning, with Ben Sanderson this morning before play, and you mentioned moan a lot. If Ben Sanderson knows his job is to take wickets, and when he's not doing that, he feels that he's not doing the job that he's kind of paid to do and he's here to do. He is on it today. From what I've seen so far, he's there or thereabouts every ball.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Selman, and once again right on the money. Selman just coming forward, playing it defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run. Here's Sanderson warming to his task here. Seems to have just dropped nicely onto his line and length. At no stage of the season, I've been lucky enough to watch every ball of the campaign. Would you say Ben Sanderson was bowling badly? He's not. He's just that little half a percent of bite that you would normally expect to see from Sanderson. That's outside the off stump, and good take by Adam Rossington. You're talking about keeping early on, Phil. I think one of the hallmarks of Northamptonshire season so far, I think Adam Rossington's keeping really well at the moment.
Yeah, I think his keeping has improved steadily over his time with us. It's one of the reasons why he was able to move on from Middlesex, because he wanted to keep wicket. So there are some keepers around who don't really want to do the job, and Adam desperately wants to keep wicket, and he works very hard at it.
Standing up quite a bit to Ben Sanderson already this season, as Sanderson bowls that to Selman, who's forward, plays it back down the pitch, and bowler himself fields. And there's no run. Also took that, I think you were with us at the time, that really good catch off standing up to Emilio Gay in the Kent match. Excellent catch in this match, standing up to standing up to Sanderson to get James Harris out, which was again a lovely bit of keeping. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Selman, who's playing slightly across that. It goes up to mid-on, Parnell fields. End of a good over from Ben Sanderson.
Another good over. He's using the crease really well. So he's experienced old pros, Ben. He's got to try and use what he's got on this surface to make a breakthrough. So he's using the crease well. That was the one from wide of the crease that angled back in earlier in the over. I think it was the third ball. He was wide of the crease, the one that held, caught the outer half of the bat. So he's doing what he can. In terms of wicket keeping, for any sort of aspiring keepers out there who may be listening, what makes the difference at this level is more so the work standing back from the stumps than it is standing up to the stumps. Of course, there are some exceptional keepers stood up to the stumps, but more of the time you're going to be standing back, and it's about kind of footwork and agility when you're standing back to the seamers.
Here's Berg starting another over with the indoor centre behind him. Bowls to Lloyd, who drives up to mid-off. It's not fielded cleanly there by Nathan Buck. Ball ricochets up towards mid-on, where Parnell completes the fielding, and they're able to come through for a single. 1 to Lloyd, 19 to him, 20 to him rather, 23 for no wicket, Glamorgan. A bit of a slide by...
Yeah, I was thinking it was 10 out of 10 for effort.
Yeah.
Artistic impression, nil point.
Here's Berg again, just the one slip in, bowls to Selman, who drives back down the pitch, goes through Gareth Berg's legs, runs up to Nathan Buck, who does field cleanly this time, and I think that's Northamptonshire's head coach. No, it's not. It's John Sadler, Northamptonshire's assistant coach, is marching round the boundary. And I thought for one moment we're going to have that wonderful moment. It's not the first time it's happened this season, but with no spectators in the ground, players held up by somebody moving behind the arm. It's almost invariably a member of the coaching staff. Here's Berg in again. That's a good ball. It didn't bounce much. It really honed in on off stump, and Selman forced to play defensively up on the onside. As Phil said, this is a really good test, and Berg was outstanding in the first innings, really did bowl well, and picked up the wickets of Selman and Balbirnie on the first morning, and then added Dan Douthwaite later on. Here's Berg in again, bowls outside the off stump. Selman just lets it go through to Adam Rossington, and there's no run there. Yes, as soon as the it seems at the moment, as soon as the sun comes out, the breeze gets up. But it's quite pleasant out there at the moment. I really can't complain, as I say, compared to what it was like 2 weeks ago when I had to conduct interviews in the snow, which was not a lot of fun for interviewer or interviewee, I can reveal. Berg in again, and bowls to Selman, who drives nicely. That's a lovely straight drive. Beats the stumps at the far end, runs up towards the front of the indoor centre. Wayne Parnell chases after it, really just to retrieve the ball, and that's a confidence boosting boundary for Nick Selman, who goes up to 7, and Glamorgan up to 27 for no wicket. Nice shot.
It's good hard cricket, this, isn't it? It really is tough cricket. The ball isn't coming onto the bat as well as it might do. That was a lovely shot through mid-on by Selman. He's kind of forced the error in a way from Berg by just defending his best stuff really, really well. So Berg goes a little bit straight, a little bit fuller, and he gets pumped back down the ground. It's really good batting.
Yeah, patience often the key in these sort of situations. Berg in again, bowls to Selman, whose front foot plays it back down the pitch. Berg himself fields it, flicks the ball backhand back to Adam Rossington, one of his many accomplishments. Selman is 7, Lloyd 20, and at the end of the over, Glamorgan 27 for no wicket, which means they lead by 70 runs.
Earlier on, about 10 minutes ago, Andrew Rad promised some technical wizardry, and what that seemed to amount to was he lowered his glasses to the end of his nose, peered over the top, and tapped a phone number into a black box. Yes, is that, have I missed it, or was that
that was it? That was the technical wizardry.
Oh,
yes, well, it's all, everything's relative, but
thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah, we just had to move from one line to another, in effect, so we can now be heard by even more people, which is always jolly nice. Got a good tale to tell here. Sanderson starting another over to David Lloyd, who steers that away through backward point down to the man at wideish third man. That's Gareth Berg, and they come through for a single. One more to Lloyd, who's 21, and Glamorgan up to 28 for no wicket.
So my point about the third man is, had he been finer, they still only get one there.
Yes, yeah.
You can't really get beaten on the inside as third man. That's not good.
It's right, but as I think Nick made the point when you were on with him, that we've seen that right the way through this match. All the time, third man and long leg have both been very wide. Short goes Sanderson, and that's pulled away by Selman out towards the boundary just behind square, and they're able to come through for a couple of runs, which Luke Proctor does the fielding. So 2 more to Selman, 9 to him, 30 for no wicket. Bright sunshine now here at Wantage Road, and there will be occasions this afternoon, if you're listening online, that I shall just have to update BBC Radio Northampton listeners. Big sports programme, of course, this afternoon. Saints and Cobblers both playing, so we'll bring you up to date with what's happening there. And there's Sanderson in, bowls to Selman, who plays that just comes across his stumps, just works it on the onside up to mid-wicket, where Thurston fields, and there's no run. It's good attritional stuff, and Wayne Parnell just having a chat with Nathan Buck, bringing Ben Sanderson into the conversation. A trio of seam bowlers. I'm not sure what the collective noun for them would be. If it's anything to do with Ben at the moment, it might be disgruntlement of seamers. There's Sanderson in again, bowls to Selman, who again plays it up to Charlie Thurston at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Nathan Buck now going through his warming up routine, so imagine we shall see him into the attack fairly soon.
He's just falling over very, very slightly, Selman,
yeah.
And I think that's what encouraged Berg to go a little bit fuller and straighter. Having done that, then he stood up tall and bashed it like Greg Chappell back down the ground past him, so a lovely bit of batting, but he's just got that hint of toppling over and playing across his front pad.
Well, Sanderson will be looking to exploit it, I'm sure. He bowls that one this time. Selman right over the top of it, head where it should be, plays it up to mid-off, and Nathan Buck fields, and there's no run. 2 slips in, Vasconcelos at first, And Rob Keogh at second. Just looking to see how many slip catches we've had in this match, and I think the answer is 2, 1 in each innings.
They're very good ones, though.
They were both good ones, yes, very good ones. There's Sanderson in again, bowls to Selman again, just playing slightly across his front pad, goes up to mid-wicket, Thurston fields end of the over, tidy one from Sanderson once again, 6 overs, no wicket for 19, and with Selman on 9, Lloyd on 21, Glamorgan are 30 for no wicket, so that gives them a lead of 73. Yes, first innings was the very good one that Ricardo Vasconcelos took, the last wicket of the innings in fact, wasn't it? The
screamer.
Got Chris Cook out, and then in the second innings Vasconcelos himself, who was caught by Billy Root, and that was travelling at first slip as he flashed at one off David Lloyd, but other than that, I think there's the only 2 slip catches in the game so far.
Vasconcelos was full length, wasn't it?
Yes.
About a foot.
Yeah. It was, again, I think it was Ben Smith who was with us and said it wasn't really an opening batsman's shot, and in all the circumstances it was hard to disagree.
The first ball of the next over from Nathan Buck is defended by David Lloyd out on the onside. So Berg bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 12.
So it's a case really, we used to talk about handing the baton on. Berg started pretty well there or thereabouts, going at 2 and a bit and over, and he hands the baton on, and now Buck has got to continue in that vein.
And he comes, just the one slip. Lloyd driving pleasantly out into the offside, but it's smothered by mid-off, and they've just gone through for a single. Lloyd 22, 31 for 1, 31 for 0 rather, and Lloyd doing his best to take the pressure off Selman at the moment, isn't he? Yeah,
he's busy, isn't he? He's busy. All of his there's a real contrast in body language between the two. Lloyd's busy, animated, Selman more kind of relaxed. As a bowler, you feel you've got a bigger margin on length against Selman, who's more of an accumulator rather than a dismantler, as is Lloyd.
Selman on strike. There's a man on the drive at silly mid-on at the moment as Selman plays the ball to him, albeit along the ground. Don't usually see that sort of position this stage of the innings.
It tells you a bit about the tactics, doesn't it? And about the pitch and the tactics for the pitch. I think he's almost level with the stumps. Normally that fielder would be a little closer and a little wider, but he's very, very tight left foot, almost on the cut strip.
Yeah, forcing the non-striker to run wide as Buck bowls, and Selman off at inside edge, plays on the leg side, and there is almost a collision there between Keogh and Lloyd, who are standing next to each other. Lloyd started off the run, and Keogh started in pursuit of the ball. Thankfully, no damage was caused. Selman's double figures, he's on 10, 32 without loss. As Parnell is doing a bit of swinging up at mid-on there, getting loose, possibly on for the next over at this end, as Lloyd plays back to the bowler, fielded by Buck in his follow-through. Lobs it onto Thurston for a bit more polishing.
Good, Bucky looks in good rhythm. He started well. He's not always a strong starter into his spell, but when Nathan starts well, he will often go on and continue to bowl well. So it's a bit of confidence that he's building. So it's great to see he's been there or thereabouts with every ball so far.
As Buck runs towards us, balls to Lloyd, who drives nicely down the ground, but it's well picked up by Parnell, making sharp ground to his left at mid-on. Cuts off the possibility of any runs. 32 without loss, Glamorgan in their second innings. Selman 10, Lloyd 22, and the overall lead is 75 runs.
I think Andrew Rudd earlier mentioned used the word attritional, and I think that's absolutely right. That's what it is. But one mustn't, think that's not skillful, because there's a real skill in with the ball to continually hit the same spot, looking to slide one in, hold one up, the discipline of that, the skill of that, and then to try and induce the error from the batter, or in fact beat them with with movement off the deck. And from the batting perspective, your defences are being challenged. I mean, we've bowled 12 overs here, 72 balls. I would imagine something in the region of 60 of those balls have been good aggressive dot balls thereabouts, challenging the stumps, challenging the top of off, both edges of the bat. So it's been really good cricket so far.
Yeah, it was a word we used quite a bit up at Old Trafford last Sunday when Northamptonshire were looking to bat out the last day, and at one point Scott Reed and I were saying, well, if you're looking at it from outside and without knowing any of the context, 155 runs in pretty much the full day at that stage, you'd have said, oh, isn't that boring? Well, believe me, it was anything but. It was absolutely gripping, absorbing cricket right the way through, and quite in the same match situation here, but it's a really good contest, and we're going to see Wayne Parnell coming into the attack in the second innings for the first time. He's going to be bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Selman. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings on his Northamptonshire debut, got some runs as well, and here's Parnell immediately bowling round the wicket, and he plays up to mid-wicket. A super bit of fielding, throws at the stumps and misses the stumps. If it had hit, it might have been tight. Terrific bit of fielding by Rob Keogh, who stopped it and threw almost in one motion, and Selman had to really put the hammer down to get home at the non-striker's end, but he did.
I think he's a goner if that hits.
Yeah, I think it was
from Selman's reaction.
Yeah, I think it was very, very tight. It was a cracking bit of fielding.
It was a fantastic bit of fielding from a fantastic fielder.
Yeah, by Rob Keogh. 11 to Selman, 33 for no wicket. Keogh in there tight at mid-wicket as Parnell bowls very full, and that's meat and drink to David Lloyd, who just leans into that, drives it away through extra cover for 4.
Did Parnell start round the wicket in the first innings?
No, I don't think he did.
No,
I think he bowled over at the start, I think from memory.
Yeah, he did come round the wicket fairly early, didn't he? But I think he
started from over, I think, yeah. I think it was noticeable, particularly yesterday, was the fact that Parnell was able to get a little bit more, perhaps an extra yard of pace than some of the other bowlers. He bent his back. Here's Parnell again round the wicket, bowls to Lloyd, who cracks that away through point this time for 4. And he just put Ben Curran out on the extra cover boundary. And Ben Curran does field, but it's only about sort of 10 seconds after it had crossed the rope at point, just to retrieve the ball and throw it back. So back-to-back boundaries for Lloyd. Both beautiful strokes, one through extra, one through point, and Lloyd up to 30 already. 41 for no wicket, Glamorgan. The lead up to 74 with all second innings wickets standing. Here's Parnell round the wicket again, bowls to Lloyd, who plays it up on the offside, where it's fielded by Saif Zaib, another brilliant fielder, and there's no run there.
Really good batting from Lloyd. He's defended really, really tight, as he looks so secure and kind of textbook in his defence and in his decision making. Anything loose, he has then climbed into and dispatched with aplomb.
He's earned the right, hasn't he, because of his defence and his patience. Here's Parnell, and again round the wicket, bowls to Lloyd, drives without any great power up to mid-off. Nathan Buckfield's.
I think Nick's been reviewing the run out.
I was trying to review the run-outs, but unfortunately Selman was out of the picture, to the side rather than not in the frame, so really wouldn't have been able to give a verdict one way or t'other on VAR.
No, I was basing my thought that he would have been out on his reaction, where he kind of looked to the heavens and was shaking his head a wee bit.
Certainly would have been tight. Here's Parnell again, round the wicket, bowls to Lloyd, takes him high up on the pad, drops down on the onside for Keogh to come in and field. End of another over, end of Parnell's first, which cost a couple of boundaries. 41 for no wicket, Glamorgan. Nick Selman is 11 and David Lloyd on 30. And once again, Gus Miller comes out in his blue tabard to dispense hand sanitizer, drinks and who knows what else.
It's a disappointing start from Parnell there. He won't be happy at all with that. It's a pitch where, as we said earlier, you have to be got out, really. It's difficult for the bowlers. There's not all the sideways movement on offer. It's quite a slow pitch, but at the same time, as a batter, you have to score when you can, because the pace isn't on the ball really to beat the fielders with all of the drives that you're going to want to play. It's just because a few have been mistimed because of that. So when you do get something with width, you have to put your hands through it and score, and that's what Lloyd is looking to do. And it does put a bit of pressure back on the bowler then. The lead is now, 80 odd, something like that, and runs will be an issue for Northampton trying to control those. So going back-to-back boundaries is not a great start from Parnell. He'll want to pull that back as soon as possible.
84 is the Glamorgan advantage here on BBC Sport Online, also via the Northants website, as Buck is into bowl, and that's driven down the ground, but not past the bowler by Nick Selman.
I'm just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two, Nick, but you can by all means carry on until then.
Thank you very much. So, grey, coolish afternoon, maybe cooler still tomorrow. Selman on strike on 11. Yet to get past 20 this season, so needs to dig in as Buck bowls, and Selman will get a single here off a thickish outside edge down to Proctor.
Yep, it's Glamorgan 42 for no wicket in their second innings, with Nick Selman on 12 and David Lloyd on 30. Yes, fine fight back by Northamptonshire. Really, you think yesterday 76 for 5, replying to Glamorgan's 407 all out. They rallied thanks to a century partnership between Adam Rossington and Save Zabe yesterday, and then another one between Wayne Parnell and Gareth Berg. Berg finishing 69 not out, his highest score for Northamptonshire, his first half century in first class cricket for nearly 3 years. Parnell on debut was out for 54, and that really boosted the county's total. 364 all out. They were eventually dismissed for on the stroke of lunch. That gave Glamorgan a first innings lead of 43. Now a question of whether Northamptonshire can make inroads at the start of this Glamorgan second innings. No success for the bowlers yet, although it's a good contest between bat and ball, but it's Selman on 12. Another boundary to David Lloyd takes him to 34. Glamorgan 46 for no wicket in their second innings. That means they lead overall by 89.
Lloyd working that last delivery down to fine leg. Didn't get a lot on it, but it's enough to race it away for 4 runs. Just one slip, 5 saving the single, 2 deep on the leg side, and the third man as Lloyd drives and that hits Buck on his follow through, and I thought there might be a bit more reaction from Nathan Buck there, but he must have iron shins.
That's a case of, oh my god, that hurts, but don't rub it, do not show any pain. At the end of the over, when he thinks no one's looking, let's keep our eye on him then and see what happens.
That was very firmly struck by David Lloyd, who is hitting the ball hard at the moment, as Buck is in again, showing no ill effects. Bowls a shorter delivery that the stocky Lloyd gets up on his toes and defends down in front of him. Thurston fields, and there's no run. And if Northants can't get rid of David Lloyd in the next hour or so, then the momentum of the game might well swing back again, given his positive approach.
Certainly, he's playing this beautifully, defending tight but climbing into anything that's loose.
Buck trying to make sure there's nothing that's loose, and Lloyd pushing hard defensively back to the bowler. Nathan Buck, who fields in his follow through. Will he be rubbing his shins? Not apparently yet.
Not yet.
46 for naught, leads 89.
So as a captain, as a bowling unit in this situation, if the ball, I mean obviously ideally the ball doesn't go to the boundary, but if we're getting hit down the ground, if the boundaries are going kind of inside, mid on and mid off, then you're more happy than if the ball is going square of the wicket and into the leg side, because obviously that suggests width. And just in the last 2 or 3 overs, we've seen some boundaries going square of the wicket, which is, is telling us a story that we haven't quite been on it. It's just slipped away. A great opening start, I thought, by Sanderson and Berg there or thereabouts, challenging the stumps, challenging the forward defence of the batters. Since the change bowlers have come on, The run rate's gone up a little bit thanks to good batting. They've climbed in, and also a few looser deliveries on offer. So Northampton do need to keep an eye on that scoreboard and try and bowl a little bit drier, whilst also trying to find the wicket at the same time.
Well, just had a committee meeting involving Adam Rossington, the captain, and his three of his main seam bowlers, Ben Sanderson, Nathan Buck and Wayne Parnell. Rossington's gone back to his position behind the stumps at the far end of the ground with a slip for company, Ricardo Vasconcelos. And now it is going to be Wayne Parnell running in to start his second over, still coming round the wicket to Nick Selman, who plays that away for a single down towards deep mid-wicket. It's Charlie Thurston who comes off the boundary in front of the main scoreboard, sends in his return. One more to Selman, 13 to him, 47 for no wicket. Northamptonshire head coach David Ripley doing a lap of the ground, having a quick word with Luke Proctor, who's down there on the boundary at deep backward square at the moment, whether there's something he wishes to be communicated to the rest of the group. We shall possibly find out in due course. There's Parnell round the wicket again, bowls to Lloyd, who again plays that to mid-wicket, and almost a carbon copy of the one in the previous over. Again, a super bit of fielding by Rob Keogh, who, as he falls, lets go of the ball. This time it was David Lloyd who was running to the danger end, and again the ball misses the stumps. Again, I don't know, my feeling was if it had hit, probably he would have been home.
Yeah.
I don't think it was quite as tight as the first one, but almost identical stroke.
Yeah, I think that's a good run. I think that's well judged.
Yeah.
He knows how hard that's come off the bat, and the other one wasn't such a good run. That was a good single.
Another terrific bit of fielding though, whatever. Here's Parnell, and again round the wicket, bowls to Selman, who plays it this time just a little bit squarer of the wicket, almost towards the square leg umpire, and Keogh has to make some ground away to his right to field that one, and there's an easy single there, and it's one more to Selman, who's 14, and Glamorgan up to 49 for no wicket, so the lead 92.
It's fine margins on bowling straight. You know, bowling straight means bowling straight at off stump. At the moment, we've just got suckered into bowling straight at middle and leg.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, look at what's happening this over so far. There's Parnell this time concedes a single on the offside, having conceded 3 singles on the onside at the start of the over. Plays that one towards extra cover, and it has to be the man coming in off the boundary to complete the fielding. So there's again another easy single there, and it brings up the 50 for Glamorgan. Good work by the openers. Selman 14, Lloyd on 36.
Similar scoring ratio as the first innings.
Yep, absolutely. You're saying is very much Lloyd the more aggressive of the two, but they're both doing a good job. Parnell in again, bowls to Selman, finds the edge of the bat. It runs down perfectly safely down to third man. There's only one slip in, and Selman benefits to the tune of 1 run. So 5 balls, 5 singles in the over so far. 51 for no wicket. Selman to 15, and David Lloyd on 36. David Ripley continuing his walk around the boundary. Somebody ought to tell him that the ice cream van isn't here. Here's Parnell to finish the over. Bowls, and there's, oh my goodness, that's gone through off David Lloyd's. Off a funny feeling. Did he get an outside edge on that?
Yeah, that's a nick.
I think he did.
It's a nick, and I think it's wobbled, and Adam is in. I think he's in trouble there.
It's hit Adam Rossington on the end of the glove, and immediately he threw the glove down on the floor, and it looks to be in a spotted bother. It was an edge, it was a nick. I just wanted to be sure of that. So unfortunately we're not right behind the arm here, but it was a nick, I think, and it's gone through to Rossington, who is still on the floor, and there's gesturing to the dressing room to get the physio out. And it's, well, we did the previous, was it 2 matches before against Kent, when Adam Rossington got one on the finger and was then hit on it while he was batting. And there was some question, I think, during that match, Phil, as to whether he would be fit enough to go up to Old Trafford. There are all sorts of speculation around the club as to whether Ricardo Vasconcelos would keep at Old Trafford, whether they'd bring Harry Goulston up, who's the academy keeper.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Doesn't look good.
Adam's got this sort of weakness in one of his fingers, and if the ball hits it at the wrong angle, then it does cause him enormous pain. He's a very, very strong, brave lad, is Adam Rossington, and he will be in enormous pain right now.
He is seriously struggling. You have to put it down as a chance. Although, as I say, it flew and just hit him on the end of the glove, and having it's always the way. And you just start talking about, as we were earlier, how well Adam Rossington's been keeping this season. Well, he's missed one there, and as I say, it's also cracked him a painful blow. The Northampton's physio, Barry Hudrian, is out there.
Well, it was insult and injury, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Getting cropped and apparently dropping a catch.
Yeah, well, it's took Lloyd to 36, and at the end of the over, 51 for no wicket. And yeah, he's in a lot of pain out there at the moment. There's a sort of few concerned faces out there. There's Nathan Buck and Gareth Berg, and umpire Peter Hartley's there as well. Presumably, if Adam Rossington has to go off, Ricardo Vasconcelos will keep wicket, I assume.
Yeah, he'll be the most concerned out there.
Well, Rossington's coming off, to the surprise of no one really, and he looks to be in a good deal of discomfort. Yeah, the Northamptonshire physio's there, and Barry Gudrian's telling him to get off the park. It's his left hand, and I'm just seeing which finger it is, but yeah, so Adam Rossington is heading off the field, and
Vasconcelos is a proper keeper.
He is. No, he is.
Not like,
well, he kept, of course, in this this corresponding fixture last year. He 7 dismissals. Captain, scored some runs. He was action man in that game, wasn't he? He was everywhere and doing everything.
Yep.
Don't think he made the tee, but it's about the only thing he didn't do.
Yeah, shirking.
But yeah, well, Adam Rossington heading off the field. This is sad for the Northamptonshire captain, with so many games, and I think that's the thing with this, the way the format is at the moment. There's just one game coming thick and fast after the other. Northamptonshire have got, I don't want to sort of prejudge the issue that this is bad enough to possibly keep Rossington out for a game, but it didn't look very good. And Old Trafford, Headingley next week against Yorkshire. The week after that, it's a home game against Sussex here, and then a week off.
Vasconcelos' fixture last year, 6 catches and a stumping, and 62 runs for 1 out.
Well done, Vasco. I think he's done, as people will know, he's South African by birth, Portuguese by passport, and his keeping that he did. Obviously, the majority of his keeping has been done in South Africa, where the ball doesn't really move after the bat, and therefore it's about sort of catching skill. And he is a great catcher of a ball, as we see when he fields in the slips now. But stood back in England, as I mentioned earlier on, Andrew, and we were talking about wicket keeping. A lot of that is about then footwork and agility, start position, another technical holding your line. I can come out with the kind of the David Ripley coaching manual on wicket keeping, but it is more difficult in the Northern Hemisphere. And I think he has good hands, undoubtedly. I think his footwork sometimes isn't always quite on point as it needs to be in the Northern Hemisphere. But he is such a talented lad. With time, with the gloves on,
yes,
he would close that gap, I think.
Well, presumably he'll be. I think he's presumably off. To see he's off the field at the moment. Yes, he is. So we'll be getting the kit on, one imagines, and then Northamptonshire will have to have the 12th man out. I was trying to think who's actually.
Gay the man, or is he playing club cricket today?
I don't know. Jack White, I think, is here this morning. Who's not playing in this game. He was in the squad, and we also saw, of course, Gus Miller, who's one of the academy players who's been.
And Brandon Glover was having a bowl in the lunch break as well, so whether he can take the field, I don't know.
Yeah. We were talking about substitute fielders the other day, and there's a game a few years back, Glamorgan against Sussex at Hove, where Glamorgan were suffering with injuries. I think Hogan got a bang on the head and got concussion. Couldn't field, and Glamorgan had a couple of subs on. Then David Harrison, the assistant coach, was called on. After about 20 minutes of fielding, he pulled a muscle, and so Robert Croft was called in his mid-40s and hadn't played county cricket for several years. And then they had Sean Tate, who'd just arrived for T20 and had just come down to Hove for a couple of gentle nets and a bit of bonding with his teammates. Big Australian fast bowler, signed to play T20. He had to field for 5 successive sessions of a championship match.
Welcome.
He was not looking too happy by the end of it. A big man and maybe not the fastest around the boundary.
Wow.
Well, it is going to be Ricardo Vasconcelos to keep, because he's out there in his keeping kit, and it looks like I think it's Brandon Glover out there, isn't it? I think it is.
Yeah, looks like
it looks like Glover. Who's,
I was very nearly on Nick and Andrew against Leicestershire when we had an injury crisis, and we had to send for reinforcements from Northampton, and they couldn't get into the ground to get their kit on, so I had to get kitted up and ran the drinks out. But you know, being grey of hair and wily-ish, I knew what was about to happen. I ran up with the drinks, and Alex Wakely decided I'll take the drinks off, Phil. You stay on. I need a wee. And Ramnarish Sarvan was on 100, and I thought, this is not happening, so I just left the drinks and ran off the field and left Wakers to do what was necessary.
Oh, wonderful.
Right, we are finally back in the action with Nathan Buck bowling to Nick Selman, who's playing firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. The figure of Ricardo Vasconcelos, wearing 27, behind the stumps only has Rob Keogh for company and the slips. Have we confirmed Glover as the 12thers?
It is, yeah. Down at deep backward square.
Thank you. As Buck is in to bowl to Selman, who works that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Made his first-class debut for Northamptonshire against Somerset in the Bob Willis Trophy last season, and South African-born Dutch international. Got some pace. Missed out the start of this season with a bit of a shoulder injury, but I was talking to him after the last game, and he said he reckons he's not far off now.
Buck is in to bowl to Selman, who's defensively pushing that back down the wicket. No run.
It's a real test of skill for the bowlers here. You know, the tactic is clearly looking to bowl straight, but as I mentioned earlier, it's straight at off stump, not straight at middle stump, and certainly no straighter than that. And Nathan, a good line bowler, as all of these bowlers are, but that's a real challenge. You know, you've got to be on off stump and no wider, but certainly no straighter. So it's a test of skill and patience.
54 for naught as Selman just flicks one off his body down to subfielder Glover. We're in 20 at backward square, single taken. 52 without loss. The lead is 95 runs here on BBC Sport Online. If you're wondering why the delay, if you joined us a few minutes ago, Adam Rossington has gone off with an injured finger after apparently dropping David Lloyd. 52 without loss as Buck bowls and Lloyd drives firmly out to mid-wicket, and they'll go through for a single. There's only just about a single available to those deep positions on that short side of the ground if the ball is firmly struck. 53 for naught. Lloyd to 37 to add to his 65 in the first innings, so he's past 100 runs for the match as the breeze just getting up a little bit and making its presence felt here at the back of the Ken Turner stand. Buck, tall figure, bounds in, bowls, good ball. Selman defends it to mid-on, no run, end the over. 53 for naught. Selman 16, Lloyd is 37.
Well, the chance that Adam Rossington dropped off Lloyd, good bit of bowling from Parnell round the wicket, got the edge. It looked to get to Adam a little quick, which suggests to me that it probably wobbled, and it hit him on the end of the finger, so it looked like it wobbled back into towards his, sort of back into the stumps, as it were, back into his left hand. It's very unusual, not unknown. When the ball is nicked, it generally doesn't wobble, but it can do. Normally it wobbles when the seam just kind of stands upright off the pitch, and then sort of has got no backspin at all and wobbles, and it's a very difficult thing to deal with as a wicketkeeper. It doesn't usually happen when it's nicked, but that one had the hallmarks of it kind of hit him rather than he trying to catch it.
And here's Wayne Parnell. He's going to start another over, bowling round the wicket to David Lloyd, who's up on his toes, plays it up on the onside for Gareth Berg to field, and there's no run. Yes, I did have the misfortune once of having to field a substitute for a session for Northamptonshire second 11 against Middlesex on this ground, and it was only because I happened to be here
with your kit,
watching stroke reporting. Well, in those days I lived 3 doors away from the ground, so it wasn't difficult to go home. Parnell again bowls to Lloyd, who plays that to backward point. Zaid fields, and there's no run. The breeze really has got up now. It's coming from more of the northeast and coming straight into our commentary position, hence we have to weight everything down so it doesn't blow away. Yes, I think there was if I remember rightly, there was an outbreak of food poisoning in the team, and Alan Fordham was captain, and there was literally nobody else around. So he said, it was only for the last session. So he said, "Would you mind?" So Nip Taman got my kit. Parnell round the wicket, bowls to Lloyd, drives nicely up to mid-off, fielded by Nathan Buck, and there's no run. And Middlesex were chasing, and I've actually got the game in front of me, 183 to win, and they were not many for 7.
Alright.
So we've got amongst them, but unfortunately 8 and 9 were Neil Williams, an England player, fine cricketer, and Clive Radley, of course was Middlesex coach, I think, or second team captain by that stage. Parnell again bowls to Lloyd, who plays that again just behind square, and it's Charlie Thurston who comes around from the other side of the umpire field, and they come through for one more run to David Lloyd, 38 to him, 54 for no wicket. And those of you who remember Clive Lloyd batting will remember he was an extremely good cutter, very strong, anything short and wide off stump. So Alan Fordham thought it would be hugely amusing to put me in at backward point.
Oh dear.
Exactly. In the firing line.
I've seen you field.
Exactly. And I've never felt so hopelessly inadequate in any endeavour of any field. Here's Parnell bowls to Selman, drives back to the bowler, just dribbles up to mid-off where Buck completes the fielding and there's no run. And it was ridiculous. It would have been funny if it wasn't so sad. And I was made to look extremely stupid by Williams and Lloyd, and Williams finished 87 not out, Radley 54 not out. Middlesex won by 3 wickets. I finished up demolishing at least one advertising board. Parnell again bowls to Selman, good delivery, right on the money that when he came across his stumps, and Parnell just slightly exasperated as Selman just got enough bat on it to send it behind square on the onside. No run. Selman stays on 16, Lloyd 38, and Glamorgan 54 for no wicket. So then lead pushing up towards 100, now worth 97.
Well, I'm going to have to depart to update radio audiences again in Wales before the football kicks off, but I'm glad I stayed around for that.
Well, the story probably sounds funnier than it actually was if you were here watching, but it wasn't a pretty sight, and I think it would have just about rounded off the day if they'd made me pay for the advertising board that I demolished. But yeah, so that was my first and last experience of fielding as 12th man for Northamptonshire. It will never happen again.
I can imagine Alan Fordham posting you in the
Forders, bless him. Yeah. Enough said. Here's Nathan Buck starting a fresh over from the indoor centre end, bowls to Lloyd, and he's out, caught behind. Little bit of bounce, little bit of extra bounce from Nathan Buck. Bowls, its natural length tends to be just sort of back of a good length, and it just climbed a little bit on Lloyd. Seamed away, got the outside edge, and Ricardo Vasconcelos is straight away in the action, having taken a wicket, a catch behind the stumps. He's out Lloyd caught Vasconcelos bowled at Buck for 38 and Glamorgan 54 for 1.
Well, that was good reward for Nathan, plugging away on that off-stump line. That one, as you said, was more his natural length, a little touch shorter, definitely bounced, and it doesn't take a lot to do this, but Vasconcelos having to go reverse cup, fingers pointing upwards to catch that ball, which has been unusual. A number of the balls haven't carried through to the keeper, so good reward and good skill from Nathan. Got the ball to hold from that sort of wide of the crease setup that he adopts from time to time. Just jumps out a little bit wide of the crease, angled into off stump, pitched, held a thin nick, and flew through to Vasconcelos, who snapped it up nicely. So good reward. Northampton needed that just to keep themselves going a little bit here.
Yeah, they did. It was just starting to move away and disappear down the road a little bit, but yeah, it's amazing what a wicket can do. Andrew Balbirnie comes to the crease, and I was talking earlier, hasn't been in the best of nick for Glamorgan so far in the this championship campaign. Nathan Buck's length just interests me, his bowling length, because I know Ben Smith was saying in the first innings that he wanted him, notwithstanding the fact that, as we've said, that his natural length tends to be just a sort of back of a good length, just wanted him to be trying to bowl a little bit fuller on this pitch. We'll come back to that in a second. Here's Buck bowling first ball to Balbirnie, 2 slips in place, and he plays that up to short extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that spell, but I'd have to agree with Ben entirely. It's something that we talked about a lot, just bowling that sort of 6 inches, 10 inches a little bit fuller. Fast bowlers don't like getting driven. They don't like getting driven back past themselves, and almost subconsciously they just sometimes, Nathan does, just err on the side of a safer length, and he's better when he's a bit fuller, let's put it that way.
He's bucking again, bowls to Balbirnie, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-on this time, and there's no run.
And what tends to happen, if you do bowl that kind of safer length, if the ball does nip, then it might nip past the outside edge by the time it's reached the bat, so you have to be a little bit braver, and it's almost a case that your best ball looks like your worst ball sometimes, because it's the same, one they nick, one they miss, one they hit for 4 kind of thing, but they're all likely to get the edge if it does seem.
2 slips in as Balbirnie plays that one up to mid-off, and there's no run. Luke Proctor is down on the 3rd man boundary, just fielding in front of the Spencer Pavilion down to our right. Just head all the way up from the boundary to have a chat with Gareth Berg and Ricardo Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh in the slip cordon, and then ran all the way back again backwards, as though he was the old Monty Python 100 yards running backwards job. Very impressive to get back to his fielding position in time. Buck again bowls short, Balbirnie ducks underneath it, and it's taken by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who of course we shall now have to, in my notebook, put a little asterisk, because we always put down who's taken catches where, so you can look back over the course of the season. And this catch in the first innings, of course, as Nick described it, as an absolute screamer to get Chris Cook, was at slip. His catch in the second innings is behind the stumps. Here's Buck in again, bowls to Balbirnie, who forces that away. It's a super bit of fielding at backward point. Saved Sabe. It almost passed him on his right hand, and he manages to get down to that and stop it, cut off any chance of a run. End of the over. Balbirnie yet to get off the mark. Nick Selman is on 16, and Glamorgan 54 for 1, which means they lead by 97, having lost the wicket of David Lloyd, caught behind by acting keeper Vasconcelos off Nathan Buck for 38.
And he won't feel he's done a lot wrong there, David Lloyd. He certainly batted really, really well up to that point, and that's just a really good bit of bowling. And that's what happens as an opening batter. Sometimes you just get good balls, and they're going to get anyone out on the day. Maybe just pushed at it slightly, possibly, but I'm looking for fault there. I think Nick said earlier, the mentality that one has to learn as an opening batter is that can happen, and not to go too introspective and too technical.
Parnell is in to bowl to Selman, who pushes on the offside, and there's no run. The problem for Glamorgan at the moment is that they've got their 2 players at the crease who are yet to really make any impact this season, so they've both been short of runs, and they have to find the mentality to overcome that, as well as the technique. There's not a confident guy there out in the middle. Obviously Balbirnie and Selman have got decent amounts of experience. As Parnell bowls, that one seemed to keep a little bit low. It was well dug out by Selman.
Yeah, Selman's he's quite unflappable, isn't he? Really. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more animation from him. It looks like he's kind of.
He's quite laconic in his interviews.
Yeah.
I don't know him in person. Just having had the reasonably regular interviews with him for a few years, but he always comes over as very laid back.
Mm-hmm.
As Parnell left arm around to bowl to Selman. Again, does well to defend that one back to mid-on. You sort of imagine him with shorts and flip-flops and a bit of a surfer vibe, that sort of thing.
Yeah, which is great, isn't it? And sometimes that's a good thing as an opening batter, to kind of put those dismissals behind you when you do get a good one. Say, okay, yeah, I got a good one, that wasn't my day. And he's doing a good job for his team here. You know, part of opening the batting is getting through the new ball, taking overs out of the new ball.
As Parnell is in to bowl to Selman, who's defending that one. Certainly everything behind that. Yeah, last season averaged 21, a couple of 50s in 10 innings, so not a great season, but then hardly got going before it was over, did it?
No. I think, for a lot of players last season, it could have came and went very, very quickly. What he will need to be doing, obviously, is he puts a lot of work into getting through the new ball, which the team will benefit from. So he ticks that box, but he's got to then get some big numbers himself to cover the small numbers that you're going to get.
As he's forward, pushing that one out on the offside, and there's no run. Did come into the T20 side late on, and he's actually more effective T20 player than you'd think from watching him play 4-day cricket, and he has got a little bit aggrieved as far as he gets animated in interviews, but when saying, well, yes, I actually think I'm good enough to be in that T20 side, as he pushes out on the offside. No run. Yeah, he averaged just under 30 last season, played 6 out of the 9 matches in fact, so it'll be interesting to see whether he gets a place in the T20 setup when that competition kicks in June, isn't it?
Yes.
About 10 days into June.
Right, yes.
Oh, they're decent stats, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're decent stats in T20.
So 54 for 1, lead still 97 for Glamorgan with 9 wickets in hand.
Yeah, so they've done a good job for the team. They look a nice partnership, I think, Lloyd and Selman. If Selman can convert more of those starts into bigger contributions, because they do kind of work with each other, don't they? Lloyd jumping on anything that's loose, scoring at a good rate, and Selman sort of digging in for the team, taking overs out of the new ball, supporting his partner. So that could be a fruitful combination for Glamorgan.
Here's Nathan Buck to start another over, coming in from the indoor centre end, bowls short to Andrew Balbirnie, who ducks underneath that. Ricciardo Vasconcelos behind the stumps takes, and there's no run field, 2 slips in place. Third man, fairly wide, which we get fed up with saying in this game. Backward point, extra cover, and then a mid-wicket in fairly tight, a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and a deep backward square on the boundary in front of the old signal box. Breeze still coming away from our right, so into the right-hander as Buck bowls to him, and Balbirnie's on the back foot.
Wow.
And that just didn't seem to get up, did it?
Two things there. The ball didn't get up, but also Balbirnie's initial movement was he was going to duck that ball, and it was not a length to duck. So that was the kind of the reaction that you might have picked up. I don't know, but there was a wow from the fielders, because not so much about the ball keeping low, more about the initial decision.
Yeah, Balbirnie's a little bit sort of rooted on the back foot. Here's Buck again, bowls to him, and he's playing that up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run. Balbirnie just coming and having a suspicious prod of the pitch. He didn't get away in the first innings. He made 3 as LBW to Gareth Berg, and Nick, you were saying he's had a little bit of a torrid time so far. Yeah,
well, it's funny, he's looked alright until he's got out, if you see what I mean.
So, yeah, there's a lot of that about. 2 slips waiting, Buck comes in, bowls to him, and he just turned round a touch by that one. He's having to work hard out there at the moment. And just plays it up into the covers, some extra cover, Sanderson Fields. And there's no run, no mid-off. Big gap through there, so presumably enticing him to try and drive. There is a bid on.
Tells me Northants have an inkling that he's not so happy with the short
ball. Yeah,
that's what I'm seeing here.
Well, I'll say there's a couple of men back. Here's Buck in again. Bowls short, and he pulls, and it's gone up in the air, and he could be caught, and he is caught, and it's an extremely good catch out there by the substitute fielder Brandon Glover, who had to make a lot of ground round to deep mid-wicket. And Phil Rowe, you called it. Northamptonshire reckon they got him with a short one. They think they were going to get him with a short one, and indeed they did.
Do you know,
dug one in, he pulled, went straight up in the air. A lot of ground for Glover to make, took it well. He's out for naught, and Glamorgan 54 for 2.
I often find myself saying to players, if you don't like the short ball, get good at hitting it, because if you do that, you won't get too many more. And I wonder whether that was in Balburney's mind to say, okay, they're going to bowl some short balls. I'm not so comfortable against. I'm not moving. I'm not confident. My feet are not going. I've tried to duck a length ball already. If I get another short one, it's going to go, because then they'll stop bowling short at me. He just picked the wrong ball. It was too wide, and he tried to drag it from well outside off stump, got the toe of the bat, and it was a good running catch by Glover at the end. But yeah, there was a lot going on. It looks like a soft dismissal, and possibly was, but there was a lot going on psychologically for the batter before that happened.
Well, it was a good catch. It was taken out there by Brandon Glover, who's only been on the field a few overs. His first taste indeed of first team cricket this year, but he took it well, finished up taking it diving at full length, and the ball was in the air a long time, it must be said, but he did have quite a long way to run from deep mid-wicket just in front of the west stand. But it's a good catch by Glover, good bit of bowling by Nathan Buck, and Balburney on his way for naught. Not a good game for him. 3 in the first innings, naught in the second. Billy Root is the new man. The batsman crossed while the ball was in the air, so it's going to be Nick Selman who's going to face this ball from Nathan Buck with just the one slip in and close in mid-wicket, short mid-wicket catching as Selman comes onto the front foot, plays it back down the pitch. End of the over from Nathan Buck. He's taken a wicket in each of his last 2 overs. His figures looking pretty impressive at the moment. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. And with Billy Root yet to face a ball, Nick Selman on 16, Glamorgan 54 for 2.
I wonder whether the message that Luke Proctor ran up.
I wonder
if that was about the short ball. Luke doesn't make that journey for nothing.
It was a long way, wasn't it?
He conserves his energy pretty well, Luke Proctor. So there was something that he wanted to get across. I wonder whether it was that. But there was obviously a plan there to unsettle him, not necessarily to get him out with it, but to unsettle him with the short ball. And his response to that was aggressive, which is not a bad response. He just picked the wrong one there and didn't execute well enough.
Well, so often in this game, wickets have fallen in at least pairs, and the players saying of "we can go bang bang," which
or even bang bang bang.
I don't miss that.
We can go bang bang here, boys. Yes, it's proved accurate for Northants, but I don't like it as a saying, I must admit.
Somebody ought to write a book of irritating cricket sayings, and just go on the boundary for a youth match, and you'll come across a whole book full.
As that strikes Root on the pad, there's an impassioned appeal from Parnell. He's playing a shot as if it was going down the leg side. It is a leg by, and Billy Root survives.
If someone does write that book, I'm guaranteed to get that from my mum for Christmas.
Yes, youth cricket. If you go on spend any amount of time on the boundary for my son plays age group cricket and has done for a few years, and you do hear some absolute rubbish talked.
As in comes Parnell, bowls, and Selman is forward. Would the book be entitled "One Brings Two"?
One brings two.
Yeah. Bales to Wales is quite a favourite one that seems to pop up for some unknown reason.
Really?
Yeah, Bales to Wales.
Our path of will, the bails are already in Wales.
Well, indeed, yes. And the obligatory, come on, wicket ball. That's another one. Repeated ad nauseum.
As Parnell bowls and Selman pushes out to point, and there's no run. Good areas after the batsman's middled it.
Yes.
You've got him here after he's left it.
I'm keeping very quiet because I've probably been guilty of most of these, so I'm not offering anything to this debate.
I think they're obligatory, even when they're completely misplaced. As Parnell is into bowl, and Salmon shoulders arms, and there is no run. Billy Root not in the runs here last year, but of course had that tremendous double century the year before, when he was dropped about 5 times.
I think he was dropped first or second ball as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Certainly went on to profit from it. 55 for 2, the lead is 98, which is still a little precarious at the moment. Glamorgan, having looked set for a pretty substantial first innings advantage, didn't get one. Selman defends again. Some accurate testing deliveries from Parnell in this spell.
Really, I'm really enjoying Wayne Parnell now. He's got into his work. He's swung one back in, which was well left, covered nicely by someone getting across the stumps. He's tried to go away, which got the outside half of the bat. He's tried to nip one back. He's bowled a heavier ball. He's trying everything he can, and they're all landing thereabouts. And Selman's up to it. It's good cricket.
On the defensive, though, is Nick Selman, as he pokes another one out to shortish cover, and there's no run. So at the end of the over, everyone's moving around, apart from the presiding umpire, who's having a think about it. And now he wanders off towards square leg. Maybe he's just trying to remember which way he should be going, as Billy Root is a left-hander, one of only 2 in the Glamorgan side, along with James Whale.
He was admiring the view. Rolling acres of Northampton.
He's a walkie, Steve O'Shaughnessy. He lives in the Lake District.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
okay.
and he loves his hill walking, and takes some lovely photos actually on those, and posts them on his social media.
Well,
he's an interesting man to spend an hour with after a day's play, actually.
I can imagine. Well, he could be dreaming of a lovely walk up Bradlaugh Fields in Northampton, just the other side of the Kettering Road here. Very nice. Golf course. 2 slips in, and round the wicket comes Nathan Buck, and Billy Root going a long way across. Doesn't make contact. There's a big appeal for LBW, as you've probably heard. Not out, says umpire Peter Hartley. The ball goes out on the onside, and it's fielded by Charlie Thurston. But all of a sudden, just Glamorgan under a little bit of pressure, having lost 2 quick wickets, each of Nathan Buck's last 2 overs, and now just needing to regroup a little bit with a new batsman in. And Nathan Buck is the man who's done the damage, having picked up just 1 wicket, the last wicket in fact in the first innings. Here's Buck in again, bowls to Root, and he's away, carves that down to third man, where it's fielded by substitute fielder Brandon Glover. Took that good catch to dismiss Andrew Balburney, so Root's away with a single, and Glamorgan up to 56 for 2. We'll have a canter through some of the other scores. Some interesting games bubbling up. What a great start to the County Championship it's been this season. So many interesting games, so many talking points. Helped, of course, by the fact that we've had some decent weather, and there's been not a lot of rain-affected games. A few snow-affected, of course. There's Buck in again, bowls very short to Selman, the sort of trampoline bounce. He had to really dig that one in. It flew over Selman's head, who just ducked out of the way. And Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is not the tallest on the field, had a little bit of work to do to take that, but he did so. Down at Hove in Group 3, Sussex needing a victory target, chasing a victory target of 235 to beat Yorkshire, are 44 for no wickets. So good start by Sussex down there. Here's Buck in again, bowls to Selman, he's going to pick up a single. Just turning that down to long leg. Once again it's Glover who fields, and 1 more run to Selman, 17 to him, 57 for 2. The lead goes up to 100, At New Road, Worcestershire 436 all out. Nottinghamshire are 261 for 6.
7.
7. Another one gone.
If I can just chip in there, apparently there was a remarkable over where Tom Moores hit 24 off 5 balls and then was caught off the last.
Buck round the wicket to Root, who chops that to backward point. Fields on the bounce by Safe Sabe, and there's no run. Oh right, fun and games there.
Brent D'Oliveira was the bowler.
Oh dear, okay, the leggy. Essex against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Essex 93 for 5 in their second innings, so they're making a bit of a fight of it. 104 ahead. I suppose another 100 runs there might make that interesting against Warwickshire. Riverside, Derbyshire have just been bowled out in their first innings. Here's Bucking again round the wicket, bowls to Root, upish, drives it through backward point, just eludes Safe Sabe and goes down to third man, where Glover fields and sends in his return. One more run to Billy Root, who's up to 2. Selman is 17 and Glamorgan 58 for 2, which is a lead of 101. It's Derbyshire 267 all out against Durham at Chester Street, so they conceded a lead of 208 on first innings. Durham not enforcing the follow-on, batting again the 19 for no wicket in their second innings. Canterbury, Kent are putting up a bit of resistance. Lancashire 525, Kent 169 all out, following on 104 for no wicket in their second innings. At the Rose Bowl, Hampshire 470 all out, Gloucestershire 227 for 5 in reply. Middlesex have already beaten Surrey by 10 wickets at Lords, which leaves the game at Grace Road, which is boiling up nicely. Somerset looking favourites at the moment.
As that Parnell wraps Root on the pads again looking to work on the leg side. No run.
Yeah, it looks as though Somerset probably got that one, although who knows. Leicestershire bowled out for 199 in their second innings, which means Somerset need 115 to win, and they are 14 for 1. So Somerset's terrific start to the championship season could continue, but they have lost the wicket of Tom Banton, out for 8.
As over the wicket, Parnell to Root, who drives back the bowler on the bounce. No run. Should be a lively battle this, I feel, because Root will want to play his shots and Parnell's bowling a decent spell.
I'd like to see Northampton get another catcher in here from somewhere. It's not a wicket that it lends itself to catches behind the wicket particularly, but Root is going hard at the ball. He's playing away from his body. He's wouldn't almost carry to backward point. I think it's worth getting a fourth slip or a gully in for 2 or 3 overs, particularly with Parnell, who can bowl a heavier ball at times. You'd hate to see one go catchable height through there and no fielder.
As that is a big swing from Billy Root. Gosh, he's going hard at it, as he's saying, which is well, he's obviously taking the attack back to Northamptonshire, even though the home side have gone bang bang.
It looks a nervous start from Billy Root, doesn't it? It's not what I'm used to seeing from him. He is a stroke player, obviously, but he's just played a few kind of very, very loose ones. Looks like he's eager to get bat on ball. I'd love to see another catcher in.
As Parnell is into bowl to Root, who again is hit on the pad by one that's going down leg side. This time nothing really in the way of an appeal, but again a leg by. Billy Root's kicking them for the boundary.
It looks to me like his head's just going over to the offside a little bit, and he can't get the bat back on line, hence the ball hitting his pad frequently. There's some very loud appeals from Northants. Don't confuse that with there being any chance of being given out, because they're pretty terrible appeals, to be honest. But at least we're appealing in unison, which is something. But yeah, a nervous start. Northants will want to nip him out before he gets in.
There's Parnell in to bowl to Selman, who's up on his toes, pushing out on the offside, fielded by Curran at cover, and there's no run.
I'm assuming, Phil, Ricardo Vasconcelos will be captain as well.
Yeah, he will, yeah. And I think he has got very good credentials to be a very good captain. It'll be difficult, obviously. He's just got the gloves thrown to him, wasn't expecting that. He needs to get up to speed with what's going on. We're a bit defensive here for me just now.
Parnell into Selman, full length ball, driven gently by Selman, out again to Curran at cover, and there's no run, so leg by off that over. 59 for 2. Root has 2, Selman has 17, and well, Northants, after losing the momentum briefly that they had in the morning session, have now got it back again, I think, Phil.
And if we can go bang bang, then Northants are right back in the game.
You've already gone bang bang, you can't go and do it again.
Okay, well, if one brings 2,
2 brings 3.
but a couple of, either way, a couple of quick wickets here, and Northants will feel they're very much back in the game. This is a big partnership here, and Billy Root's come in and played some injudicious shots so far. What we do know is if he gets in, he can score very, very quickly. Selman looks like he's booked in bed and breakfast, so he's going to need prizing out the other end, and that's what you need. People can play around him then if they get in. He's doing a good job for his team. But it's very evenly poised. The next hour is going to be absolutely critical in this game.
As long as it's not breakfast in a paper bag, which Nick and I were discussing, seems to be the norm.
Thankfully not the one here, which is bringing
what's this you speak of?
We'll go through it.
We'll come on to that in a second. Here's Nathan Buck starting a fresh over, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Billy Root, bowls short, and I think it presumably brushed the small of his back as it went over, and I can only think that because it didn't bounce that much, they were wondering if it might even have been LBW. I can't think what else they were appealing for. Everything was out of danger, but
it was second slip. Gareth Berg there.
I think
he looks a bit embarrassed.
Yeah, he may have been thinking of something else at that precise
Perhaps he should
moment.
write a poem about what a terrible appeal that was.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could do it for him.
Here's Buck in again, bowls to Root, his front foot, plays it back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler, and there's no run. They were pointing out, Phil, that at the moment hotels, obviously because of the COVID restrictions, some are not offering breakfast at all. Some are delivering it to the room, and others it's a question of sort of getting something in a paper bag downstairs and taking it up to the room. So we were discussing this as one of the burning issues of the day yesterday. Here's Buck in again, bowling to Root short. Root pulls out towards deep mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs. Charlie Thurston runs round and completes the fielding.
Well, I'm sorry I missed that conversation.
It was riveting.
It wasn't necessarily cricket related, but my hotel here in Northampton is having you order your cooked breakfast the night before, and it's delivered to your room, which is very pleasant.
Where are you staying, Nick?
Hilton.
Okay.
Just by the motorway.
It's 59 for 2, 61 for 2, Root onto 4, and that delivery is on the back foot from Nathan Buck, plays it up to Ben Curran in the covers, an extra cover, and there's no run.
But I stayed in the same hotel as Glamorgan up at Leeds, and I think I saw one player. It was so closed, the hotel, there were no public areas. I mean, obviously this will develop as the summer goes on, but they didn't know I was there, and I hardly saw any of them.
2 slips in place, and a backward point as Buck comes in round the wicket, bowls to Root, drives nicely away through extra cover. He's going to get runs here. It's chased by Wayne Parnell, but fruitlessly up towards the boundary. It crosses the rope now, and that's 4 to Billy Root, make him feel a bit better, I'm sure. 8 to Root, 65 for 2 Glamorgan, the lead 108. Yes, where I was staying up at Old Trafford, it was a nice selection of stuff, but you just had to put it in a paper bag and take it upstairs. But obviously, as Nick says, things will, I'm sure, change, road map permitting, and hopefully we should be able to see some spectators in as well before too much longer.
Which is more important than what commentators have for breakfast.
Indeed it is. Much more,
Marginally.
much more important. Buck in again, bowls to Root, who's in trouble with that one. It was a short ball, didn't play it particularly well. It went past his chest, went to Vasconcelos, who took it well on the half volley.
Did he go glove on that?
I just wondered if he got
I think it hit him in the grill. I think it hit him in the grill. Talking about breakfast, I think that did hit him, hit him in the grill.
He didn't play it particularly well, it must be said. 8 to Root, 17 to Selman. Mind you, that said, I'm glad I wasn't facing it. 65 for 2. is the total.
Yeah,
Lead
he
108.
didn't play it well, did he? He didn't get under it, he didn't get inside it.
No.
Nathan, it was a lovely ball, wasn't it? It was bang on the money.
We just followed him a bit,
yeah,
didn't it?
just where you want it. The only thing I didn't like about it was Nathan checking in so soon that Billy Root was okay. Yes, it's good to check in that he's okay, but not immediately. I mean, make him feel a little bit uncomfortable for a few seconds.
It obviously did clip the helmet on the way through, because they're now going to have a look at the helmet, because this has to happen, and there's another helmet gone out.
The physio Georgina Ura is out there.
Yeah, and they just I don't think it certainly wasn't much of a.
Who are you? Where are you?
Much of a blow, yes. It didn't. If it hit anything, it didn't take any of the sort of momentum off it,
No.
or it still went past the batsman. Yeah, he's absolutely fine. They don't even bother changing his helmet. So if it did hit the helmet, it just sort of, I think it was a bit of a glancing blow as it went through to the keeper. The umpires are now having a chat about something or other.
Okay, so what's just happened there is the umpires decided to have a chat. They had no idea that the physio ran onto the field to do the concussion protocol and do you need a new helmet. They then realised that the physio is on, recognising that there is a match referee here who will mark them for their conduct. Have decided to engage the physio in conversation to demonstrate that they were fully aware the whole time exactly what was going on, and we know that they didn't have a clue. Sorry, Shawnee, but that's what happened.
Ah, so cynical.
So young yet so cynical.
I was just wondering if Steve O'Shaughnessy has any decent nicknames, given that his initials are SOS. Surely you ought to have a decent nickname to go with it. 65 for 2. The lead is 108 for Glamorgan and Parnell. Oh, no, Sanderson is back into the attack and he's taken over from Parnell, and the first delivery is played by Selman to mid-wicket. What on earth is all that about?
It's Gareth Berg.
All right. He's taking the mic.
Doing a bit of physical comedy, I think. It's sort of. It's like Marcel Marceau meets Norman Wisdom, isn't it?
It's a fairly routine piece of fielding. It went down as if he'd been shot. Get a grip, boys, get a grip. Sanderson from this Ken Turner stand end bowls and played defensively back up to mid-off by Nick Salmon, who is placid amid the storm. 17 to Salmon. In the 25th over of the innings, and he has faced now 69 deliveries, hit just one boundary. So Selman looking to dig in for the long haul. Can Glamorgan find players to bat round him if he does? Root a skittish start. Sanderson bowls. Selman is forward. Howells from Vasco behind the wickets. And it was a decent ball, but it was competently played by Nick Salmon. Vasconcelos is getting excited now as well.
That takes some doing.
Right?
It does take, yeah, he's pretty unflappable, pretty steady sort of guy.
Well, taken over as skipper and behind the wickets, he obviously thinks he has to make a bit of noise. Sanderson right arm over. Salmon defensive back to the bowler.
So although Nick Selman's only scored 17, we're now in the 25th over, I don't remember too many scoring opportunities that he hasn't taken or looked to take. His technique is such that he gives the bowler a little bit more margin, so there are fewer half volleys, there'll be fewer to him because he doesn't really extend too far forward attackingly. He does more so in defence, but he's tucked it away and he's done a good job for his team.
Slip and 5 saving the single, fairly close in as Salmon lunges forward again, bat and pad together, plays to Keogh to Curran at cover, and there's no run.
72 balls now Nick Selman's faced.
Certainly taking a bit of the shine off it. Northants maybe got another 5 overs or so with a bit of life left in the ball. Square leg, fine leg and third man are all out. The rest are in, and Selman nudges, tries to put it into a gap on the offside and take a single, but there isn't one to be had there.
It's quite a hard surface, and the squares, there's some old wickets on the square, that there's some practice pitches, one that's been used for 8 days. The Kent game, they then played a 4-day second team game on the same pitch, so there is potential for the ball to get a bit scuffed and to potentially reverse swing, and Parnell is good at that from round the wicket, so it will be interesting to see later in the innings whether it does actually reverse a wee bit, because the bowlers are going to need something in their favour in order to get 10 wickets in this innings in decent time to allow them to knock off whatever's left.
Nathan Buck taking a blow after 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18, picking up the wickets of Lloyd and Balbirnie in successive overs, and it's going to be Gareth Berg who's going back into the attack from the far end, from the indoor centre end, and let's just look at the field that is going to be set for him. Ricardo Vasconcelos, acting keeper, acting captain as well. He's setting the field. At the moment they've got the slip in, which is Rob Keogh. Ben Curran's hovering in the general direction of Gully, with safe save at backward point. Extra cover going in, mid-off, mid-on, just bringing Charlie Thurston straighter at mid-wicket, and moving Luke Proctor around. Somebody's got a walkie-talkie that they're playing with, by the sound of it, probably the umpires and the scorers. So yeah, we have the slip, Gully, backward point, extra cover, fairly tight in, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square. And Billy Root turns that first ball from a new spell from Gareth Berg down to long leg. It's Luke Proctor who comes in off the boundary and fields, and there's one more run to Billy Root. He goes up to 9, and Glamorgan to 66 for 3, which means their lead is 109. We have another 10 overs to go, 9 after this one, until we get through to tea. So we are going to be a little bit
late today, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit late on duty for tea, but it's fascinating cricket. Here's Berg over the wicket to the right-handed Selman, who drives up to mid-on, and it's fielded down there by Wayne Parnell, and there's no run. It's a bit brighter and a bit more blue sky around than there was earlier in the day. It's still fairly hazy, and this breeze coming from the northeast is just taking the edge off the temperatures, but it's a bit more pleasant now. Cloud is, at one stage it was really quite overcast just before lunch, but much brighter now, and plenty of blue sky around as we look out towards the north, from where we're looking at the top of the Ken Turner stand now. For the right-handed Selman, he's now got this back to having this man at silly mid-on, his foot almost on the cut square as Berg bowls to Selman, and he drives it straight up to him. Obligingly, Ben Curran fields and there's no run. It does mean that the non-striker is going to have to run very wide around the fielder. He's also got, in addition to the silly mid-on, a short mid-wicket in there catching, but no slip. So again, it's that sort of theme that we've had in this match, and certainly in the Kent match here as well, where captains, especially when the ball goes a bit soft, think that slips are a waste of time, and you're better off having men in on the drive. Berg in again, bowls to Selman, who again is in behind it, plays it up to Curran at silly mid-on, and there's no run. And Northamptonshire here, having bounced back well with the bat yesterday and having picked up a couple of quick wickets, will now be looking to, just having made the initial breakthrough, just add to that now. Here's Berg in, bowls to Selman, who's pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. But if you're just tuning in or logging on, Northampton's captain Adam Rossington off the field, having, by the look of it, dropped David Lloyd off the bowling of Wayne Parnell, and catching the ball painfully on the end of the glove and having to go off, which means Vasconcelos is keeper and captain. Short goes Berg. Selman plays it well, just gets up on his toes, drops it down on the onside. Rob Keogh comes around from short mid-wicket to field. End of the first ball of another spell for Gareth Berg, who's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13 so far. and with Selman on 17, Route 9, Glamorgan 66 for 2.
So there are 5 fielders now in the batsman's eye line as he looks up. So no clues for guessing what the tactics are. We don't want, as a Northamptonshire man, we don't want to see the ball going square of the wicket particularly. Surprise bouncer, the last ball of the over, but how short did he have to bang that in to get it up there? And it was almost on the way down as it reached Selman. So it's going to be difficult to prize these wickets out. It's about play, and also different skills now as well. It doesn't generally reverse at Northampton, but we're going to have to work hard at that ball to try to get it to offer something.
Sanderson around the wicket to Root, who plays to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Saints 12-3 up away to Leicester Tigers.
Yes.
After about half an hour. Cardiff City beating Wycombe Wanderers by 1-0 in the Football Championship. As Sanderson gets the ball back in his mitts. Not the longest of runs these days for Ben Sanderson. As he's in, bowls, Root drives, but straight to Thurston at cover, and there's no... Is it shorter than it used to be, or was it always that short?
No, it is definitely shorter. He dabbled with it, but he tried to go short. It didn't really work for him. He's tried it a few times. He's now found a way for it to work for him. And it looks good for him. Looks in good rhythm.
Gillingham 1, Northampton Town 0 though, League 1. Not good news for the home faithful.
And Newport County goalless at extra at the moment. As that's played firmly by Root, but straight to mid-off, no run. 66 for 2. Route 9, Selman looking to take Route.
William has sent a text message through on at Old Man Rad on Twitter, one of our regular correspondents. Irritating cricket sayings.
Yeah.
William's contribution is, I'll tell you after this ball. It's a nice one.
We're on tenterhooks. Sanderson to Root, who jams down and it sends it out to mid-wicket. No single to be had.
Irritating cricket sayings. Quotes, all our research says, and that comes, says William, from ECB every day.
That's quite clever, isn't it?
That's a nice one.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you, William. I hope the garden's looking as nice as it was yesterday, and you haven't drunk all the cider yet.
So that's all our research, of which there was one piece. Yeah.
Allegedly.
Sanderson bowls and Root tries to turn down leg side. Well taken by Vasconcelos, springing away to his right. Glamorgan 66 points for 2 outs.
Yes, if you've got any more irritating cricket sayings, please share them with us at Old Man Rad or at Nick Webb 2017.
Yes, the outs idea has now been dropped. Wickets are allowed to be in our lexicon for the 100 as Root drives, but not hugely powerfully. Sanderson tries to pick it up and fling down the striker's wicket, only to be foiled by the fact that he wasn't holding the ball at the time. 66 for 2, the lead is 103.
Can I throw one in?
Go on.
We might have a chat about it potentially. The one I want to throw in is he's going to review that. and the reason I throw it in is because of the frequency with which we now hear it.
Yes.
You know, if I'm not the review system was brought in for the howler, and it's now used as a real tactical tool. That's not why it was introduced. I think there should be a review allowed, and it should be one per team, and it's for the howler. So if you don't think you've got a howler, don't chance your arm. If you do think you've got a howler, you'll have a review available to you.
Yeah, and I think, well, yes, there's another point to make about that. It's a very interesting one as Berg comes in, starts a fresh over to Selman, who's hurriedly into that, just plays it up on the onside for Rob Keogh as a short mid-wicket to field. And of course we have the home umpires, when they haven't had the full ECB panel, the ICC panel rather, able to travel the world and see having even more reviews.
Yeah.
It just seems to be even more the case, and it's used, I think, without doubt, as a glorified time-out, isn't it? In effect, Here's Berg, in again, bowls to Selman. Again, forces off the back foot, doesn't time it, just comes off the inner portion of the bat. Once again it goes to short mid-wicket, where Rob Keogh fields and then bowls the ball on.
Perhaps there ought to be a penalty if for getting a review wrong, that you lose 10 runs for your side.
Ooh, that's a thought.
10 points.
Or you have to have your breakfast in a paper bag.
let it go, Andrew. Let it go.
Here's Berg in again, bowls to Selman, who he's just slightly coming across this, isn't it? And Phil made the point about him just slightly toppling over. And just plays that up to mid-on. Parnell fields and there's no run. But Berg, as he did in the first innings, over after over, just asking questions. And he really has, in the couple of games he's played this year, both of them here of course, didn't play at Old Trafford, he has bowled beautifully. He bowled extremely well in the Kent match and has done again here.
He's a classy cricketer, Gareth Berg.
Here's Berg, in again, bowls to Selman, who this time is nicely on the back foot. And he's going to get a run. In fact, he might get a couple of runs. It goes out towards... No, he's just going to get a single. He played it up to the man at silly mid-on, Ben Curran, who deflected it on, managed to wrong foot mid-on, and it went out towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket.
Did he kick it?
I think he kicked it or just rebounded off him in some way, shape or form, but the upshot of it was that what should have been a dot ball finished up almost being 2.
Seemed to be going faster after as
yes.
It contacted the field.
I think he kicked. I think
he
it
leathered it.
Yeah,
but his back was to the stumps, and he kicked it to the mid-wicket boundary.
It was all rather odd. Anyway, the upshot of it was that Nick Selman got a single, takes him to 18, and Glamorgan to 67 for 2. It's been an odd afternoon, one way or another. Round the wicket comes Gareth Berg, bowling to the left-handed Root short, and Root looked as at one stage he was going to duck out of the way. In the end, just does an up periscope, paddles it round to deep backward square, and it's Luke Proctor who comes in off the boundary to field, gets in there ahead of Charlie Thurston. One more to Root, 10 to him, 68 for 2.
It was unconvincing, wasn't it? You know, joking aside, I mean, he kind of, in the end, he kind of dealt with it somehow. But he ducked. He left the bat sort of vertical, but still managed to then play some kind of cricket shot from there. But if it were a quicker pitch, he might be receiving a number more of those deliveries after the way he's played that. A couple of short balls actually.
Berg in again, bowling to Selman, who drives that up to mid-on, fielded by Wayne Parnell, and that's the end of another tidy over from Gareth Berg, who's now got through, in this innings, 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. Selman is 18, Root 10, and Glamorgan in their second innings 68 for 2, which means they lead by 111.
Interesting there, Gareth Berg has gone, he finishes over and he's gone and stood in the batsman's crease, and he's just trying to get his lines right. So that tells me, and some batters will do this, and maybe Selman is one, that they don't play the ball where you expect it to go, and that can be confusing sometimes as a bowler. So Gareth's just having a look and saying, I think I'm landing it there. Should it be going where it's going to? Is he falling across it? He's just trying to get an edge, some kind of insight into how he might get Selman out. He's not going to give it away, Selman, that's for sure. He's going to take some getting out.
As Sanderson starts a new over, still around the wicket, the left-hander, and there's an appeal for LBW. That one is again going down, says umpire O'Shaughnessy. I thought that was a little bit straighter than several of the previous appeals against Billy Root.
Are they going to review it?
15 seconds to decide. As we're idly speculating whether the technology at county level might come in the next couple of years for some sort of review system, obviously not as sophisticated as DRS. As Root dabs on the offside into a gap, and that's an intelligent single just to relieve the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, that's a really good run. You know, when boundaries are hard to come by, it's very dry out there in terms of the scoring rate. That's a really good run just to keep the board rotating. Just in a hole, he knew exactly where it had gone, and a good response. Yeah, that kind of thing can lead to a run out, particularly when play has been a bit quiet for a while. But good cricket from Selman, responded well to the call, and there's no danger. 69 for 2.
I think if they do decide to have some sort of review system in county cricket, Safe Save will be asking if it can be brought in retrospectively.
Having had the most bizarre LBW of the decade. if not of the millennium. 69 for 2.
I'm trying to choose my words.
As Sanderson is into Selman, who drives through to the offside, will just pick up a single because it doesn't have the momentum to escape Rob Keogh. Backtracking, 70 for 2. Well, if you look at the point of impact, you can actually see all three. He stood outside the off stump, and you can see all three stumps.
I got a message from Sajid Zaib, who's Saif's dad, and it said, Phil, I suggested to Saif he may want to get outside off stump to kill the spin, and sent me a still image of the dismissal.
As Sanderson is in to bowl to Root, who drives into the offside, will pick up 1. They may come back for a second. They do come back for a second. Thurston slides, throws, and that's good cricket actually by all parties, because Thurston really made them work hard for the second run, but Root was alive to the danger and had scampered back at maximum velocity for the second. 72 for 2.
Can I offer another irritating saying, as we're all coming up with our pet ones? Mine is, it's just how I play. Or variants thereon, it's the way I play, or that's just how I play, or anything like that. That's a good one.
Sanderson is in to bowl, and that's played on the offside by Root, and there's no run. We've heard that from the England one-day setup, haven't we? On the odd occasion when they've collapsed in. I mean, you have to be fair to the world champions and so on, and it's worked for them. But on the one occasion, and the odd occasion when it's gone horribly wrong, and you hear that's the way we play. Well, Sanderson is in. Bowls, and Root drives, doesn't time it to mid-wicket, no run. 72 for 2. Perhaps there ought to be occasions where you could consider plan B if plan A is not working entirely to schedule.
Particularly in one-day cricket, when you're chasing a score and you know that you've got to get one more than the opposition, you do what's required to get that one more, whether it's the way you play or not. I think Owen Morgan likes that as a public message. I'm not sure that's the message that actually goes on internally. I think they're clever and smarter than that, and I think Owen Morgan certainly is clever and smarter than that. But they want to give that message out. It's a very positive, clear message. So I kind of understand that's a bit of a PR message. I think they don't actually want to play that way, but at the same time, he does want his players to play with an amount of freedom. So there is some balance there, but it is more balance on the attacking side, and that has worked well for them.
Yeah.
But I totally agree that it's not a very professional thing to say that's the way I play.
Yeah.
No, it's like the great story of I think it's Robbie Marler, wasn't it? The old Sussex amateur, former Sussex captain, former later cricket correspondent. Berg comes in, starts a fresh over to Selman, who's right across his stumps again. Berg thought he was through, plays it out in the onside, fielded by Rob Keogh at short mid-wicket, and there's no run, becoming a bit of a theme at the moment. And was it Robbie Marler who was sent in as night watchman and was stumped second ball for 6?
Yeah,
that would be a classic. That would be a great one of that. Just the way I play. But yeah, I find that one a slightly irritating one.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Andrew, 100%.
Here's Berg in again, bowling to Selman, who's one of the rocks on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch for Berg to field, and there's no run. Still these two men close in on the onside. Ben Curran very straight at silly mid-on with his left foot almost on the cut strip, and Rob Keogh in there at short mid-wicket, but there's no slip in place or gully. There is a backward point. Extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, and two men back on the onside as Berg comes in again, bowls to Selman, and just turns him round a tad, plays it up on the offside, fielded by Ben Sanderson in there at extra cover, and there's no run.
So I think looking at the way that Selman's playing, and he's doing a good job for his team. I want to reinforce that point. But in terms of scoring options, he is falling over a little bit to the offside, which means the ball is going into those fielders on the leg side, and he's unlikely to be able to get enough energy forward into the ball to be able to score through straight mid-off.
Here's Bergen again to Selman, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's faced 89 balls now for his 19 runs.
So obviously if guys are watching on the TV, they'll see that after a number of his defensive shots to straight balls, he finishes on the offside of the field. The ball goes to the leg side. If that energy was transferred more into the middle of the ball, with energy going back towards the bowler, that would open scoring options up to him to beat mid off with a push drive.
Berg in again, bowls to Selman, whose front foot plays it back down the pitch. Berg half stops it, and his follow through just drops down on the ground, and Ben Curran in that extraordinary position, very straight, silly mid-on. He completes the fielding. Billy Root has a chat with the umpire. He realises in a minute he's going to have to take a little walk to get the other side of Ben Curran, should they need to go through for a single. When Rob Keogh was there earlier, of course, the batsmen collided. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Selman. Front foot plays it up to mid-off. End of another over, and Berg now 8 overs. No maidens, 0 for 1 maiden rather, that was a maiden, 0 for 15, and with Selman on 19, Root on 13, and bright sunshine, much nicer afternoon now, and Glamorgan 72 for 2, which means they lead by 115, and we have 5 overs to go until tea.
I wonder if we might see an over to a spin before the tea break.
Wouldn't be surprised. I saw Rob Keogh doing his sort of patent salsa warm-up. I think we were speculating on the opening day whether he was warming up or auditioning for Strictly. But,
yeah, Keogh first innings 6 overs, 0 for 23. Saif Zaib 12.5 overs, 2 for 32.
2 and 2 balls.
Indeed, bang bang.
Well, what happened there, Nick, was that 1 bought 2.
I was wondering, when Northamptonshire were bowled out for 12 in 1907 at Gloucester, whether it was, come on lads, 8 brings 9. 9 brings 10.
I agree with you 110%.
Well, that's another one. That's another one. That's more than cricket, though, isn't it? That's
yeah,
sort
that's
of
universal
life generally.
Here we go. There's an earpiece. Vasconcel's got an earpiece in, because I think Zaib is coming on to have a 12 from the Ken Turner end.
Yes, better get through this over quickly, because it'll probably be needed to tell radio listeners once the first half of the football has drawn to an end. Early in the Premier League, Liverpool and Newcastle United drew 1 apiece. Cardiff City have now been pulled back by Wycombe Wanderers. It's 1-1 at the Cardiff City Stadium. Northampton Town still trailing at Gillingham by 1-0. Newport County goalless down at Exeter, and Wrexham were goalless as well last time I saw in the National League, as Saif Zaib will bowl his left arm spin, and his first delivery is blocked by the left hand bat, Billy Root.
Have you got the Saints score there, Nick?
I'll get it for you now.
I'll have a little look while you're...
So I know my way around the BBC website on that. As that's driven nicely by Root into the offside. May come back for a second run. They will, as Proctor gets his throw in, and Selman hurried home at the non-striker's end. Leicester have pulled a try back through Namani Nandolo, but it looks as though Saints have popped over a penalty. 15-10, in other words, to the Saints at the moment. Zaib is into bowl to Root, who plays defensively into the covers. Thurston sprints in, and there's no run. 74 for 2, lead 117. Root is going to overtake Selman in a minute at this rate. 19-15. Zaib bowls. Root reverse sweeps and will get runs for it. It may just run away from 4. It's a long chase for the substitute fielder, and they've come back for 3 runs. 77 for 2. Reverse sweep. Right time, Phil?
For the reverse sweep? Yeah, I think it's a shot that he plays really, really, really well. So why not? For someone like Billy Root, that's no different to a conventional sweep or a shot of that kind of a reasonably high tariff shot, but no different to him. So it just looks terrible when you get out to it. But he practices that all the time. So no, that's absolutely, I've no problem with that at all.
There'll be no such frivolity from Nick Selman, I don't think, against the spinner as Zaib bowls, and Selman repeats the defensive lunge that we've seen so often this afternoon. 77 for 2. Slip in. Cover and mid-wicket are quite short. Selman drives, but with no great power, back to the bowler. And Zaib has got through that over quite quickly in terms of time. 77 for 2, the lead is 128 wickets standing. The match nicely balanced, maybe fractionally towards Glamorgan, but not much more.
A bit flat, I thought, for Saif's first over. It's the job of the young spinner for your first over to make sure that you get a second over sometimes in red ball cricket. So I can understand why it was a little bit flat. I would like to see him giving it a little bit more air, try to make something happen, create a mistake. The spinner's got two ways of getting people out. It's off the pitch and in the air, and if it's flat, then you're taking one of those out. But he'll build into his spell in front of another over before the tea break. He's really developed his left arm spin. We all thought he would be a decent white ball bowler, but he's really developing his all-round game, and he looks at home at times with the ball in his hand in red ball cricket as well, which is great to see. A promising young player for Northants, hopefully for many years to come.
It was a slightly surprising that he didn't get a single over at Old Trafford, especially with Simon Carrigan injured and couldn't bowl in the second innings, but there we go. Ben Sanderson is starting a fresh spell, bowling round the wicket straight away to Billy Root, who dabs that down on the onside. It's Zaib who fields, sends in a return that has Ricardo Vasconcelos just reaching for it, but he came through for a single. 19 now to Billy Root, and Glamorgan up 78 for 2. Interesting point you're making there, Phil, talking about Billy Root and the reverse sweep, and you're absolutely right what you say. These players practice it all the time. It's every bit as much of their armoury, their toolbox as the conventional sweep, but it just looks awful when you play it and get it out, and that was certainly the case with Ricardo Vasconcelos at Old Trafford, of course, on that final morning. Sanderson in bowls to Selman, who drives nicely. It's heading up towards the boundary, long off, and I think it's going to cross the rope over this quick outfield, and it does. Brandon Glover chasing it, but to no avail, and it crosses the rope, and well, Nick Selman, after a long time in the trench, has suddenly come out of it. That's a lovely shot, well controlled. Again, he's earned the right with his patience. He goes to 23, 82 for 2.
It's a beautiful cricket shot. It was a long half volley from Ben Sanderson. It needed dispatching, but he played that beautifully. A really classic off drive.
Yeah, again, it was easy on the eye. Lovely shot. Selman up to 23, and Sanderson in bowls to him, places that up on the offside where Zaib fields and there's no run. Yes, it was Vasconcelos when Parkinson came on.
Yeah, I saw it.
Second ball.
Yeah, I saw it. And the caveats that I applied to Billy Root, who practiced it, that's part of his game. He started out as a white ball only player, playing that shot all the time. That's not true of Vasco. It's not really one of his go-tos at all.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Selman, who just drops that down on the offside, and it's fielded by Charlie Thurston coming in from backward point. There's no run. No, I think the thing was the issue that we've already discussed, which was the fact that there was obviously, with 5 left-handers, the leg spinner having lots of nice footmarks to bowl into to the left-handers. It just made it immediately a higher tariff shot.
Yeah, and there's other things. You're right, of course it is. Yeah, doing that out of the rough to the wrist spinner, who generally will spin the ball more as well.
Sanderson plays that up to extra cover, and there's no run.
There's not much in his favour, really. I think, as you know, Andrew, I'm a huge fan of Vasconcelos as a cricketer and as a guy. But he will be a phenomenal cricketer for Northants over many years. The one area of his game that needs more attention than any is his batting against spin in particular, and I wonder whether he was just trying to get on top early.
Well, it was the second ball that Matt Parkinson bowled on the 4th day, so it was very early. Sanderson in again, bowls to Selman, who's again just back into that familiar pattern of just coming across his stumps a wee bit, falling across a touch, plays it up to mid-on. End of another over, 82 for 2, Selman is 23, Root is 19, and Ben Sanderson has now bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 27, and we've got, 3 overs to go till tea.
So part of being a professional batter is being able to trust your defence, as I've talked about before, and particularly in red ball cricket, when your defence will be tested by fantastic bowlers of all sorts. And we see it more against seamers, where someone doesn't trust their defence and they kind of try to race to 30 a wee bit. And I think what we see sometimes against spin is big options, big shots early on to try to dominate, which kind of tells a similar tale at times, that player doesn't really trust their defence against the turning ball.
Here's Zabe in again, starting his second over, and drops that one on line and length outside Billy Root's off stump, just drives it up to Thurston, an extra cover and there's no run. Slip in place, the only close catch apart from the short mid wicket, and that's wide outside the off stump, and Root decides not to play it and there's no run. Now you think of the great players that we've been fortunate enough to see over the years on this ground and others. Zabe again over the wicket, bowls to Root, who's defensive, drops it out on the offside, and Vasconcelos comes round from behind the stumps to field. And you think of people like Alan Lamb, who was as good as I've ever seen anywhere, as Zabe comes in, bowls to Root, plays it out to Thurston at extra cover and there's no run. And the number of times that you looked up when he first came in, particularly against the spinners. And Zabe in again, bowls to Root, who's defensively back down the pitch, Zabe fields. But it would equally be the same against seam, and you'd look up and you saw he got 30 and you think, where do they come from? Yeah. He's done nothing violent at all, and he's suddenly got up to 30. Finishing the over, Zabe bowling that one to Billy Root, who plays it again defensively back down the pitch. Tidy over from Zabe, quick maiden, all over in about 60 seconds. 82 for 2, Selman 23, Root 19.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. That ability to just accumulate, get yourself in quietly, low risk, know your game, etc., etc. Nothing, as you say, nothing too violent, which means low risk, doesn't it? And low risk, it means it's putting the percentages on your side. So whenever I see something that looks, if you like, violent or aggressive early on, yes, it can just be the way someone plays, but oftentimes it tells you a story about how comfortable they are with their own defence. It's something that I look out for. It's an area, as I mentioned, for Vasconcelos, is something that he needs to work on, and he will, and he will overcome that issue that he has with spin, and he'll go on to score, hopefully, tens of thousands of runs for Northampton in a long career. He's a very talented boy.
Certainly is. Well, he's keeping wicket at the moment as Ben Sanderson, running in from the far end, from the indoor centre end, bowls to Selman, who again drives nicely up to mid-off fairly deep, and Glover has to come round, substitute fielder, round to his left to complete the fielding, sends in a not particularly marvellous return, and then holds up a hand of apology to Vasconcelos, but they're through easily enough for a single. One more to Selman, 24 to him. 83 for 2, Glamorgan, which means they lead by 126 on a very pleasant Saturday afternoon here in Northampton. Field changes round for the left-handed Root. Ring of 5 saving 1, but no slip in place, and this ball finds Root forward defensive, back down the pitch, and Sanderson fields and there's no run. Yes, I mean, I know when you're talking about someone like Alan Lamb, you're talking about a great player, an undisputably great player, and his record proves it, but there are others, but he was one that always, probably because I was lucky enough to see so much of him bat for Northamptonshire, and it's just extraordinary the number of times that would happen. You just look up and think, well, you've scarcely taken a note, and you wonder where they came from. Sanderson round the wicket, bowls to Root, who plays that back down the pitch for the bowler to field.
And part of what is unremarkable on the eye sometimes is their ability to rotate the strike.
Yes.
I know it's going to get that out of the cliche book, but that's a massive skill in batting, particularly when you first come in, when there tends to be more men, in the inner ring, as it were, to get the ball in the hole, get up the other end, rotate the strike, and he'd be 30 off 30 balls with 2 boundaries, something like that, but so few dot balls.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Billy Root. Short. Root pulls that away down towards the boundary. I think it might, just no, it's not. It's a very good bit of fielding by Charlie Thurston, who slides in and manages to pull the ball back just on the deep backward square leg boundary. Lovely bit of fielding. sends in a good return, and Billy Root picks up 2 more runs. He goes up to 21, and Glamorgan to 85 for 2. I thought that was just about going to beat the man, but Thurston's quick over the ground.
Fantastic bit of fielder. He is such an improved fielder, Charlie Thurston. It's great to see.
Well, he's energetic, and he showed that last year when he came into the side in the Bob Willis Trophy. Here's Sanderson again, bowls to Root, who's defensively up on the offside, and Gareth Berg runs over the ball. It just dribbles up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I was going to say, a player that in my time that had the ability. It wasn't to Alan Lamb's level, but had that kind of ability in 50 over cricket was Rob Newton.
Yeah.
And I saw him do it many times in the second team and occasionally in the first team, and it kind of went out of vogue a little bit. And we got a bit power crazy, I think, at times with our white ball batting.
Sanderson bowls short to Billy Root, who sways inside the line, lets it go through to Vasconcelos. End of the over, 24 to Selman, 21 to Root, 85 for 2. With a couple of overs left to go until tea, and Glamorgan leading by 128 with 8 second innings wickets standing.
But that ability to score around about a run a ball and make a match-winning contribution, an 80 plus 100 in one-day cricket, you win the majority of those games, and it allows your more powerful, explosive players to come in and play around you. And I think it was unfortunate, really, for all concerned that Rob wasn't able to play more in that role in our 50 over team, because I think had that been the case, that may have been the missing ingredient to what could have been a team that could have gone further on more occasions in the 50 over comp.
Yeah, not the luckiest of cricketers, Rob Newton, is one of those who just seemed to go into a bit of form and then pick up an injury.
Oh yeah, he could get injured getting out of the shower, that guy. Yeah.
Zaib with the last over before tea then, floats one up and Selman drives it. He calls for a single. Proctor at mid-on, can't pick up cleanly. I think there was probably just about a single there, because Proctor is a little bit back at mid-on.
You nipped in for an early tea there, Nick, I think you know, haven't you? Nice.
I thought I might as well take it on the way past, but I'm managing my nutritional input today, because I haven't actually had my dessert from lunch, so tea might wait till close of play. That's a full toss from Selman, and Root smashes it away, but Zaib is a little bit lucky there, because he's hit it straight to the sweeper on the covered boundary, Charlie Thurston, and Root takes just a single. 87 for 2, the lead is 130, and the game just starting to edge back towards Glamorgan. That's short and flat, and worked away nicely by Selman through mid-wicket. It might not reach the boundary. It will be hauled up just inside the ropes, and they'll go back for a very comfortable 3 runs, which shows you that Selman is not putting a great deal of aggressive oomph into these shots, because that one didn't run away.
No risk, 3 no risk.
Yep.
He's happy to take that at this stage.
Absolutely.
Just before tea.
Zaib to Root, who's forward defending on the offside now, 90 for 2 in the afternoon sunshine, pleased to report. Bit of wispy high cloud, but it's a pleasant vista out there as Root steps back and cuts, and will get runs down to backward point. They'll come back for a second run, and again Thurston gets a few of his daily steps in, scampering round the boundary.
This is a pretty grim over from Safe. We've had a full toss, we've had a drag down, we've had a short wide ball. He's almost rushing through his over.
He's got 1 to redeem it, and that's a better ball, and it stays low, and Root does well to adjust and dig it out. So we head to tea with Glamorgan 92 for 2, leading by 135 runs. This is that was the afternoon session, because Northampton bowled out in their first innings just a fraction before lunch for 364. So the session very slightly Glamorgan's, but Northampton still in the game. Just
in the game. I'd give that session overall, definitely to Glamorgan, as you say. I thought Northampton bowled pretty well, but it was a session for the purist, really. It was hard, attritional cricket. There was a lot of skill on show, a lot of skill to get the ball in the right place very often. I thought Northampton challenged that really well, challenged off stump well, challenged both edges of the bat. They were pretty consistent in their bowling, but led by kind of Selman, who just got stuck in really and said, you're going to have to get me out, and I'll get my number, and the other lads can come and play around me. The more kind of stroke players in the Glamorgan lineup, and they've come and done that. So yeah, Glamorgan on top, but a good skillful session. Not many highlights, and disappointing to see as part of that Adam Rossington go off with what looked like a reasonably serious finger injury. So let's wish him well and hope that's not going to cost him too many matches out.
Yep, absolutely, Phil. We'll try and find out the latest information on that for you. But for now, from the county ground at Northampton, with Glamorgan 92 for 2 at tea. Their lead is 135. We'll be off in search of a cup of tea, and we hope you'll do the same, and you'll be able to join us when we return in around about 15 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon once again, and welcome back to a sunny Wantage Road for this, the final session of the third day's play in this LV Insurance County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan in their second innings are 92 for 2, which means they lead by 135. Out batsman Nick Selman and Billy Root already out in the middle, along with the umpires Peter Hartley and Steve O'Shaughnessy, and the Northamptonshire side captained at the moment by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's also keeping wicket. If you weren't with us earlier, I can tell you that Adam Rossington had to go off the field after the ball from Wayne Parnell took the edge of David Lloyd's bat and just caught the very end of his glove, and it looks to do his left hand not a great deal of good. He's off the field, and Ricardo Vasconcelos is both keeping wicket and captaining the side. Brandon Glover, who's on as 12th man, got in the action pretty quickly with a very good catch in the deep to dismiss Andrew Balbirnie off the bowling of Nathan Buck, who's picked up both the wickets in the innings so far. And it's going to be Buck, I think, to resume after tea, bowling from the indoor centre end. And here he is running towards us to start the final session, bowling to Nick Selman, who's been adhesive in this innings so far. He's been in there right from the start, and he's really anchored the innings. He's 28 not out, with him Billy Root, who's on 24. These two came together after the fall of 2 wickets with the score on 54, which is the pattern really for much of this match, with David Lloyd out, caught behind by Vasconcelos off Buck for 38, and then in the next over Balbirnie miscuing a hook, caught in the deep with diving catch by Glover off Buck for naught. And Selman onto the back foot as Buck bowls a little bit short at him, and he plays that, just drops it down on the offside where it's fielded by Saif Zaib. Beautiful evening now. It's quite breezy. It's coming from the northwest or thereabouts, just over to our right. But we had quite a lot of cloud around earlier in the day, but now it's very pleasant indeed. Lots of blue sky, and absolutely no problem getting through, I'm sure, to the close of play. Full length, Buck drives to bowls to Selman, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. The field, pretty similar to that employed just before tea. There's no slip in place, but they do have a silly mid-on, very straight. His foot almost on the left foot, almost on the cut strip, which means that the non-striker has to run pretty wide, about 2 strips over, and then a short mid-wicket, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on fairly wide, as Buck comes in, bowls short again to Selman, who's on top of that, pushes it down on the offside for Saif Zaib to field, and there's no run, and he has a deep mid-wicket in front of the west stand, and a deep backward square just in front of the old signal box. So that's the field. Earlier in the day, Northamptonshire bowled out for 364. Pretty good recovery from 76 for 5 yesterday. Partnership today of 108 for the 8th wicket between Wayne Parnell, who made 54, and Gareth Berg, 69 not out. That ball finds Selman working it away into the onside for the first run of the session. Goes out to Ben Curran, fielding in front of the west stand at deep mid-wicket. And one more run to Selman, 29 to him, 93 for 2. And the field changing round for the left-handed Billy Root. Selman having faced 106 balls for those 29 runs, but doing a valuable job for his side. Glamorgan bat themselves into a position of strength. Lead now 137 on a pitch that seems to be getting lower and slower, which is not uncommon at Northampton. But it'll be interesting to see how it plays tomorrow, of course. And for Root, they've got a gully in, Rob Keogh, and a backward point, Ben Curran. As Buck comes in again round the wicket to the left-handed Root, who drives beautifully away through the covers, streaks away over this quick outfield, rattles the boundary boards, and Billy Root's away in positive manner with a boundary, 32 to him, to end the over, and Glamorgan up to 97 for 2. in their second innings. That's a lead of 140. Root is 28 and Selman 29.
So Nathan just lost his line of length there last ball over. A lovely cover drive from Billy Root, who just leaned on the ball and it sped away and hit the boundary boards very, very hard. So it's a game of patience, but patience with intent, patience with skill. And at the moment, Nick Selman has kind of out-patience and out-skilled the Northants attack, is the story of his innings. And he's played a very good hand in what is a 97 for 2. Really puts, not quite, but almost puts Glamorgan out of any danger of losing the game from here. It could turn around very quickly, but unlikely to, because the way that he's playing, the way he's set up, and others have come in and scored around him. I'd be interested to see now Parnell back on from the Ken Turner end. I thought he bowled a really good spell earlier on in the afternoon, and look forward to seeing him try to prize Selman out.
Here is Parnell, bowls, and Selman again looking as he's playing slightly across the line, plays it out on the offside, and there's no run. 97 for 2. Lead is 140. And this isn't maybe a pitch on which you'd want to chase more than about 250 necessarily, given that it is getting a bit slow and low as Parnell bowls and Selman plays to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Do you think that's a sort of tipping point, 250, Phil?
I think a team chasing 250 if they had enough time, because you shouldn't be getting bowled out, really.
No.
You shouldn't be getting bowled out, and if you've got enough time to play cautiously, then that number is within reach. The outfield's very quick and so on. But I think it might be immaterial.
Here is Parnell in to bowl. Full length ball, Selman drives, but to mid-on, and there's no run. Immaterial in what sense? In
terms of any sort of declarations and so on. So Glamorgan are just going to bat until they're bowled out, I think is what will probably happen, and they'll want to make sure that Northants have not got an opportunity to chase any number. At the moment, it looks very, very difficult. The ball is not moving off straight. There's not any swing there. Probably a little too cold for that. It doesn't look like it's likely to reverse, or Parnell is the man who could do that.
He's got one slip as he bowls to Selman, who drives nicely and has pierced the offside. There isn't a sweeper there, and on that short side of the ground away to our left, it has run away for 4. So a rare attacking blow from Nick Selman. And Glamorgan's 3 figures are up on the scoreboard. 101 for 2, out of which Selman has 33.
And you mentioned, Nick, that he came into this game sort of low on form, possibly low on confidence, and this is going to do him the world of good.
As he pushes outside the off stump, and there's no run. Yes, time at the crease. And hopefully he'll be able to kick on and enjoy some more success in the weeks to come in this run of championship games. Glamorgan have got 7 on the bounce before they get a rest. I think Northants a little sooner than that.
6,
a week off.
Yeah, we've got a week off after 6.
Northampton Saints lead 23-13 at Leicester into the closing stages there. Parnell bowls and Selman tries to force into the covers, but this time hits the fielder. Ben Curran does that fielding. 101 for 2. The lead is 144. Just whips through the relevant football. Cardiff City against Wickham in the Championship. That one's still 1-1 after 69 minutes, though Cardiff's hopes of playoff places have rather gone. Northampton Town, I'm afraid to say, now 2-0 down at Gillingham. Newport County still goalless down at Exeter, and Wrexham goalless at home to Chesterfield.
Well, we're going to see Nathan Buck bowl his second over of the session. 3rd in all, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23 so far. Picked up both wickets to fall. Lloyd for 38 and Balbirnie for 0. Buck round the wicket to the left-handed Root, who pulls that away towards mid-on. They come through for a sharp single, but a well-judged one, and easily accomplished. One more to Root, who goes up to 29, and Glamorgan up to 102 for 2.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. That was an attempted sort of bouncer. I think he just didn't get up. It wouldn't surprise me if Nathan does try to employ a bit of a bouncer plan to route. There's a long boundary to the left-hander out towards the groundsman's hut. Just really as a way of making something happen.
Ring of 3, saving 1 on the offside as Buck comes in, bowls to Selman, and he plays that up to Gareth Berg, who's the man in that very straight, silly mid-on position. Just as I say, left foot on the square, and his shadow now crossing the pitch at the non-striker's end. Then he has Rob Keogh in there at short mid-wicket, and then a deep mid-wicket on the boundary and a deep backward square leg on the boundary. Bright sunshine now as Buck running towards us, indoor centre behind him, bowls very full length to Selman. He clips that away down to long leg, and it goes over the boundary for 4. Wayne Parnell comes round, tries to stop it but can't. So Selman once again, if there's anything pitched right up there on his toes, he's going to take advantage. Phil was saying, although the ratio of runs to balls is fairly high in the favour of balls, if there has been a scoring opportunity, there have been many times when he hasn't put it away, and he does so there. 37 to Selman, 106 for 2. Nice stroke. Just bringing Ben Sanderson a touch wider at mid-off as Buck comes in again, bowls to Selman, who drops that down on the onside. Ball comes out towards the deep square leg boundary rather, as Curran comes in off the boundary, completes the fielding. 1 more run to Selman. He goes up to 39, and Glamorgan up to 108 for 2.
So that ball just bounced and jagged back a little bit. It was a good effort ball. He bowled it hard into the surface. I think it hit one of those sort of greener seams along the pitch, and then just sort of misbehaved a little bit.
It has, but the lack of pace obviously is an issue in terms of making that difficult for the batsman. That ball from Buck finds route playing to backward point, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Another
example there, Andrew, of what you were just saying. That ball was sort of back of a length. It looked to just move away off the wicket, but Root had time to just adjust his shot. It came out of the middle of the bat. Now on a faster pitch, that's a much more threatening delivery.
Yeah, ball nearly 38 overs old, so such hardness as there would have been at the start, pretty much knocked out of it by now. His Buck bowls round the wicket to Root, who drives down to third man. He's going to pick up just a single, as this time Parnell does field and keeps it down to 1. 1 more to Billy Root, 30 to him, and he keeps the bowling as well. Selman on 38, 108 for 2, and Glamorgan leading by 151.
You can almost see Parnell, sort of his brain ticking over, how am I going to get this man out, how am I going to prize a wicket for Northamptonshire. He's kind of, to the extent that he can on this pitch, he's almost thrown the kitchen sink. He's tried every variation known, and he's landed them well, and yet still he's been thwarted by very good judgment and very good technical defence. So it's been, as I said earlier, it's been for the purists, but really enjoyable.
Parnell, left arm over to Root, who works that one down to third man, runs the first one very quickly, but there isn't a second run to be had. And Glamorgan just looking to, Root's been busy from the start, but Selman's now just starting to pick up a few more scoring opportunities.
Yeah, he's not really missed out. I think Northampton have bowled very well. Without carrying great threat, but when they have veered off line or length, then Selman's tucked it away and dealt with it appropriately. He just hasn't had many balls to score off. But he's done a great job for his team so far, and he'll want to just keep going till the close.
Round the wicket comes Parnell, and round the corner Selman turns it down towards backward square, and this time they are coming back for a second. They'll have to hurry. Selman sprawls home full length. There is an appeal from Vasconcelos, who's demolished the stumps, but Selman is just about home, and slightly iffy second runs, I thought.
Yeah, it's the longer boundary, and it's interesting. Billy Root has run like a hair between the wickets, And I think, you know, Selman maybe felt under pressure to push for 2. Luke Proctor is deceptively quick, and I think if that was a direct hit, I think he'd have gone. So therefore, not a great second run. But it was good to see the intent. I think, you know, obviously that wasn't great judgment, but the intent was really good. He's not just sort of getting up the other end and, you know, I'll just turn it over, I'll get my knot out. He's pushed hard for 2 there, so credit to him for that. But Proctor is a dangerous man in the outfield because he's very, very quick.
111 for 2 with 28 or 29 overs, can't quite read it on the boards.
28 after this one.
28 after this one. A little committee meeting between Sanderson, Buck and Parnell, the National Union of Seamers and Pacemen, and Vasconcelos pointing, and the net result of which is that square leg moves out towards the boundary, fine leg moves a little finer, and Parnell bowls and Selman drives on the offside, and there's no run, so the leg side fielding adjustments were irrelevant.
Yes, the National Union of Seamers Pacemen International, NUSPE for short. General Secretary of NUSPE.
I was thinking it was the good, the bad and the ugly. Take your pick, answers on a postcard, please.
Which is which?
I'm saying nothing.
Not getting involved there. 111 for 2, lead 154 for Glamorgan, as Parnell is into bowl 2. Selman is hit on the pad, that'll be close but not out, and they'll take a leg by as the ball runs down to third man.
That had a very good look about it.
Yeah, I just wondered if it might have hit him outside the line.
He did get a good stride in.
Yeah, that was my only thought. I'll have a little look on the replay, but that was my first thought on that one.
Tallish man, Nick Selman, 6'2", so a stride is a stride from him, but looked to be hit fairly low down.
Yeah, I think that was. I think that's all that could have saved him, because he didn't get an edge. It didn't bounce, but I think it probably just hit him marginally outside the line. So. Good decision.
Good umpiring from Shawnee. Well done.
112 for 2. Parnell to Root, who drives softly on the offside. Thurston intercepts cover. Selman is 40, having been there since the start of the innings. Root has 31. The batsman out. Lloyd for 38, caught behind, and Balbirnie caught deep mid-wicket without scoring, both falling in successive overs from Nathan Buck. It's the only wicket taker so far, but this pair have stopped any minor rot. Just starting to take it on as Root deflects one to short mid-wicket. No run. Buck hurls his cap vaguely in the direction of the 12th man, who jogs on and picks it up. End of the over. 112 for 2, lead 155 for Glamorgan.
I think the other thing in Steve O'Shaughnessy's mind there would have been it's the left arm round, so the angle, you know, suggests that it's likely, the contact likely to be more likely to be outside off stump, particularly as he goes, as Nick said, got a good stride in there.
Yeah, it's. I think that was a pretty good decision from umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, having had the benefit of a replay, which of course he doesn't. Here's Nathan Buck going to be starting another over. I'll just put a little message through about see if there's any information about Adam Rossington yet, which I'll bring you in a second. Buck bowls to Selman, who picks up another single as he turns that away towards deep mid-wicket. Ben Curran comes off the boundary, sends in his return. One more to Selman, 41 to him, and 113 for 2, so the lead up to 156. Word is basically nothing much official at this stage. He won't come back onto the field today, and as we say, Ricardo Vasconcelos, aka Dave, is in charge and also behind the stumps, but I imagine we may find out a bit more perhaps tonight or first thing tomorrow, as Buck bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Root, plays it on the bounce to backward point, fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Keogh hasn't bowled in the innings so far. We've had a little bit of spin from Saif Zaib, who picked up a couple of wickets yesterday, but Rob Keogh at the moment engaged in conversation with square leg umpire and just practicing his 7-iron there, I think. 8 maybe.
His 8-iron, so it's gone 190 yards. He hits it miles.
Here's Buck in again, bowls round the wicket to Root, plays it once again to Keogh at backward point, and there's no run. Keen golfer, is he, Rob Keogh?
He is a very, very keen golfer. Yeah, he loves it. I've played a bit with him over the time, and still do from time to time. And there are 3 questions Rob Keogh asks before every shot, and the routine goes like this: how far is it? What club shall I use? How hard shall I hit it?
Well, it's
covers all the basics.
Going to say, keeping it basic, isn't it?
Clueless.
Round the wicket, bowls to Root, and that's paddled away. Short ball, paddled down to deep. Backward square, where Charlie Thurston, with the sun right in his eyes, fields, sends in his return to Vasconcelos. One more run to Root, who rehearses the shot, a sort of pull without looking at the ball. But he picks up a single comfortably enough. 32 to him, 114 for 2. Yes, some nice golf courses around here, of course, not least very close to where the Glamorgan team and their esteemed correspondent are staying at the moment. It's more or less next door. Too long for me, that course. Far too long. Here's Buck over the wicket to the right-handed Selman, and turned away off his pads, and it goes up again to Ben Curran, fielding in front of the West Stand, and they come through for another single. Game's gone a bit quiet at the moment. 42 to Selman, 115 for 2. Lancashire just Glamorgan, Lancashire last week. Glamorgan going about their business very solidly, looking to build up this lead.
Northampton have equalised against Gillingham.
Oh, it's equalised. Crikey. May not be enough, of course. I think the issue may be out of their hands, but well, we'll see. Buck round the wicket to the Root, who plays that away just behind square on the offside. It's half stopped by Rob Keogh at backward point, but they're able to come through for a single. One more to Billy Root, who goes up to 34, and the total to 116 for 2 at the end of the over. 159 is the Morgan's lead now. Nick Selman is on 42, and Nathan Buck has bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 34.
Yeah, he's bowled well, Nathan. He's for the most part, he's held his line and length really well. He's bowled a good length, not too short, as we said earlier, can be a little bit back of a length. I've been sort of watching carefully what the fielders are doing with the ball to see if there's any sign that they're trying to throw it into wicket ends or get it to the keeper on the half volley in order to encourage the ball to get scuffed up to reverse. And I'm not seeing that. The throws from the outfield are looking to reach the keeper and so on. So it looks like reverse swing is not really going to be an option today.
Parnell in to bowl to Root, who plays it to point, and there's no run. Saints still with their noses in front against the Tigers, though a second try from Nandolo has made it 23-18. Last time I looked, Cardiff City back in the lead against Wickham. Kiefer Moore has got their second goal.
Yeah, 23-18 with 5 minutes to go at Wilford Road. In the best traditions of the East Midlands derby, will keep us guessing to the end.
Parnell left arm over, bowls, and Root chops it onto his pad, and the ball bounces out to point.
And yes, Northampton Town were 2-0 down, and it's now 2-2.
So from the, it is a kind of a sedate passage of play from the Northamptonshire perspective. It's a matter of not going for cheap boundaries, sort of holding their patience whilst still carrying threat with the ball as much as they're able to muster. And I do think it's probably time to see a little bit of spin now, just to give it a different look, particularly the off spinner against the left-hander. Let's see if we can make something happen.
As Root blocks the next ball from Parnell up to mid-off. Yeah, we saw a brief burst of Zaib, didn't we, who didn't bowl a great over just before tea.
No, that looked like an occasional bowler's over. He dragged a few down. He was racing through his over. That can be a sign of nerves for Safer, and he gets a little bit quick between deliveries. He just needs to compose himself a bit. He's a developing spinner, though.
Rob Keogh yet to appear in the attack in the second innings, as Parnell bowls to Root, who is forced on the defensive. Vasconcelos likes the look of this over at the moment. Head in hand, as if it had almost sneaked through. It came off the middle of the bat, actually. 2 wickets to go. David Lloyd caught Vasconcelos, stand-in keeper, off the bowling of Buck for 38. And Balbirnie caught subfielder Glover, bowled Buck without scoring. Caught at deep mid-wicket without scoring is slightly unusual.
He'll be kicking himself there, I'm sure.
As Parnell bowls, and Root hurried by that one, defended it to mid-on. It's a good tight straight over this from Parnell to Root.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Parnell. He's running hard. He's hit the pitch hard. He's bowled every variation that he has. And as I said earlier, his skill level has been very, very high. It's just there is time for the batsman to adjust to movement off the wicket, and unfortunately, and just make that sort of split-second correction to get some wood on it.
Parnell into bowl to Root, is hit on the pad, going down leg side. The ball trickles down to fine leg, and they've run through for a leg by 117 for 2. The lead now 160, and this partnership now worth 63, and Glamorgan just moving into slightly calmer waters at the moment.
Yeah, it's one of those that it depends where you're sitting. You know, from a Northamptonshire perspective, I'm very clear that Glamorgan are in the ascendancy and are in pretty comfortable position. But from Glamorgan's perspective, they'll feel very nervous, and if there's a bit of a run of wickets, and then that leads to a silly run out, which often happens, then things could change quite quickly. So still a reasonable amount of time left in the game, but it's going to be difficult to get 8 more wickets unless there's something sort of catastrophic happens, and there's some marvellous spell, or 3 wickets in an over, or a couple of silly run-outs, something like that. But it's very, very flat out there. The pitch is flat. The ball is now soft. There's no swing on offer. There's no reverse swing. So it's a case of patience, really, for both the batters and the bowlers, and the batters are up to the challenge. As I've said earlier, though, I am impressed with the way Northants have bowled. Even though they've only got 2 wickets, 117 for 2, might seem a strange thing to say, but they've been on their business. They've been there or thereabouts. They've been challenging off stump.
Talking of nervous, maybe a few nerves jangling at Hove at the moment in the match in this championship group, Group 3 between Sussex and Yorkshire. Bringing you up to date on that in a second as Nathan Buck starts another over, round the wicket to Billy Root, who's solidly in behind that, pushes it down the pitch. Buck fields and there's no run, and Ricardo Vasconcelos nips off for a chat with Rob Keogh at backward point. Yes, Sussex set the score 235 to win. We're going along quite nicely at 60 odd for 1. They're now 86 for 4 against Yorkshire. So Yorkshire will glimpse a possible victory there, which would be a terrific fight back from them. Buck in again, round the wicket, bowls to Root, cracks that away. Just in front of square on the offside, and it's a single down to Ben Curran in front of the west stand. And 1 more run to Billy Root, who goes up to 34, and Glamorgan to 118 for 2. The other matches at New Road, Worcestershire 436 all out, then bowled Nottinghamshire out for 276 and enforced the follow on, and Nottinghamshire 14 for no wicket in their second innings. At Edgbaston, Essex against Warwickshire, a bit of cricket left in this one. Essex 144 for 7 in their second innings, leading by 155. As Selman plays that just behind square on the offside, but can't elude Charlie Thurston, who's in there at backward point, and there's no run. So that's going to be, well, another 50-60 runs. Could be quite interesting there. At Riverside, Durham are 84 for 2 in their second innings, having not enforced the follow-on against Derbyshire. Durham 292 runs ahead there. Kent putting up a terrific display in their second innings against Lancashire down at Canterbury. That's also in this group, Group 3. Following on, Kent 160 for no wicket in their second innings as Buck bowls to Selman, who drives beautifully out. This time it does beat Thurston at backward point. It runs away to the boundary, and that's 4 runs to Nick Selman. Nice stroke, 46 to him, and Glamorgan up to 122 for 2, and the lead up to 165. Jordan Cox and Daniel Bell Drummond doing the business for Kent there. Bell Drummond on 83 and Cox on 75. So Kent still obviously in arrears, 192 behind, but making a decent fist of it. At the Rose Bowl, still not through an innings aside there. Hampshire 470 all out. Gloucestershire still batting, 313 for 9. As Buck bowls to Selman, who flicks that one away. A little turn of the wrist, goes out to Curran at deep mid-wicket, and they come through for another single. 47 to Nick Selman, 123 for 2. The lead up to 166. We have a result at Grace Road, where Somerset have beaten Leicestershire by 9 wickets. Bowled Leicester out for 199, left them to score 118, 115 to win, and they finished on 118 for 1. So, second result of the day, Middlesex having beaten Surrey by 10 wickets earlier on. Buck in again, bowls to Root, who's on the back foot, doesn't time it. He looks cut away through backward point, just goes as far as Rob Keogh, and there's no run. End of the over, 123 for 2. Root is 34, Selman is 47.
Hashtag running foxes is hashtag foxes on the run, really, isn't it, this season? They've lost 2 out of the 3 now. 19 points from the 3 games.
Yeah, looking at the side they've put out, their bowling attack looks like it's lacking a little, I'd say, and with the batting they're dependent, I think, largely, not only, but largely on Ackerman and Azad. There are others who can contribute and have done this year, but yeah, they look a little bit light in the bowling department in order to win games, I'd say.
Wayne Parnell will come around the wicket to try and dislodge the barnacle that is Nick Selman, who will get 4 runs. Is that off the bats? Yep. Glance down to fine leg, and that will be Nick Selman's half century. He has got there courtesy of his 6th boundary, and he has received 124 balls. So, I mean, it's slow, but it's not as slow as I thought it might be.
Well, you know, we're used to talking about balls, aren't we, and strike rates and so on, but there is no relevance to that statistic in this innings, and it's good for Selman that he's taken no interest in that. It's the sort of innings that, as a fielder, if someone gets that 50 against you, you're going to struggle to get your hands out of your pockets and clap. But actually, that pays it a compliment, because it's really what the opposition team, it's really what Glamorgan needed to glue this together at the top, and he's played perfectly. You know, Matthew Maynard will be delighted with that innings.
I'm sure he will, as will Nick Selman himself, to maintain his place in the side, and celebrates with a cover drive. Well, that was almost frivolous from Selman for a change, as he leant into that one, timed it nicely, racing away on the short side of the ground, 131 for 2.
If you've got 5 men on the leg side, you can't bowl a wide half volley outside off stump, because that's going to get dispatched at most levels of cricket, and certainly this one.
Selman to 55. Root had almost caught him up at one point, but Root is on 34. No slips. Mid-wicket on the drive, and fielding the ball as Selman plays the ball along the ground. There is a cover over another strip in that area, so it might be a little bit awkward for Zaib if the ball bounces up there. So he's basically in a catching position at short mid-wicket, and there are 5 saving the single. There isn't a sweeper on the offside at the moment, but there might be soon if Selman is opening up a little bit. Lead is 174 for Glamorgan, as Selman works that one on the leg side, runs the first one quickly. There isn't a second, and well done Charlie Thurston, because he attacked that one with real intent, coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. 132 for 2.
In the last few overs, Northampton bowlers have just lost their discipline a little bit. The previous over from Nathan Buck, he also got driven through the offside with a 5-4 leg side field, bowled 2 or 3 balls in that over outside off stump, one of which got tucked away for 4, and Parnell got over straight, one off the hip down the leg side for 4, and then a wide ball outside off stump. So Northampton have just lost their discipline slightly. But interestingly, as I've said a number of times, Glamorgan have not missed out on scoring opportunities.
And Durand has received some positive news from somewhere.
Final score from Welford Road: Leicester 18, Northampton 23.
Fantastic.
Marvellous.
Parnell bowls full length ball, and Root jabs down on it, inside edge onto boot, as he limps towards square leg. Emir Evans says that's the benefit of time in the middle, important cog in the lineup. Dayan Nick Selman. So Glamorgan battling away to try to put this game beyond Northamptonshire and to maybe set up a victory chance of their own. As Parnell in to Root, who cuts hard down into the ground. It's a slight misfield, but it's stopped effectively enough by Zaib. 132 for 2. The lead is 175 on a sunny evening, third evening of the game here at the County Ground, Northampton.
And it's mayhem down at Hove, I can tell you, because chasing 235. Sussex are now 91 for 5. And Dom Bess, 13 overs, 4 for 12.
Gosh.
And Joe Root is bowling with him now. So
the tide's gone out.
The tide's gone out. It's started to turn.
Started to turn.
But that would be a terrific win for Yorkshire if they manage to pull that one off.
And you're going there next week.
We're going there next week. Yes. Lulling them into a false sense of security.
Best didn't look a happy bunny in the snow-filled first game of the season.
No, well, can't really blame him, can you? Here's Nathan Buck starting another over, bowling to Nick Selman, who's, as we say, doing an absolutely first-rate job for his side. 56 not out. The Emir was saying time in the middle. Absolutely no substitute for it, is there? And taking full advantage. I think in a moment or two, I may be just going to update BBC Radio Northampton listeners, who presumably will be punching the air with celebration after what's happened at Welford Road. I'm not sure what's happening with the Cobblers, Northampton Town, but that we shall find out presently. Here's Buck in again, bowls to Selman, who I'm sure the status of Northampton Town in League One is probably not high on Nick Selman's list of priorities at the moment.
2-2 it's finished.
2-2, okay, well, we shall doubtless find out what effect that has had. I think, as I said, they could have been relegated today, depending on how results went. They probably needed to win, I would have thought, to have a chance of staying up, but we shall see. I don't have a table to hand, so greater minds than mine will be working this out at the moment. Here's Buck in again, bowls to Selman, is in behind that, plays it up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Gareth Berg, and there's no run. Berg again, what a game he's having. He was outstanding with the ball in this innings, he was outstanding with the ball in the first innings, and he made 69 not out in Northamptonshire's innings, his first half-century in first-class cricket since June 2018.
Looks as though Northampton are 4 points behind with 2 to play.
Well, where there's life, there's hope. Here's Buck in again, bowls short, and Selman just sways out of the way, and umpire Peter Hartley signals 1 for the over. And I do absolutely agree with what you were saying, Phil, that you need to just try something different, and presumably Rob Keogh is that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
At the moment, it's just all a little bit samey.
It's a bit samey, and it's an ideal situation. He must be still injured to bowl for Luke Proctor to bowl, because he can get the ball to swing in late. He skids it on.
Here's Buck in bowls to Selman. It doesn't bounce again, and Selman's just pushing it out on the offside.
I know Procky had an injury earlier in the season, a side strain, which is one that he's had on and off over a while. Maybe he's not match fit to bowl. Obviously, he's in the side mostly to bat.
He bowled a little bit at Old Trafford, but now I think the feeling was pick up 1 or 2 vibes that he might not be completely fit. He bowled 16 overs in the match.
Okay.
Here's Buck in bowling his 12th over. In again, bowls to Selman, who whips that one away beautifully just behind square. There were 2 fielders about 30 yards apart, and it split the 2 of them. Lovely shot from Selman to finish the over. He goes up to 60 and 136 for 2 at the end of the over. Root on 34 and Glamorgan's lead up to 179.
One of the things that I used to talk to Nathan about from time to time was 6th ball boundaries, and in the last 3 overs he's gone for 4 off the last ball twice.
Yes.
Which is, I think, about concentration, about patience a little bit. They've both been great shots. One was a drive square of the wicket from Root, and that one was a lovely shot off his pads that really just went so quickly off the bat. He smashed it through square leg from Selman. It was a super shot, a strong area for him. But you know, if you've got to finish the over off really strongly. Just try and win the over.
Yep, lovely stroke from Selman as Wayne Parnell starts another over bowling to the left-handed Root, who plays that down behind square, and it's Curran that comes in front of the West Stand to field, and they pick up an easy single. One more to Billy Root. He goes up to 35 and Glamorgan to 137 for 2, which means the lead is now 180.
I'm enjoying Parnell's body language, his intent.
Yeah, well, Northamptonshire not just about hanging on into this game, but Glamorgan are certainly on top at the moment. They're 137 for 2 in their second innings. We're in the final session of the day's play. Nick Selman, who opened the innings, is still there on 60 with him. Billy Root, brother of Joe, who's on 35. These two so far have put on 83 runs for the 3rd wicket for Glamorgan. There was a bit of hope early on when Northamptonshire nipped out 2 wickets in 2 overs, both courtesy of Nathan Buck removing David Lloyd for 38 and Andrew Balbirnie for a duck. Bad news for Northamptonshire this afternoon, though, is of their captain Adam Rossington, who in missing a catch earlier on in the afternoon off the bowling of Wayne Parnell, got a ball right on the end of the glove. He's been forced to go off the field. Ricardo Vasconcelos is keeping wicket and also captaining the side in Rossington's absence. We don't know yet for sure if there's a break or any sort of serious damage. I would hope we would find out before the end of today, or if not first thing in the morning. But I must admit he left the field looking in a lot of discomfort. So at the moment Glamorgan just building this lead on a pitch that's well, pretty much devoid of pace and pretty much devoid of bounce as well. 139 for 2 now Glamorgan. They lead by 182.
Parnell continues to run in and give it everything. So it has been known, not in recent times, it has been known for occasionally the overseas fast bowler to kind of pick and choose when they bowl their effort spells, and this would have been one of those days, one of those situations where they might not have quite put in, might not have fancied it. But Parnell, quite the opposite. You know, he's directing traffic now, making sure he's got his field right. He's tried everything. He's thrown the kitchen sink. I think he's bowled with great skill and great intent, and he's wicketless, which shows how well Glamorgan have played.
Here comes Parnell then to try and dislodge Selman. No slips. 2 in catching positions on the leg side, and Selman promptly edges him through the vacant slips down to 3rd man for 4, past a diving Vasconcelos. Might just have carried to slip about ankle high, maybe not.
Yeah, the slip would have had to be very, very close, and it would have been a good low catch. Parnell's come over the wicket to the right hander, first time he's done that, and swung the ball back in. Selman trying to play it to the leg side leading edge, so it was a very unusual delivery for what has been quite a sedate period of play. There's quite a lot going on there, and he certainly still got the ball to swing back into the right hander from over the wicket.
143 for 2. The lead is 186. One down leg side from Parnell that Selman thinks he's missed out on. Tried to deflect it away down to fine leg, didn't get anything on it. Unusual fielding. Not only have we got the short mid wicket, but we've got a short backwards square there for Parnell.
Yeah, now I'm going to say this. The next thing will happen is that'll be a catch. Just that I don't really understand how the ball gets there and it's still catchable, to be honest, because if it comes there it's going to come very, very quick.
Parnell into Selman, who drives to mid-on, no run. Maybe just the fend off the body for a short ball, but the pitch doesn't really have that sort of pace to lend itself, does it?
No, you're right. That's what. Yeah, it's kind of like a square leg gully, isn't it? And that's what you'd say, the one that's getting up into under the ribs, under the armpit. But the ball is almost on its way down. But it's interesting that he's got the ball to swing from over the wicket there, and yeah, he will know his game far better than I know his game. That's for sure. there's something in it for him. I think it does bring him more of a chance of getting LBW if Selman does fall over one, because of the angle. He's more likely to be pitching in line to encourage the umpire to give it out. So, but he's gone there kind of late in his spell, really. Perhaps on reflection, he's gone there a little bit too late.
Body language, Phil, looks a bit flat out there at the moment, doesn't it?
We need a Labashang out there.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll be fizzy when Labashane gets here.
Yes, I'm sure it will. Well, yes, they've just had the. We weren't missing any action with. They're just having the hand sanitisation break, and just the way Northamptonshire went over to the 12th man to get their squirt of hand sanitizer. They just all look a little bit flat at the moment, and it's a beautiful evening. This cloud has blown away, such as it was earlier in the day when it was a little bit overcast, and it's now absolutely gorgeous evening, quite breezy though, and I would imagine cool if you're out of the sun, as we are, of course.
Less said about that.
Well, yeah, but I just feel that they need to try something a bit different. We've talked about the possibility of bringing Rob Keogh into the attack. He bowled very little in this game, bowled 6 overs in the first innings. Had a long bowl up at Old Trafford, a long bowl in the opening match here against Kent. For now, it's going to be Gareth Berg back into the attack to bowl another spell, and he's going to be starting round the wicket to the left-handed Billy Root, and Root just drives that up towards mid-off, but it doesn't get that far. It's intercepted by Nathan Buck at extra cover, and there's no run. Root on 36, Selman on 65. These two have now put on 89 for the third wicket, and as was the case in the first innings, well, I thought Glamorgan were excellent at building partnerships. Northamptonshire managed it lower down the batting order, of course, but after the loss of 2 quick wickets, which brought Northamptonshire right back into this game, courtesy of Nathan Buck earlier in the afternoon, these two in their contrasting styles have done a first-rate job for Glamorgan. Now a pause while Gareth Berg, conflating all the different seamers there. Gareth Berg tweaks his field on the leg side, brings Proctor round a little bit at long leg. That delivery finds Root driving up to mid-on, where it's fielded there by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run. But Berg now into his 9th over. So he's had plenty of work in this game. 9 overs, 0 for 15. Very tidy. Bowled 25 overs in the first innings. Batted for a long time as well. Berg in again. Round the wicket, bowls to Root, who's going to pick. No, he's not going to pick up a single. It was a very good bit of fielding there by Saif Zaib, just on the edge of the square at mid wicket. Sharp bit of fielding.
Threw that with his left hand. He's normally a right arm thrower.
Do you know, we were talking about this yesterday and we saying how unusual it is, because he bats left, bowls left, and usually throws right.
Yeah, he's worked hard to throw the ball with his left hand, and he's got better at it for sure. That was a decent throw off balance.
It was a very good bit of fielding to save a run. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Root, who drives up to mid-off, who's fairly deep, and well, they could come through for a single. I think if you were being hypercritical, you might say that they perhaps shouldn't really have got a single there, but it was Brandon Glover, the 12th man. He was a little bit on his heels.
They shouldn't have got a single there.
No. Yes, you can say that. You can say that.
That's terrible. I mean, a brilliant catch earlier.
Yeah.
But sure, he's on his 12th man. He hasn't played a lot of cricket. Make your presence known. He was on his heels there.
He was.
And well done, Billy Root, to recognise that very quickly and called through. And he actually had no chance of stopping the run because he was so slow off the mark, so slow reacting.
Yeah, it wasn't a great bit of cricket. 37 to Root, 144 for 2. The partnership up to 90. And here's Berg in again, bowling to Selman, who drives nicely up past extra cover. Attempted a diving stop by Ben Sanderson, and he does take most of the way off it and retrieves the ball quickly and keeps them down to a single. That, in contrast, was a good bit of fielding by a fast bowler. And one more run to Nick Selman, who goes up to 67. And 145 for 2.
It's important to keep your standards up. You know, it's obviously it's difficult out there for the bowling team. You've got to keep your standards high, otherwise it can leak into your batting innings.
Round the wicket comes Berg, bowls to Root, who drives that again through extra cover, and it's Ben Curran who's out there on sweeping on the boundary, who comes round to field, and they come through for another single. One more to Billy Root, 38 to him, Selman 66, 146 for 2, Glamorgan, which means they lead by 189. We have 21 overs to go today, as 12th man comes on with a drink for Gareth Berg. So they have 21 more overs today, and then all of tomorrow. And I would imagine Chris Cook, although he's quite happy to see these two just keep on batting for the time being, may just be starting to think. Phil, do you reckon what may be, given a normal rate of strike, what they may be looking to set tomorrow?
If anything.
Or do you think, well, that's...
If anything.
Well, that's the other point, isn't it? Because with the 8 points for a draw, I don't think you're going to see too many quixotic declarations at this stage of proceedings, this stage of the summer.
Glamorgan, I would imagine, will absolutely want to make sure there is no chance they can lose the game.
If the first game is anything to go by, Glamorgan's declaration after about an hour of the last day set Yorkshire 379 in 76. So they'd given themselves a bit of a chance of bowling out the opposition, but there was virtually no chance of the opposition winning the game.
Yeah. And who could blame them in doing that?
Parnell is into bowl to Root. That was a good delivery, and Root just gets it off the inside edge down towards backward square. That one almost got through. Root on 38, Selman 66.
I mean, the downside of that declaration, that the Yorkshire one, is you only get one new ball, and you do think you're going to need 2 new balls to bowl a team out on this pitch, but the equation doesn't seem to lend itself to that. I haven't got my head around all the numbers just yet.
Well, the lead's 189 at the moment. If they got another 70 tonight, that would be 260 overnight. As Root drives on the offside, and there's no run. I mean, Northants may take this out of the equation by taking a load of wickets, but if Glamorgan had a 260 lead overnight, they'd need to bash on in the first hour, wouldn't they?
Well, it looks, from what you've said there, it looks like that would be a similar kind of number, doesn't it, to the Yorkshire declaration in the first round.
There's Parnell in to bowl, and Root defends on the onside. We did lose a couple of overs to a snow shower on the final day. As Glamorgan lead 1 by 189. Hopefully no prospect of a snow shower tomorrow, even if it is chillier. As Parnell bowls and Root plays it off his legs, thinks about a single but sends Selman back on the grounds that the ball had gone pretty much to Rob Keogh at square leg there, lurking in front of the umpire. Umpire's well set back, isn't he? Peter Hartley, no danger of him
he's
wearing a pull shot there.
He's miles away, isn't he? Yeah, you're right.
He's 2/3 the way to the boundary, even though it's a short one. 146 for 2, and that's how it'll remain as Root drives to mid-on, and there is no run. Mid-on being
Gus Miller.
Gus Miller, your man. Thank you very much.
Could have given him a better cap, couldn't they?
What's he got on?
It's sort of looks a bit like the cap that Wayne Parnell was wearing up at Old Trafford that we had a word about, and it turned out that it was merchandise from the club shop, so we were taken to task.
Parnell is into bowl to Root, who tried to run it down to third man, picked out Zaib at Gully, and there is no run.
It was the one and only time I've ever been accused, if that's the word, of being an influencer on social media, because we mentioned this cap that Wayne Parnell was wearing, which just didn't seem to me quite appropriate for first class cricket, and it turned out it was one of these things that they sell in the shops, sort of leisure wear, and apparently somebody ordered one on the strength of hearing Scott Reed and myself talking about it on commentary. So they were therefore an influencer on social media. First time for everything. Last time, I suspect, as well.
Yeah, well, as long as you're not being paid for it, you don't have to put #ad on it, do you?
No, definitely not. Well, Gus Miller is on the field. He's at mid-wicket at the moment as Gareth Berg starts a fresh over from the far end. The indoor centre end bowls to Selman, who's resolutely behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Berg to field, and there's no run. Field, wide third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Two mid-wickets really, one of them just fairly tight in, one a little deeper, that's Miller. Then deep square, just in front of square, in front of the boundary, that's Ben Curran, and a deep backward square in front of the mound stand, down to our left. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Selman, who whips that one away, and Gus Miller gets to field the ball, doesn't field it cleanly, bounces off his knee, I think, but there's no run.
He got done for pace there, didn't he?
He did.
He got done. Selman hits the ball very hard through there. It was a lovely long barrier, but you are then supposed to get your hands in front of your knee, and Gus was a bit slow to get his hands in the way of that.
Well, it's great for him to have the chance to be on the field in a county match. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Selman, and this time Rob Keogh comes around in front of Gus Miller from the closer of the two mid-wickets to field, and there's no run. Selman just plays it out there. Saves Zabe going through his limbering up exercises, so perhaps we are going to see some spin presently.
It's going to be the latest finish of the 3 days so far, isn't it?
Comfortably, yes, it is. It's still got, 18 overs to go, and it's 5:20 now, so probably going to be a 6:30, I would think, thereabouts. Here's Berg, in bowls to Selman, and Berg thinking he was through there. Selman was looking to play more or less straight back down the pitch. It came off a sort of thick leading edge, went up to mid-off, and there's no run. So well bowled Gareth Berg. Still running in, still trying to get the ball to do something. Hasn't done a great deal today for either side. Breeze now ruffling the flags at the far end, coming from right to left as we look, and that ball cuts back in to Selman, hits him high up on the pad, drops down on the offside. And Charlie Thurston comes in from backward point to field. Thurston, like to see him in the ring, I must admit, rather than on the boundary. He's a super fielder anywhere, but he just gives a little bit of bubble and purpose and energy when he's in the ring. He was absolutely outstanding last season, I thought, when he came into the side, and just helped to lift the side on occasions in the field when things had gone a bit flat, as they have at the moment really. Here's Berg, bowls to Selman, who just drops it down on the onside. Ben Curran comes in from the boundary in front of the west stand, just looks to see where the sun is, because sending a throw in then I think to Vasconcelos would have dazzled him, but they come through for an easy single, and that's the last ball of the over as well. So Nick Selman keeps the bowling, 67 to him, 38 to Billy Root, 147 for 2. Glamorgan partnership worth 93, and the lead is 190.
The last three balls of Gareth Berg's over were really very good balls, weren't they? They all did something. The first of the last three pitched, held its line, nearly did him on the outside edge, closed the bat face, leading edge could have carried to a fielder. On a faster wicket might have gone through and caught the outside edge. The next ball nipped back and hit him on the inside edge, ran onto his thigh pad, and the next ball squirted off a thick inside edge. As I said before, on a faster wicket, any of those could cause a dismissal, but that's what happens on a slower pitch. The ball doesn't beat the inside edge; it catches a thicker edge, goes squarer, and there's no chance. But high skilled bowling again from Berg, in line with a lot of the stuff I've seen from Northants today, but not good enough. Glamorgan have dented it, have blunted it, I should say.
Partnership is 7 short of the century mark as Vasconcelos consults about some iteming of his clothing, just getting a little hand from Keogh. And Zaib will bowl from this pavilion end as we watch from the Ken Turner stand. No slips, but 7 sort of saving the single in various forms as Salmon defends the first ball on the leg side and there's no run. Sweeper out on either side of the wicket at forward square leg and cover point. As Zaid bowls and Salmon is forward, playing out on the offside defensively. The football today, Northampton drawing at Gillingham to just about retain hopes of survival. Zaid bowls and it's just worked into a gap on the offside by Nick Salmon for a single. He moves to 68, 148 for 2. The Championship, Cardiff City 2-1 winners over Wickham with Kiefer Moore netting both. Newport County remain in the last of the playoff places in League 2 after drawing down at Exeter, and Wrexham in the National League drew 0-0 against Chesterfield as Zaib comes over the wicket to Billy Root, who just keeps that one out, plays it gently to cover. The Rugby, Northampton winning 23-18 at Leicester. In the women's game, England won the Six Nations, beating France 10-6 in the final. Zaib bowls and back on his stumps goes Root and defends. Wales women are trailing 5-3 away to Scotland. That came about 25 minutes old, and in the battle to avoid the wooden spoon. As out comes the reverse sweep, and it's just popped over the head of Vasconcelos. And Root gets away with it. It's the second time he's played that shot. Didn't bring him any runs on that occasion. 148 for 2. The lead is 191 for Glamorgan.
Yeah, so we've been wondering, you know, up here, the back of the stand about bringing on some spin. Now something happened the last ball there. It wasn't really through the bowler's brilliance. It was an error in selection execution from Root. But he's made something happen, and I think that's what really we've been looking for, is some variety in the attack. There's nothing really to lose to try and create something different to happen, and that's what happened there. And spin can do that. Spin gives a batter more time to think about it, more time to make a mistake and get into a bad position sometimes.
Gareth Berg is running in to start another over to Nick Selman, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Berg himself fields and just throws it on to save. Alan Rossington has appeared on the field in the last few minutes, just bringing on a cap, and you see a couple of fingers fairly heavily taped. So obviously there is an issue there. Hopefully, as I say, I suspect we may find out a little bit more after close of play as Berg comes in, bowls to Selman. And this is good stuff from Berg. He just forces him into a defensive stroke up on the onside, and again he's just targeting middle and off, not a great deal of bounce, and Selman just playing at that just a tad firm footed, goes up to mid wicket. But Berg, more than I would say any of the other seamers today, has really given the batsman something to think about. He has been outstanding. Here's Berg in again, bowls, and once again forces Selman into a defensive stroke, back down the pitch. Berg himself fields, and there's no run.
I mentioned earlier when Selman opened up with Lloyd about the difference in body language, and sort of suggested that Selman could be a bit more animated at the crease. One thing he has communicated through his body language, his selection and his execution, is, I'm going to be more patient than you are. So what are you going to do about it? You serve me up good stuff, I'm going to defend it back down the wicket to you. And I've enjoyed that.
Interesting field as well, as Berg comes in, bowls to Selman, and that's fielded at one of the three fielders in that sort of mid-wicket region. They've got three, that's what I was just going to say. They've got an fairly orthodox mid-on, which is Brandon Glover, and then Rob Keogh in fairly tight in at mid-wicket, and another mid-wicket a little bit squarer, a little bit deeper. And there's Selman playing that up to Keogh again, and there's no run. Is that still Gus Miller on? I think it is, isn't it? And he's got a proper Northamptonshire cap on. Somebody obviously heard what we said. Is that Gus at mid wicket?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
He's on his 12th man, 13th man, of course, and he's now being dispatched back to the boundary, not to get a new cap, but possibility of maybe getting a catch. He's now down at deep mid wicket as Berg bowls. Selman drives up to mid on, fielded by Brandon Glover. End of the over with Selman on 68, Root 38, 148 for 2. The lead is 191. Adam Rossington appears on the field again. I'm just looking to see which fingers are actually taped up. He's got, it doesn't help very much because he's got his, what is left hand, isn't it? It's left hand, first two fingers, first and second finger, because he's got his sterile glove on the right hand, of course, but it's that left hand, first two fingers taped up.
Are they splintered or just taped?
Well,
Can you see that?
It's a bit hard to see. They're certainly taped together. Maybe splintered as well. It's a bit hard to see.
Exit stage left, Adam Rossington.
But not pursued by a bear.
Not pursued by a bear. Warwickshire are not involved in this particular contest. As Rob Keogh is winding vigorously as to remind the acting captain that he is a potential member of the attack, as Zaid bowls and Root defends. Out on the leg side, no run. 148 for 2.
Struggling for length, isn't he? So he's bowled over length and dragged a few down as well.
In comes Zaid bowls, and that's driven by Root up to wide mid-off, where a scrambling Ben Sanderson effects the stop, but they've gone through for the one.
That looked like a 5:30 bit of fielding from an opening bowler, didn't it? That, with all due respect to Ben Sanderson, he looked laboured.
Went down in stages,
in instalments. Yeah.
Didn't cost any runs, which is the effective thing. As Zaid comes around the wicket to bowl, and Selman comes forward watchfully from the Jeff Boycott school of forward defensives. As Zaid bowls again, Selman drives but doesn't get it back past the bowler, who gets a hand to it and parries it. 149 for 2, so the pace of run scoring has dropped again in the last few overs. Glamorgan are happy to see it out as Selman drives to cover and there's no run.
I mean, as a fielding unit, you certainly want to be going under 3 and over on a surface like this. We're just about there.
Zaid bowls up to short, and Selman tries to force off the back foot, but picks out Keogh, one of those cover fielders. It remains 149 for 2. The lead remains 192.
And another over from safe there, where not too many balls are on a really good line and length. You know, there was perhaps one and a half that was on a really good line and length. He looks slightly more comfortable bowling round the wicket, completing his action, perhaps getting a little bit more overspin on the ball, getting it to drop into a better area from round the wicket. From over the wicket to the left-hander, he's just bowled very full. Looks like he's just falling away a wee bit, and the ball's it's undercutting the ball a fraction. And Root's played some nice shots off the front foot to him. No sign of spin, and so far no real sign of any indiscretions.
Gareth Berg starting his 12th over of the innings, bowling round the wicket to Root, who plays that to backward point, fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Berg saying into his 12th over, 11 overs, no wicket for 19, with a couple of maidens. So just saying about what Northamptonshire need to be keeping Glamorgan down to in terms of run rate. Berg going at less than 2 runs and over. And he really has been excellent in this, whole match from start to finish, really. Berg in again, bowling round the wicket to Root, pushes out to the covers. Once again it's fielded, and this time Nathan Buck cuts off the chance of a run. Doesn't often find Nathan Buck in the covers, but There he is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Nathan Buck's doing at extra cover. Wow.
Perhaps he's just pulled rank.
Do you think? He's bullied Vasco.
Captain off, and well, maybe it's, as I say, the fact that he turns 30 in 2 days' time. Seniority. Berg in again, bowls to Root. This time they are going to take a single as he just drops it skillfully, doesn't hit it too hard. And just between the two fielders, they're in the covers. And they come through for a single. One more to Billy Root, goes into the 40s. 40 to him, 150 for 2. The lead 193. Still these two substitute fielders on the park. With Gus Miller down at long leg. And Brandon Glover, who took a good catch earlier, on there as well. Here's Berg bowling to Selman, who's playing up to mid-wicket, and there's no run once again. They really ought to think about whatever they do in the various podcasts and what have you. Gareth Berg does Hamlet. He's just such a wonderfully expressive cricketer, and he thought he might just have got through Selman's defences again there, and the panoply of expressions and gestures, it's wonderful. Gilgood or Olivier couldn't have done better. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Selman, drives back to the bowler, and he's dropped him. Well, he's done so much hard work and he's deserved a wicket. Selman drove that back at Berg. It was a sharp chance again, it was travelling. He got a hand to it, but he couldn't hang on.
Alas, he dropped it. It looked like he made a decision to go one-handed.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
It looked like he had enough time to make that decision. He decided to go one-handed, and I don't know why he did. I mean, he had time to get both hands on that, I think.
Yeah, it was a slightly odd one. He thought he would have had, as you say, the opportunity to get two hands to it, but chose to go with one and dropped it. Here's Bergen again, bowls to Selman, and this time just plays it up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh, end of the over. And that's 150 for 2, Glamorgan. Selman 68, Root 40, and the lead up to 193. And Adam Rossington comes on with Gareth Berg's cap. I'm sure says something reassuring and encouraging. So much so that Gareth Berg stops and looks back.
Are you sure? I'm sure he said something.
Well, he said something the way that Gareth Berg then turned round and looked at him as he walked off.
Yeah. Something reassuring.
Yeah.
It's the third caught and bowled dropped that Gareth Berg has been involved in today.
That's right. Two off his bat and one off his bowling.
Well remembered. Saif Zaib runs away, jogs away from us, and Root drives and calls for the single, and Selman will get home safely, especially as it is a somewhat eccentric throw from Ben Sanderson, who puts his hands behind his back as if to say, it wasn't me through that. It was rather wide of Vasconcelos, who had to dive to save it, going for buzzers.
That's the widest throw I've seen since I saw David Murphy in the field throw a ball that hit Josh Cobb, who was standing in the gully.
150 for 2. Zaib round the wicket to Selman, who tries to nurdle it down towards third man, but gets a little bit too much on it. Plays it to gully.
David Murphy, we should say, for those who may not remember him, was actually a wicket keeper, so presumably just on as was he on a 12th man or something.
Lead 194 for Glamorgan, as that is driven by Selman.
Ouch.
And it bounces a little bit as it hits one of the offside fielders, the panoply of covers.
It's all a little bit of Fred Carno out there at the minute, isn't it?
So bowls and Selman drives to mid-on. There isn't a single there because Sanderson is quickly off his mark and dashing in to prevent that happening again. 151 for 2. It's all a little bit gentle. as Selman steers one through the offside and will take a single out to the cover point boundary. 152 for 2. Selman to 69.
Sussex are recovering a bit down at Hove. 91 for 5 they were. They're now 126 for 5, chasing 235 to beat Yorkshire.
Potentially a tight finish. Root drives to mid-off and calls for a quick single. Sanderson has a throw at the stumps. Misses. Root was home. The first backup fielder missed it as well. But luckily, this being a good professional side, there are 2 backup fielders. And it's just a single, albeit an action-packed one, as on comes Super Sub Rossington. And has a cap chucked vaguely in his general direction. 153 for 4. The lead is 196, and this partnership is 99.
Yep, 99.
I can't tell you how delighted Adam Rossington will be to have to run on and off with Gareth Berg's cap every other over. Not very.
Yeah.
Not very delighted.
Maybe his revenge is to make a few remarks of a mildly facetious nature, possibly. It's going to be Berg, who is, as I say, doing an excellent job. Could have picked up a wicket in the previous over, but only had himself to blame. Drop, caught and bowled. Berg in again. Bowls round the wicket to Billy Root. Takes out his frustration by bowling a short one. Root just gets out of the way of, goes through to Vasconcelos. And there's no run. Root on 42. Selman 69. 99 runs this partnership for the 3rd wicket for Glamorgan. The field, we have a 3rd man, fairly wide, backward point, extra cover in front of the boundary, more orthodox extra cover, saving 1 mid-off, mid-onward wicket. Short goes Berg again to Billy Root, who again sort of swats it down on the onside. 3 fielders converge on it, and in the end it's Charlie Thurston who gets the throwaway to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and Root comes through for a single. 43 to him. 154 for 2, and that's the 100 partnership between these two. So well played, Billy Root and Nick Selman. Just the job for the team. Field changes round for the right-handed Selman. No reaction. The Glamorgan team is very good at applauding these milestones, but we haven't picked up on this one yet. Here's Bergen again, bowls to Selman. Pushes it up towards extra cover, where Safe Zabe fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, they've missed that one, haven't they?
They have. They're usually extremely good when it comes at any sort of little milestone. They're right on it, and big round of applause. I'm just looking. Is last wicket on the board? I don't think it probably
I had
is.
a glance over there. I couldn't see it.
No, I don't think it is. Well, that's probably why. Better run down and tell him, Nick. So they
Okay.
Cut along. He's a good chap. Here's Berg in again. Bowls to Selman down the leg side. Has he got him? Has he got him? Yes, he has. Given out by umpire Peter Hartley, presumably a little tickle down the leg side. It's a little bit of a strangle, considering how well Nick Selman has played. He's just examining the edge of his bat as he wanders off, but he's out for 69, and Glamorgan are 154 for 3. He's gone caught by Vasconcelos, keeping wicket down the leg side off Berg. And Glamorgan 154 for 3, leading by 197, and that partnership broken at exactly 100.
I mentioned the Mother Cricket earlier today. You know, the idea that if you do the right thing for often enough, then breaks go your way, and that's a case in point there for Gareth Berg. Got his just rewards bowled beautifully today with great endeavour, great skill, and in the end got a very soft sort of strangle, as you said, Andrew, down the leg side to get what was a deserved wicket. But what a good innings from Nick Selman. You know, it's not, that's for the purists, but that is hard professional batting, professional cricket. He's done his team a great service there. You know, when the opening partnership went out, had they not done the jobs that they both did, you know, this game could be in a very different place right now. So really well played, Nick Selman, and a good return to form for him.
Yeah, partnership with Billy Root, worth 100 exactly in 34 overs together, so pretty much 3 and over. Came together in the 20th over, and the wicket falling in the 54th. And now it's Kieran Carlson coming to the crease at number 5, batted beautifully in the first innings for 54, Some gorgeous strokes through the covers. 54 off 72 balls, 9 fours, and shared a century partnership with his captain Chris Cook. Well, you have to say that, yeah, quite agree. I think that's a little bit of justice for Gareth Berg. Sounds like a campaign, doesn't it? Justice for Berg. But he's done a fine job. He really has bowled beautifully here. He's picked up a wicket, and there's Carlson facing his first ball from Berg, who's in behind that. Pushes it up on the offside. Save Fields, and there's no run. Couple of catches for Ricardo Vasconcelos behind the stumps in this innings, which we shall have to, as we said, mark carefully so that they go down as wicket-keeper catches, and we don't assume in years to come, when we come to look back on these notebooks, that he was fielding at first slip, where he usually is. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Carlson, comes across, plays it up on the onside. Keogh Fields. End of the over, and Gareth Berg with something to show for his efforts in the W column. At the end of that over, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21, and Glamorgan 154 for 3, which means they lead by 197.
Yeah, another day, Gareth Berg bowls those 12 overs and picks up 5-6 wickets comfortably. That's how well I think he's bowled. He's got the one there late in the day, thoroughly deserved. So we've got a man in, we've got one end open, as they say, and let's see if we can chip away at that end. Root is well in and playing nicely. So Northampton need to bowl as many balls as they can in the remaining 13 overs at the new guy, and try and get another couple of wickets together. That's what's happened so far during this game. One has bought 2, and let's hope it happens again here.
Yeah, it's been very infrequent that wickets haven't fallen in pairs, but Billy Root and Kieran Carlson will try to avoid that as Root faces up and cuts Zaib down to short third man. No run. Bowler encouraged by that shot and the fact that Root is willing to take it on. As Zaib bowls and Root drives with a big flourish of the bat, but finds only Berg. At cover, who has some thoughts to share with others in the middle. We can't hear what they were. Zaib to Root, who drives again. This time he hasn't quite timed it, and that's got him a single because it's bypassed Berg, run out to Proctor on the cover point boundary. And that's a shocking throw from Proctor for no particular reason. And Vasconcelos dived and was left sprawling in the dirt.
He's not. Vasconcelos has not enjoyed that throw at all.
Well, he did fling himself full length to avoid the risk of overthrow.
He did.
Throws.
A terrible throw.
Carlson on strike. Left-handed Zaib, who's pushing forward. Carlson back to the bowler. 154 for 3 as the lead crawls slowly towards 200. I think my earlier speculation about a 260 lead was somewhat optimistic from the Welsh point of view, as Carlson dabs on the offside, thinks about a run, but quite sensibly decides that there isn't a run to be had there, even to get off the mark. 155 for 3, 198 in the lead with 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see Safe Save. He's kind of growing into his spell a little bit. More of the balls are in the right place more often, so he's kind of relaxed a little bit, slowed things down a wee bit. Certainly from around the wicket to the right-handers, he's managed to get up and over the ball, a little bit of topspin on it, to get it dropping in a good area more of the time. So that's been pleasing to see. And
it's going to be Gareth Berg to continue this excellent spell. 13 overs, 1 for 21 so far, and he runs in from the indoor centre end and bowls to the left-handed Billy Root, and again it's a good ball right on the money, and he has to play that defensively up on the offside. And there's no run. Berg having picked up a wicket in his last over, that of Nick Selman, caught down the leg side by Vasconcelos for 69. Also out in this innings, David Lloyd was the first to go, caught by Vasconcelos again behind off the bowling of Nathan Buck for 38, as Berg comes in Bowls to Root, who chops that one away towards the extra cover boundary. It's Ben Curran comes in off the boundary to field. One more to Root, who's up to 45, and Glamorgan to 156 for 3. David Lloyd caught Vasconcelos bowled Buck for 38. That was 54 for 1. And in Buck's next over, Andrew Balbirnie tried out with a short ball, miscued his attempted hook, and the substitute fielder Brandon Glover running round from deep mid-wicket took a good catch, and Balbirnie out for naught. Berg in again, bowls to Carlson, who is off the mark, clipping that one away down to long leg, where it's fielded by Wayne Parnell, who underarms the ball in to Vasconcelos, who has to come in to meet it. One run to Carlson, who's off the mark, one to him, 157 for 3, in the lead up to 200 with 11 overs and a bit to go in the day's play. So yeah, maybe 260 might be pushing it a little bit, unless they have obviously a very good little session here. Berg in again, bowls to Root, who edges that down towards third man, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Yes, he is. It rattles into the boundary board in front of the new pavilion. So a somewhat streaky boundary for Billy Root, but a boundary nevertheless. 49 to him now, rather, and Glamorgan up to 157 for 3.
It's a very interesting technique, Billy Root, isn't he? He delivers the bat very late, and the wrists come in really late.
Very wristy, isn't he?
Very wristy. So, you know, when he's in great nick, he can kind of miss fielders. He can direct the ball and miss fielders on either side. And I guess that's also when he's not in nick, he perhaps loses control of the bat face a little bit.
161 for 3. Root to 49. One run away from a half century, and he gets it as he plays that ball away square of the wicket on the offside. It's fielded by Ben Curran, and Root comes through for a single, and that completes a 50 for Billy Root off 102 balls. Just adding that one up, 102 balls, I reckon, for the 50. So not hugely rapid, but again, in the context, doesn't matter.
And also, it's a difficult wicket to score quickly on.
Yeah.
You know, I think we have to say that.
Yeah,
and that reflects Selman's innings as well. It's not easy to score quickly on this pitch.
50 to Root, 162 for 3, and Carlson facing that ball, which he plays up to mid-off. End of the over, 162 for 3. Carlson is 1, Root is 50, and 50 coming up of 103 balls. And just take the boundary count. There were a few in there. He hit 3 fours.
And I think that boundary count reflects how well Northampton have bowled. Actually, they haven't given them much to climb into. The batsmen haven't missed out. They haven't played particularly slowly as such. It's just that the conditions and Northampton's bowling has not allowed them to score. So it's been very attritional. A high standard of hard grinding cricket from both teams.
Yeah, so I'll have to work the word attritional into my close of play report, I think.
2 T's.
It's been that sort of day. I think I've got a spell check on here. As Zaib is in, floats it up, and Root drives, calls immediately for the single, and they dash through pretty quickly.
And you're right, that was a good choice of word, I think, Nick, there, floats, because there was nothing on it, was there? There was no overspin on it. It was just kind of a long aimless ball, really. I'd like to see him bowl with a bit more purpose, get up and over that front knee, get more revs on the ball.
Zaib round the wicket to Carlson, who drives back to the bowler, tries to flick it onto the stumps. Misses. Root was in close attendance anyway. So, off the back foot, Carlson punches to one of the multitude of cover fielders, and there's no run. Northampton certainly trying to cut off run scoring opportunities in front of the bat. Slips have been minimised in this game. Another flighted delivery from Zaib is driven by Carlson out to the point boundary for a single. Carlson 2, Root 51, 164 for 3. In the evening sunshine, floodlight pylon shadow stretching right across the ground. Out comes the old reverse from Root, and it's cut off at short third man. Northampton get excited when Root tries the reverse. So he bowls on the legs of Root, who nurdled it into the leg side for a single. 165 for 3. The lead is 208, and I'd better go and tell BBC Radio Wales about it.
Right you are.
Yeah, so safe save at the moment. His action and his timing's not quite where it can be at times. So when he's releasing the ball, there's an amount of side spin on the ball, what you might call barrel spin, but there's very little over the front of the ball, dragging down on the ball in order to create drop. So when he's tried to bowl with a little bit more flight, it's just gone along the pitch and ended up as a kind of a half volley, just floated along the pitch. It's not looking to drop and beat the outside edge or cause some kind of misjudgment in the shot selection. So it's a combination of side spin and overspin, and with little turn off the wicket, then the overspin really does come into play. With that, he's able to beat players through the air, not just off the pitch. But at the moment, just coming around the side of the ball a little bit, falling away in his action, and not being able to sort of create that threat.
Change of bowling from the far end. Ben Sanderson coming back into the attack, bowls wide outside the off stump to Billy Root, who cracks that away through extra cover, and that's running up the boundary, I think, for 4. Yes, it is. Crosses the rope now in front of the white seats, and a little bit of a loosener bowling round the wicket, Ben Sanderson, and that's hit away for a boundary by Billy Root. 56 to him, 169 for 3. Sanderson starting his 12th over. His figures so far: 3 maidens, no wicket for 34 with that boundary. That was just a little bit of a loosener, a little bit of a floaty one. And there's no run. Some rather strange things happening here. I think we're about to... Some of our equipment pulled off the table, and Sanderson strikes, and he's got Billy Root. Caught behind, ball outside the off stump. Root looking to run it down. Gets outside edge, and Vasconcelos, who is in to replace Adam Rossington behind the stumps today, has now picked up his 3rd catch behind the stumps, and it's the departure of Billy Root, who's caught by Vasconcelos off the bowling of Sanderson. Bowled one rather loopy loosener which went for 4, and the second ball more in the right area. Root just perhaps a lapse of concentration, little bit of a loose shot, and feathered it through to the keeper. So Root is out for 56. Glamorgan are 169 for 4, and the lead is up to 212.
Yeah, that's I've seen Root dismissed that way previously, and I thought that could be a way he could get out to Berg in particular, because Berg was running the ball away from him from round the wicket, kind of angled in, running away. But he managed to get a good bat on all of those deliveries and score square of the wicket. He does create a little bit of room. Doesn't really get his head up over the ball outside off stump, and on that one he made an error. So good for Northampton. Root's a player who can score very quickly. And if there was a declaration in mind for Glamorgan, he's a dangerous man to have around. So Northampton will be very, very happy to see the back of him. If you're on the Glamorgan coaching staff, you're probably thinking that's a soft dismissal, but he's played really well, and he's made a good contribution to making sure that Glamorgan really can't get themselves into a position to lose the game. Although, as we've been saying earlier, bang bang now, and suddenly that does give a slightly different complexion.
Well, it does. And Ben Sanderson, I was looking back through my notes, this is the 6th innings in which he's bowled this year, and he's picked up 1 wicket in all 6 of them. So they'll be hoping at some point to get more than 1. But yeah, he's got a little bit of reward there. If you wonder why we were just hesitating for a moment there, it was rather like a cartoon when you see somebody pulling a cable, and I just thought for one moment all of our equipment here was about to disappear onto the floor and head off along the Ken Turner stand. But Phil bravely went and saw to it.
What I did, Rat, is I employed a similar level of technical wizardry to I saw from you earlier.
Slamming the door.
I just said to him, "What do you think you're doing?" or words to that effect.
Yeah, it did look as though that gradually the cable was tightening and tightening while we were trying to explain what was going on. We thought the whole lot was going to fall on the floor, but anyway.
And we got a wicket in the meantime.
Crisis over. 169 for 4, and The new batsman is Chris Cook, first innings centurion, and again that's Sanderson. It's just not bouncing, and that is going to be, I'm sure, a little bit encouraging to Glamorgan's bowlers. We were going to be bowling last on it, of course. And Cook was in behind it okay, played it safely, but it didn't bounce. Round about the line, maybe just a tad outside off stump. And Cook, who played so well for 136 in the first innings, is the new batsman. In fact, two new batsmen in, with him, Kieran Carlson having just gone in. That, again, Sanderson just slipping it past the outside edge, ball to full length, and beats the defensive stroke of Chris Cook, and all of a sudden Ben Sanderson's got something to happen here.
I don't remember Cook being as open as this. His setup is very open, almost sort of Peter Willie, Kim Barnett style. I don't remember seeing that previously.
Here's Cook taking strike again with these two men close in at mid-wicket, and Cook just jabs down on that, plays it out into the offside where it's fielded by Save. Successful over for Ben Sanderson, and a successful return to the attack. 169 for 4 Glamorgan, Carlson 2, Cook yet to get off the mark. And in that over, Billy Root caught Vasconcelos, bowled Sanderson for 56, breaking a little partnership of 15 between Root and Kieran Carlson, after a century partnership between Root and Nick Salmon.
I think Cook's always been a little bit open. It seems to have gone a bit more that way. 169 for 4 as Zaib bowls and Carlson drives. It eludes the bowler, but a warning hand from Cook to not attempt a quick single, as that was well cut off there by Sanderson at mid-on. Nice shot from Carlson nonetheless, as he drives again, and this time it's the bowler who gets in the way. As Carlson's hitting the ball hard and looking to get on with it straight away, in contrast with the approach for many of the batsmen in this match. I suppose contrasting approaches. Lloyd looked to attack. Root was quite frisky. Carlson likewise drives to mid-off. This time there is a single, as Buck is about 35 metres back.
It's an interesting one, that where Nathan Buck's fielding there. He cannot stop the one from that position, but there's about 20 yards behind him over his head, so there's an argument for him being one or the other there, to be honest. He's either saving the one or he's saving the 4.
As side bowls and Cook is forward, and the sprawling attempt by Keogh and the covers to stop it, which this time Buck was saving the single. I think he's listening, Phil. 170 for 4, the lead. 2-1-3 for Glamorgan. That's gone straight through everything, I think, and it's heading down towards the boundary, and they are byes. So Vasconcelos finds some of the same problems maybe that Chris Cook was suffering in the Northamptonshire innings. That one possibly keeping a little bit low. Beat everything, scooted away. 174 for 4 at the end of the spinner's over.
Yeah, as I say, that ball turned, I think, and did beat the outside edge and kept very low as well, and it was too low even for Vasconcelos, who's pretty
close to the ground,
pretty low naturally to the ground himself.
It's close of play down at Hove in the Group 3 match between Sussex and Yorkshire. Sussex chasing 2-3-5, 136 for 6 at the close. Don Bess has taken 5 of them. Whew. Picked up another one just before the close, George Garton. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Kieran Carlson, who drives that into the offside. Goes past Save all the way up to mid-off, and there's no run. Chris Cook just doing a little dance to get his feet moving at the non-striker's end. It's going to be an interesting finish at Edgbaston tomorrow, potentially. Essex 207 for 9 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 218. So that could be an interesting final day. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Carlson, who's right across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. At Riverside, Durham have declared in their second innings on 175 for 2. They've left Derbyshire needing 384 to win. Derbyshire just gone in again, 8 for no wicket. Kent still fighting back down at Canterbury against Lancashire, also in this group, in Group 3. Lancashire 525 all out. Kent 169 all out and following on 207 for 1. Still trailing by 149. Sanderson in again, bowls to Carlson, who's away with a lovely stroke away through point, just coming up on the back foot, punching it away, and crosses the rope now. And Charlie Thurston's got quite a long run past the covers and all the way up to the groundsman's hut in front of the old scoreboard to retrieve the ball. Carlson up to 7, 178 for 4. First stroke of real authority we've seen from Kieran Carlson. And
it was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
It was a
beautiful cricket shot.
This was, I mean, he was an absolute joy to watch on the first day when he made 54 with 9 boundaries, and waxing lyrical with comparisons with Ian Bell through the covers, and high praise indeed. Certainly in absolutely prime form at the moment. As Sanderson comes in, bowls to him, just runs that down off a thick outside edge down towards third man. Long chase for Luke Proctor, who doesn't manage to cut it off, and it goes into the rope, which doesn't do a great deal for Ben Sanderson's mood, and it's 4 more to Carlson, who goes up to 11, and Glamorgan up to 182 for 4. The lead is up to 225. We have 7 overs to go after this one. I'll just run through the rest of the scores. Gloucestershire are following on against Hampshire at the Rose Bowl. They've failed by 1 run to save the follow on. Hampshire 470, Gloucestershire 320 all out, and following on 14 for no wicket. And then the 2 results, games that finished earlier in the day. Middlesex beat Surrey by 10 wickets. Sanderson comes in, bowls to Carlson. That's even better. That's a beautiful drive away through extra cover, perfectly timed, perfectly placed. And just what we were talking about, this sumptuous stroke play of Carlson, especially through the offside, seen absolutely to its best effect there. And he picks up another 4 runs, 15 to him, 186 for 4. Isn't that lovely? He's
only quite a short guy, isn't he, Carlson? But he kind of gets a long way forward. He's batting well outside his crease to try and take LBW out of the equation. And then he got a good stride in there. He's taking length away from Sanderson. That ball wouldn't have been... It was a bit fuller, obviously, than the one that went square of the wicket earlier in the over, but not that much. On the previous one, he just sort of held his move and transferred his weight to the back foot. That's lovely batting.
It's a lovely shot. 186 for 4. The lead up to 229. And the last ball of the over from Sanderson. Bowls to Carlson, is in behind that. Pushes it up in the offside. An easy single because mid-off's fairly deep, and he just didn't hit it too hard. Came through for a straightforward single. 16 to Carlson. Cook is yet to get off the mark. 187 for 4 at the end of that over, which means Glamorgan lead by 230, and we have 7 overs to go in the day.
Carlson's brought more intent, almost as though it was a kind of team decision to now press the accelerator a little bit more firmly. He obviously is a talented stroke maker, but he just looks like that's his job. That's the job he's been given this evening.
Without wishing to put the commentator's curse upon young Mr. Carlson, I think he must be seeing the ball pretty well at the moment, with 2 centuries and 2 half centuries already this season, as he plays one off the back foot to Sanderson at mid-on, and there's no run. Certainly taking a little bit of pressure off Chris Cook at the other end, and getting the scoreboard moving again. As Zaib bowls to Carlson, who uses his feet and drives hard to cover, and there's no run. He is looking to go on the offensive, Kieran Carlson. I wonder if he'll try and hit over the top at all. So not many spaces between the 2 fielders. Nurdles one on the leg side. Cook comes a few metres down the track just in case, but rival captain Vasconcelos is quickly to the ball on the leg side. We'll quickly back with Zaib as Carlson drives out into the covers. It's tossed up A crowd catch by Rob Keogh, but there is no crowd. It's not worth it, Rob. 187 for 4. It's driven straight by Carlson. Oh, he's getting frustrated. Zaib gets a hand to it.
I think he may go over the top. It looks like he's busy, but the low bounce could be a problem. It could be a toe ender.
Drives again, doesn't get hold of it. Zaib threatens to throw down the stumps. And, well, Carlson's middled virtually every ball apart from the last one there, but got no run through it. 187 for 4, Carlson 16. Cook yet to score.
A good cricket from Zaib there. Recognised something was going to happen, and the last ball fired it in and nearly got through. Carlson was coming down the wicket looking to go over mid-off. But Zaib had anticipated that and fired it in, so a little battle within a battle there. He's certainly going to put his foot down. He's obviously in prime form, and as you say, seeing it really well. So why not?
Well, it's going to be Ben Sanderson to continue from the indoor centre end. Going to be bowling to Chris Cook, Glamorgan captain. 6 overs to go till close of play, so it's going to be round about 6:30, something like that. Sanderson comes in, bowls to Cook, who's on the front foot, plays it back down the pitch for Sanderson himself to field. Quite breezy out there now. You can see the flags at the far end of the ground on the indoor centre really tugging away at the flagpoles. A stiff breeze which is coming across, as I say, from our right, so that would be just helping Sanderson shape the ball into the right-hander. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Cook, who's off the mark, clipping that away to long leg, where Wayne Parnell comes in off the boundary, fields and then underarms his throw in, the manner of Peter Willey. Was a great one for that, wasn't he?
Peter Willey was incredible at that, and Bishan Betty used to do it the same. But
that's right.
Peter Willey would go to one side of the boundary to the other with an underarm return. It's incredible.
Incredibly strong man. 1 to Cook anyway, he's off the mark, and 188 for 4. Glamorgan, the lead up to 231. Yes, Peter Willey, extremely strong man, and I'm sure when spectators are allowed in, we shall see Peter, who doesn't live too far away, back on the ground. Here's Sanderson again, bowls to Kieran Carlson, who's up on his toes, plays it up to the offside, fielded by Zaib, and there's no run.
I played with a lad at university who was called Peter Willey. Actually, his name wasn't Peter Willey, but he looked the absolute dead spit of him at the time, and I can't remember what his real name was even, because he was always called Peter Willey or PW.
Well, Peter Willey, if you wanted a man to bat for your life against high pace, think of those couple of hundreds he made against the West Indies in 80-81, one at the Oval and one in Antigua, I think, wasn't it? And showed enormous physical courage. Sanderson in, bowls good ball, Yorker, right in at Kieran Carlson's toes, and he does well to dig that out. Runs up on the offside, fielded by Zaib, and there's no run. It's an absolutely beautiful evening, notwithstanding the fact that, say, the breeze has got up a bit. Not a cloud visible now. It's absolutely beautiful. Perfect evening. So if you're entertaining outside, might need a layer or two on, but beautiful evening sunshine as Sanderson comes in, and again just finds enough in that ball to find the outer half of Carlson's bat, runs upon the offside, and it goes up to safe save, and there's no run. Carlson just looking to play more or less straight back down the pitch and just going out on the offside. 188 for 4. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Carlson, who's hit on the pad, appeal for LBW. He tried to sort of slog sweep that almost. He didn't make contact. The appeal, I don't think, was ever going to get anywhere, because I think it was clearly slanting down the leg side. But an interesting choice of stroke, Phil. End of the over. Carlson 16, Cook 1. 188 for 4 for lead 231.
I think he had his mind on the short boundary, didn't he? It was angled into leg stump, and I thought if I get under the bounce, with the wind's going that way as well, then I'll get it over there. And he got in a bit of a tangle, which was a shame in a way, because it was a bit of an ugly finish, and he's played some beautiful cricket shots authentically. So maybe maybe that's his go-to.
Touch of the Malloys about that, wasn't there? The old slog sweep.
As Saif Zaib will rattle through another over from this pavilion end and bowls to Cook, who plays to Berg at mid-wicket. Picks up with an extraordinary gesture, as if he was going to whip a throw back into the keeper, but he didn't. Saib round the wicket, drags one down, and Cook smashes it and gets a single out to the cover point boundary. That might have been put away for 4 on another day, but Cook managed to pick out Ben Curran on the ropes away to our left. 189 for 4. Will Carlson go over the top? The spinner drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. He's played some beautiful drives, Kieran Carlson, many of which have not got him any runs. This time he does go over the top. He's nailed that one. That should be 6 over long off. We can't see whether it carried. It sounded like it. Hesitant gesture. Umpire checks and gives 4, having consulted with Buck at mid-off. Has hit firmly and cleared Buck by some way. As Zaib is in again, bowls that a little bit shorter, and Carlson realises there's something different coming. Carlson to 20, 193 for 4. Still Buck is halfway back, inviting Carlson to try and hit over the top. As he comes down the wicket, Zaib bowls a shorter delivery, and Carlson blocks it out on the offside. So some entertaining little battle in that over. 193 for 4. The lead is 236.
It's a brave shot to go over the top. The fielder was quite a way back, halfway back, I'd say. Cleared him easily, so it was well executed. But on a low, slow wicket, it's a hard skill to execute, and he did it well. I wonder now whether we might put those guys back and get the mid-wicket and extra cover fielders a little bit tighter, and it might be hard for him to kind of continuously get it through that gap, and he only gets 1. If he does, I think I might move to that. I'd like to slow the scoring rate down if I was Northampton as much as I could, and make it a little bit more difficult for Carlson, who's playing very freely and looks like he's intent on upping the run rate. So I'd like to try and slow that down and stymie it if I could.
Yeah, good positive intent from Carlson as Sanderson starts another over from the indoor centre end, bowling to Chris Cook, who's playing that back down the pitch for the bowler himself to field. Still this unusual field with a mid-on and basically 2 mid-wickets, no slips in, 2 men back on the leg side boundary at deep mid-wicket and deep long leg, deep backward square really. He's ran quite a long way. Then mid-off, extra cover, point and third man, and this ball finds Cook on the front foot, plays it up to Zaib at extra cover, and there's no run. 3 overs to go after the one in progress, and Glamorgan certainly batting themselves into a very strong position. Full day's play tomorrow. Forecast is good, a little bit cooler they're saying, so we may have to get the scarf out, if not the woolly hat. I don't think it's going to be quite that cold, but no rain in the forecast certainly, as Cook is leaning forward, plays it behind square on the offside. Charlie Thurston in there at backward point fields, and there's no run. An absolutely gorgeous evening. Just looking over to the north, and there's just the trees on the horizon there. What used to be Northampton Golf Club many years ago. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Cook, who drives up to mid-off. It's Luke Proctor that fields, and there's no run. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Bradlaugh Fields, a nice public park, favourite with dog walkers. You can see some of the big industrial units over to the north of Northampton. And over to the right, the trees of Eastfield Park. Very attractive. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's tucked away down towards fine leg, and no fielder with a chance of stopping that one. Just a little bit straying onto Cook's pads, and a little bit of a gimme there for Chris Cook. And he just, as long as he got some bat on it, it was going to run away fine over this quick outfield. And Cook goes up to 6, and Glamorgan to 297 for 4. The lead now up to 240. So, Nick, what are you saying about 260? It's not been that far off. 3 overs to go.
No, Carlson's just hurried things up a bit again, hasn't he?
20 not out to Carlson, 6 not out Cook, and Cook facing that ball from Sanderson, he plays up to mid-on. And there's no run to end the over. Cook 6, Carlson 20, 197 for 4. The lead up to 240. Sanderson has now bowled 15 overs, 3 of them maidens, and he's picked up just the 1 wicket for 52. The wicket of Billy Root, caught behind by Vasconcelos for 56.
That last over from Ben Sanderson probably sums up where he is in terms of his form right now. Sort of 4 balls in the over or thereabouts, and a couple weren't, and he got took off the pads. Very fine for 4, which is an un-Sanderson-like delivery. So normally Ben Sanderson in good nick is sort of 5.5 out of 6 balls over are on the money, and he's just a ball off that really at the moment, and paid the penalty.
Saib continuing to wheel away with his left arm spin. It's a slightly faster delivery, and played by Carlson to mid-on, no run. 197 for 4. 240 the lead as Saib bowls, and Carlson gives them the charge. Tried to bowl it a bit wider. Carlson still drove it out to the cover point boundary for a single. Meanwhile, in my line of eyesight, Wayne Parnell had lost his sun hat and chased it around the covers. 198 for 4. In the shadows as Cook defends on the offside, just the one long shadow really right across the playing arena of one of the pylons, but thankfully it's about halfway down, so not too distracting on a length. Cook blocks another one, and Saib is getting us rapidly towards the close of the day's play. Bowls a full length ball, might have been a full toss, that's half stopped by Sanderson at mid-on, but he did just enough to prevent them coming back for a second run. So Sanderson has bowled 27 overs, 2 for 97. Berg 26 overs, 2 for 54. Buck 22 overs. Hang on, this card's gone wrong. No. I'm looking at the wrong one, aren't I? That's driven out on the offside, and there's no run. I think we've got a bit of a computer malfunction on the scorecard that I'm reading, because it's up the creek. Let's try and find another one.
I've got one here, if that's any good.
Let's give you the bowling figures as we're approaching the close.
We will. Sanderson 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 52. Berg 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. Buck 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 44. Parnell 12 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 38. And Zabe 12 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 29.
Not quite sure what's going on with this particular scorecard, which is one of the official ones. It's not...
none of your rubbish.
And Northampton's winning on that one.
The score's right, but the bowling figures are all over the shop.
Oh well, you can't get the staff. Here's Ben Sanderson about to bowl his 16th over, penultimate over of the day, and he comes in and bowls to Chris Cook, who works that away on the onside, just in front of square, past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. And Ben Curran comes in off the boundary to field. 200 up for Glamorgan in their second innings, that is. Greeted with rapturous applause by the Glamorgan players and coaching staff sitting down below us. I think that was clearly the fact that the last wicket fell wasn't on the board, why they didn't applaud the 100 partnership a while ago. Anyway, 200 for 4. Cook is up to 8, and now it's Carlson facing, and Sanderson bowls to him, and he drives handsomely up to mid-off, but there's no run. There may be a run. And as the throw comes in, and once again Ricardo Vasconcelos trying to take it on the half volley, it slips past his gloves, and I think they were thinking about possibly coming back for an overthrow, but decided against it.
Not this time of day.
No. No.
That was an ordinary bit of out cricket from Northampton. It was very scruffy, wasn't it? It was very tired.
Yeah, I have to say the last sort of 45 minutes or so, we're talking about body language, and it just does seem, even after the wicket with Billy Root going, it's just a little bit scruffy. Anyway, 10 balls to go in the day. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Carlson, is in behind that, plays it up to extra cover, where it's fielded by Safe Zabe, and there's no run. The two mid wickets come together in animated discussion. Rob Keogh asking why he hasn't bowled today. Gareth Berg saying he hasn't got a clue. And Sanderson in his 16th over comes in again, bowls to Carlson. Very full length. Carlson digs it out up towards one of those mid wickets, Rob Keogh, and there's no run. I have to say I'm a bit surprised that I haven't given Rob Keogh a roll.
There must be something behind that. He does struggle with a kind of chronic back, and I wonder whether that's
could be
an issue. Otherwise, he should certainly have bowled.
Yeah, that's possible. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls again a very good Yorker to Carlson, who has to jam down on it to keep it out of his stumps. Good stuff from Sanderson right at the tail end of the day. And
I think there was a bit of tail in that ball. It looks like from the shape of the shot and the reaction from Carlson, it looked like it did tail in. So maybe it has started to go late in the day.
Well, the ball is what, 66 overs old, very nearly. And here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Carlson, plays it up to one of the mid wickets. Rob Keogh again, end of the over, end of the penultimate over of the day, end of Ben Sanderson's work for the day. He finishes with 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 53, and Carlson is 21, Cook is 8. And as we come to the final over of the third day's play, Glamorgan are 200 for 4, which is a lead of 243, and it's going to be Safe Zabe to bowl the last one.
One of the less demanding bits of mathematics of the day.
Just as well.
At this time of the day, indeed. We, of course, will be back for start of play just a smidge before 11 o'clock as Zaib looks to break this mini partnership. 31 they've added for this 5th wicket as forward comes Cook. Sounds like an ice cream van somewhere in the distance. Chiming away. Oh, that means they've sold out. That noise when they play that one. As looped up by Zaib again, inviting Cook to come and have a drive if you think you're hard enough. Buck is halfway back at mid-off. Carlson pinged one over the top earlier on.
We're going to have a slip. Gosh.
What excitement. Not many of those around today. Zaib bowls, Cook drives to Sanderson at mid-on, no run. 3 balls to go in the evening breeze.
13 Celsius is the forecast for tomorrow. I was just looking at the forecast for tomorrow. Cooler than today, northeasterly breeze.
Zaib
good.
bowls, Cook defends. Yep.
Dry tonight with a touch of frost, 1 Celsius.
Isn't that David Jason? As Zaib bowls, and they will take a single this time as Cook plays it out to mid-wicket, where Gareth Berg picks up, but no Shakespearean histrionics from Berg on this occasion. 201 for 4. He's run out of enthusiasm finally. After bouncing round, mid-wicket is brought in off the boundary. Short mid-wicket moves Mr. Berg to short extra cover, and the last ball is bowled to Kieran Carlson, who forces it through the covers. There'll be runs here. Berg might have got a hand to it. It is indeed 4 runs. Phil Rowe, as you so accurately point out. 205 for 4. Glamorgan lead by 248 runs at the close of day 3 with 6 wickets in hand. Kieran Carlson is 25 not out, and Chris Cook is 9 not out. How stands the nation?
I've really enjoyed the day's cricket. It's been one for the purist, I think. It's been attritional, as we've said a number of times, but Northants firstly needed to build on that really good recovery partnership that they started yesterday between Parnell and Berg, and they did that, and Berg went on and ended up best part of 70 not out, and Northants really ended that innings 364 in a better position than they feared they might do at 70 odd for 5, and so they were back in the game at that stage, and had they had a little bit more luck and bowled a little bit better with the new ball, they might have sort of opened the game up and got right back into it, but they were thwarted really, and skillfully thwarted by Selman for the most part with 69. David Lloyd played very well for his 38. Root came in and injected a little bit more pace with another 50, so they played really well. They sort of drew mistakes from the Northants bowlers. They were very patient, very skillful in their defence. There was a lot of challenging bowling that Glamorgan blunted and then scored when they were able to score, and picked up a no ticket over around 3 and over. Carlson's come in late in the day and injected more pace again, so it'll be interesting to see tomorrow morning quite how this shapes up, whether Glamorgan do think, well, Northants, come off the back of a beating, perhaps their batting's a little bit fragile, maybe we'll set them a number and see if we can get early inroads. It was not easy to chase runs on a wicket that's kind of low and slow, and Glamorgan may think actually we can dangle the carrot a little bit and slow the rate down if we need to on a difficult wicket. So it'll be interesting tactically to see how that all plays out tomorrow, but a really thoroughly enjoyable day.
It has indeed, Phil. Yeah, it's been a super day's cricket, and the good thing is, of course, that I think pretty much however it pans out tomorrow, we're certain of, well, it's going to go deep into the day, let's put it that way. One imagines however it works out, as the ground staff start to bring the covers on, and the mowers just taking a bit of grass off the top of the outfield. Let's say good night to you now from sun-kissed Northampton. Beautiful evening with Glamorgan 205 for 4, 248 runs ahead. We'll be back with you just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. For now, from me, Andrew Radd, from Nick Webb and from Phil Rowe, have a thoroughly enjoyable evening, and we hope to be able